The atmosphere in the hospital is heavy with gloom. A melancholic ringtone fills the air as the automated voice on the other end of the line says, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." It's 12:37 p.m. on April 10th, 2019. Kang Jiwan sits on her hospital bed, staring at her phone, trying once more to call her husband. But there's no answer, no text reply, no sign of him. He hasn't visited her since she was admitted. Jiwan, a young woman battling a terminal illness, is left to face her fate alone. The doctor has already told her she has only a few months left to live. The nurses, witnessing her suffering, do their best to care for her. But when a nurse arrives with Jiwan's medication, she finds the bed empty. Jiwan is gone, having slipped away unnoticed, determined to spend her remaining days on her own terms. While waiting for a taxi, Jiwan reflects on the contrast between her deteriorating health and the beauty of the world around her. It's springtime, and as cancer ravages her body, the flowers bloom vibrantly. How envious she feels. When the flowers wither, they still retain their beauty. A taxi pulls up and Jiwan gets in, directing the driver to the apartment she shares with her husband. The driver glances at her, his expression filled with concern. "Are you in a lot of pain?" "You'll be better soon," he reassures her. Jiwan says nothing, lost in her thoughts. It's been a long time since she's heard the local dialect in Seoul. A familiar image flashes in her mind, memories of happy times, when her father was still alive. There was a time when she truly experienced joy. The driver, noticing her silence, continues to encourage her. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'The child who died yesterday still wants to see tomorrow today'?" he asks. "If I were that child, I would probably think the same way," Jiwan replies wearily. "But even if I had to die today, I wouldn't want to see tomorrow. Nothing good would come my way anyway." The driver chuckles softly. "But if something good did happen, wouldn't you be happy?" he asks. The car comes to a quick stop beneath her apartment building. Jiwan reaches for her wallet to pay the fare, but the driver waves her off, refusing to take it. "Consider it pocket money from your father for your outing. Good things will come your way. You'll recover, make lots of money, travel the world, and meet someone who also feels like he's already dead." Today was the driver's last day on the job, and Jiwan was his final passenger. He wanted her to live well, to see that money as a promise he made to her as she opened the bill. She found a piece of candy inside. Jiwan smiled, agreeing with the driver's words as he drove away. She stood there, silently thanking him for giving her one last beautiful memory in an otherwise painful life. It felt truly nostalgic. Back to reality, Jiwan hurried into the building. She stood in front of the apartment door she hadn't seen in months since being hospitalized. Suddenly, she felt a bit hesitant, but gathering her courage, she took a deep breath and opened the door. As soon as Jiwan stepped inside, her eyes landed on a pair of red high heels, ones she had gifted to her best friend, Sumin. Her heart sank. At that moment, she heard the voices of a man and a woman chatting in the room. Jiwan trembled as she moved closer, her anger building. Gritting her teeth, she pushed the door open slightly. What she saw confirmed her worst fears. Her husband Min-jun lying in bed with her best friend Sumin. But what she heard was even more venomous than she could have imagined. They were discussing how they would enjoy the 500 million won payout from her life insurance after she died. Rage boiling inside her, Jiwan burst through the door, shouting, "Who gave you permission to do this?" The two on the bed jumped up in terror. Min-jun panicked, trying to explain, but Jiwan was too consumed by fury to listen. She glared at him, gritting her teeth, and spat out, "Min-jun, you dog! Did you really think I'd just lie down and die without a fight? I'll make you pay for this. I'll expose you to the entire company, your families. Hell, I'll post it on social media so you'll never be able to show your faces again. I'll make you cough up everything you've gained so far." At her threatening words, Sumin turned pale with fear. She rushed over, grabbing Jiwan's hand, pleading, "Please don't do this. We're friends, remember? I'm your best friend." Jiwan laughed bitterly, shaking her off. "Best friend? What kind of friend dates and leeches off her dying best friend's husband, all the while counting down to her death so she can cash in on life insurance? Do you even understand how disgusting you are? Sumin, terrified, dropped to her knees, begging Jiwan not to expose her to her family and the company. Through her sobs, she cried, "Please, don't ruin my life. I have to live. You're going to die anyway, but I'm not." Those words ignited Jiwan's fury. Without thinking, she grabbed Sumin by the hair, her rage blinding her as she shook her violently. But before Jiwan could act any further, Minjun stepped forward and struck her across the face with enough force to leave her dazed and stumbling. Jiwan stood in shock, staring at Minjun. "Did you just slap me?" she asked, disbelief in her voice. He shrugged casually and sneered. "You can hit others, but others can't hit you. Just get lost already. Stop dragging us all down with your miserable life. You're going to die anyway, so why bother tormenting everyone else?" Feeling utterly defeated, Jiwan's voice trembled as she replied, "It's because of you and your family that I ended up like this. Your family looked down on me because I grew up without a mother. My dad died of cancer and you took all my money to invest in your worthless stocks. If I'd been hospitalized earlier, maybe I could have survived longer, but now? Even if I die, I'll drag all of you down to hell with me. I won't let any of you die peacefully." Her words left Minjun both shocked and furious. In a blind rage, he raised his hand and struck Jiwan again. She was too weak to dodge, and her head slammed into the corner of the table. Fresh blood poured out, and Jiwan collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Minjun and Sumin looked down at her, but they didn't even care anymore. They were too consumed with panic over what to do next. Sumin nervously muttered, "What are we going to do now?" while Minjun paced, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Things had escalated far beyond their control. As for Jiwan, in her fading moments, the doctor's words echoed in her mind. 3 months at the shortest, 6 at the longest, and if a miracle happens, maybe 10. But at the age of 37, Jiwan would not even live out those few short months. In the midst of her pain, she heard a voice. A warm, loving voice. It was her father's. His presence was so unlike the cruel intentions she had just faced. Jiwan turned toward him joyfully. She saw her father's familiar figure, his hand reaching out to her. In that moment, memories of the promise she made to him flooded back. "You must live a truly happy life in the future," he had told her. She had agreed to that promise long ago. Her father smiled at her, content, before slowly fading away. As cherry blossom petals bloomed and fell to the ground outside, Jiwan's world went quiet. Suddenly, a noise jolted Jiwan awake. Someone was gently shaking her shoulder. When she opened her eyes, she was startled to see Assistant Jay, a colleague who had left the company 10 years ago. Concerned, Jay asked, "Jiwan, are you okay?" Jiwan, still dazed, tried to make sense of what was happening. She looked in the mirror and was shocked to see herself looking young and full of life. What on earth is going on? The last thing she remembered was being struck by Minjun, hitting her head on the table and dying. Now, here she was, alive. Confused and bewildered, she glanced at the phone on the table. It was vibrating. Jiwan picked it up and stared at the screen. The phone was familiar, the one she used years ago. The date displayed was April 10th, 2009. She quickly reached for her glasses and put them on to see clearly. Ending a painful marriage by being killed by my husband and best friend. Yet here I am, back in my life 10 years ago. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Is this some kind of replay of the life I always wished for before I died? Jiwan sat down in the chair, her mind racing. Why had she returned to 10 years ago? She was puzzled, her thoughts spinning wildly, when suddenly a familiar voice called out behind her. That voice made her heart race and her vision darken with anger. She turned around, and there he was, Minjun pretending to care. "What are you doing out here? You don't look too well. Should I buy you some medicine?" he asked, feigning concern. But looking at his face now, all Jiwan could think of was how he had once yelled at her in anger, how he had humiliated and betrayed her. Hatred surged through her body. She stood up abruptly, filled with fury, and began to walk away. Minjung grabbed her hand, confused. "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" he asked. Jiwan angrily yanked her hand free, shouting, "Let go of me! Don't talk to me, and don't ever look at me again!" Just then, another voice called out from behind her. "Jiwan? What's going on? I heard some arguing in here." The voice sent a wave of panic through her. It was Sumin, her so-called best friend and the woman who had slept with her husband. Just the sight of her made Jiwan feel utterly nauseous. She couldn't believe that even after dying, this couple was still clinging to her life. She muttered curses under her breath. "Go to hell, you scumbags." Sumin, still clueless, asked, "What's wrong, Jiwan?" Looking at her fake, concerned expression, Jiwan trembled with rage. The anger boiled inside her, and she wanted nothing more than to lash out. The resentment she had suppressed for so long was bubbling to the surface. Just as she was about to act, Assistant J appeared and interrupted. "The manager is looking for you," Assistant J said, urging her to hurry over. Jiwan wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and left without another word. Yet sorrow still gripped her heart. "Where am I? Why couldn't I have died more beautifully?" She felt lost, trapped in the memories of 10 years ago, where someone always stood alone in her mind. Someone distant yet familiar, always in shades of black and white. Jiwan walked into the office, her eyes landing on the nameplate on the desk. Jinhuk, manager. Suddenly memories came flooding back. This was her stern superior from 10 years ago. The tall man, always dressed in a plain suit, never spoke unless absolutely necessary. As soon as she entered, his sharp voice greeted her. "Miss Kang Ji-won, this is the company. I expect you to clearly distinguish between personal matters and work." He handed her a stack of documents and added, "If there's nothing else, you should leave work early." Jiwan noticed a handkerchief placed on top of the documents. Jinhyuk's tone softened ever so slightly as he spoke again. "Manage your personal emotions so they don't affect your colleagues." She quickly bowed her head in thanks and turned to leave, lost in her thoughts. As she walked, she accidentally tripped over a trash can. Before she could fall, a pair of hands reached out and caught her. "Are you okay?" came a concerned voice from behind her. The familiar voice of the department head echoed in her ears. This was the first time Jiwan had come face to face with the department head, standing so close to him. Jiwan replied that she was fine, pushed the department head away, and hurriedly ran off. Jinhyuk just silently watched her, saying nothing. After tossing the documents onto her desk, Jiwan thought to herself that she had to get out of there. Perhaps reliving this hellish time was her punishment. But she absolutely couldn't just accept it like this. She left, leaving her colleagues in shock. In the elevator, Jiwan still couldn't believe she was back in this time, with even some things that weren't part of her past life's memories. What on earth does the universe want by bringing me back here, she wondered. The image of her earlier moment with the department head flashed in her mind. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone asking her something. It turned out the elevator doors had opened, and her colleagues were asking if she was getting off. She quickly apologized and stepped out. In her haste, she tripped over the elevator door. This time, no one was quick enough to catch her. She remembered that in her past life, she had also fallen in front of Jinhyuk, and he hadn't caught her then either. Why is it like this today, she thought. At that moment, her colleagues worriedly asked if she was okay. Jae-won, feeling all mixed up, thanked them and ran out of the company as fast as she could. This time, she didn't trip at the door. She sprinted away from that suffocating place, and it wasn't until she was outside that she finally stopped to catch her breath. Jiwon gazed at the cherry blossoms blooming around her. It reminded her of the day she had left the hospital. Still a bit dazed, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from that jerk Park Min-wan. Naturally, Jiwan coldly hung up on him. She snapped her phone shut and turned towards the bus stop. She still wondered if today was just a dream. But why was it 10 years ago, the very year I married that scumbag Park Min-hwan? This dream felt too strange. Just then, her phone buzzed again. This time it was from department head Jinhuk, not the other guy, so she answered. On the other end, he informed her that he had sent some additional documents and reminded her to check them when she got back to work. Her mood was sour, so she only gave casual replies. "Tomorrow at work," he added. Without thinking, she replied, "Tomorrow is Sunday." Realizing her mistake, she apologized and quickly hung up the phone, feeling embarrassed. Jiwan wondered if tomorrow would still come for her. Suddenly, she discovered something intriguing in her pocket. Astonished, she pulled it out to take a look. She was taken aback by what she saw. The cash and candy she had received from the driver who took her back to the apartment. Tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't just some magic trick or illusion. It was her dad's final gift to her. She silently thanked her dad, realizing she really had travelled back 10 years in time. This must be his way of giving me another chance, she thought. She bowed her head, silently promising to live a new life filled with joy and happiness. Maybe her dad was hoping for that too. Meanwhile, back at the company, Park Min-hwan was glued to his phone, frustrated. He had called Jiwan countless times, but she just wouldn't pick up. Why is she acting so different all of a sudden? He couldn't understand what was going on with her, and she had even left her bag behind. At that moment, Jo Soo-min, sitting across from him, curiously asked if he had managed to reach Jiwan. Min-hwan sighed and said it was no use. Jiwan was clearly upset about something. He planned to clock out soon and go find her, plus bring her bag back. Seeing his concern, Soo-min suggested they swing by Jiwan's favourite chicken joint after work to grab some takeout for her. "She'll totally love it," Soo-min said with a smile. Min-hwan happily agreed. Just then, the department head voiced his annoyance from the back. "Park Min-hwan, if you're still in the work zone, it's time to focus on the task at hand." His boss's words instantly had the two scrambling to apologize. Back at her seat, Soo-min pulled out her phone, scrolling through the messages she had sent to Jiwan, all unread. Her innocent face now twisted with resentment. Is she really ignoring all my messages? She wondered bitterly. Outside, it was a sun-soaked day full of bright vibes. Jiwan returned to her apartment, and as she entered her password, she suddenly realized it was still set to Park Min-hwan's birthday. "I need to change this right away," she thought. She quickly switched it up, then swung the door open and stepped inside. The familiar house appeared before her, but the first thing she saw were two framed photos of her with Min-han and Soo-min. Next to them was a plush duck bear, a friendship token that Soo-min had once gifted her, saying, "Whatever I like, you like too." Little did Jiwon know back then that Soo-min liked more than just plush toys. She liked her boyfriend too. Looking back, all the guys Jiwon had a crush on eventually confessed to Soo-min. But now she couldn't care less about any of that. For Jiwon, money was her priority. She tossed the photos and stuffed bear into the trash without a second thought. She then went into her room and dug out her savings book. Money. That's what I need now more than anything. She regretted not paying more attention to finances during her first run at life. I should have memorized some lottery numbers or stock trends. But now she had to deal with her debt and start making money. Suddenly she remembered how, back then, Park Min-hwan had a knack for making any stock he touched soar. I could use that to my advantage. This was a once-in-a-lifetime money-making opportunity. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a message from Min-han saying he'd bring over fried chicken and chat for a bit. Jiwon was taken aback. Fried chicken? She had always found it nauseating whenever he mentioned fried chicken before, so why was he suddenly offering to buy it for her now? She decided it was time to move out, but before that she needed to deal with Min-hwan and Soo-min. Jiwon texted Min-hwan back, setting up a meeting with him and Soo-min at the bar near her place. Park Min-hwan was taken aback when he received such a short message from Jiwon. What on earth is going on, he wondered. trying to figure out what had caused her to act this way. As he stared at his phone, his boss, Jinhuk, reminded him to finish the report he had been assigned. Minhwan reluctantly dropped his phone and handed the report over to his boss. However, his report was quickly torn apart, and he could only bow his head in apology. Jinhuk coldly reminded him to focus on his work. "The office isn't a place for you to do homework," he said, tossing the report onto the table. Minhwan was furious, but he could only mutter under his breath, "Jinhuk, that guy only got his position through connections." Across the table, Jo Soo-min winked and handed him a note inviting him out for drinks after work. Minhwan thought to himself, "Soo-min really knows how to brighten people's moods. She's just so adorable." He quickly wrote a note back to Soo-min, telling her that Jiwan had invited everyone for drinks near her place after work. Soo-min sweetly smiled in agreement, but inside she was silently fuming, cursing Jiwan for ignoring her messages. Minhwan decided to go down and tidy up the car first. Jiwan's used to my messy car, but Soo-min's different. In that moment, he realized Jiwan didn't act like a typical girl at all. Meanwhile, Jiwan was standing in front of her wardrobe, unable to believe how she had dressed 10 years ago. How did I not see it? Everything she owned was just outdated button-up shirts. She hadn't even bothered with makeup and always tied her hair in a ponytail, wearing oversized glasses that completely hid her beauty. Since today would be the last party with her boyfriend and best friend, she couldn't afford to go out looking like this. Jiwan picked up her curling iron and plugged it in. Just then, her phone buzzed with a new message, but because it was resting on the edge of the table, the phone slipped and fell to the floor. Jiwan reached down to pick up the phone, but just as her hand was about to touch it, she froze. A memory from the past suddenly came rushing back. She remembered sitting at her vanity, turning on the curling iron when a message had come in. The phone had dropped, and as she bent down to pick it up, her hand got caught in the cord, causing the curling iron to fall and burn her wrist. This time, however, Jiwan was careful. She picked up the phone gently, and her wrist remained unharmed. It was as if she had learned from her past mistake. The realization hit her. Fate could be changed. On her phone was a message from Minhwan, saying he was on his way and that he had a gift for her. A gift? Jiwan thought back, rummaging through her memories. That day, Minhwan and Soo-min had brought beer and fried chicken. Back then, she hadn't realized how well those two clicked together. A plan started forming in Jiwan's mind. If they liked each other so much, then let Soo-min marry Park Minhwan in my place. She arrived at the bar early to wait for the others. She hadn't even taken more than a few sips of her drink when she heard someone calling her name. It was Minhwan and Soo-min, the lovey-dovey couple arriving together. Soo-min cheerfully suggested that she would treat everyone to drinks today. Minhwan explained that Soo-min had come here out of concern for her. Soo-min asked Jiwan how she was doing, pretending to be concerned. Jiwan couldn't stand her fake worry, so she casually replied, "Just to get it over with." She ordered food and asked the other two if they wanted anything else. Minhwan, noticing a dish on the menu, asked Soo-min if she could eat that one, suggesting they order something different. Soo-min just smiled and said, "I like everything Jiwan likes." Jiwan noticed the earrings Soo-min was wearing. Soo-min had given her a pair just like them, and Jiwan had worn them without realizing they didn't suit her at all. In front of Jiwan, Soo-min chatted with Minhwan without a care in the world. Minhwan remarked that he was surprised the two were such close friends, since they looked so different from each other. Soo-min grinned and said, "Jiwan had no friends growing up, so she always clung to me. Because she was petite, she could only wear clothes like this." Then Soo-min turned to Jiwan and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked that Jiwan was as big as a giant. Her words stung more and more, crossing the line. Soo-min placed her hand in Minhwan's and explained that his hand was so big, almost like Jiwan's. Soo-min laughed and said she wanted to be like Jiwan, a beautiful giant standing in front of the demon Minhwan. Jiwan calmly sipped her drink, unfazed. Then she spoke up, hinting that their portions were the same. She asked, "What were you doing while you were growing up like this?" Sumin, flustered by the question, quickly changed the subject and raised her glass with Minhwan. The three of them toasted to their first time drinking together. Jiwan wasn't interested in clinking glasses with this couple. She silently watched their fake camaraderie. Soon, the boneless chicken was served, and Sumin exclaimed it looked gross. Minhwan asked her if she had just said she liked it. Sumin, trying to cover, quickly replied, "Well, if Jiwan likes it, then everyone must like it, right?" She complimented Jiwan, saying she ate so well and that it must be delicious. Jiwan calmly called her out. "You called for chicken the last time we ate together and even ordered 3 bottles of soju." Sumin's face turned awkward, forcing a smile and asking if she really had done that. At that moment, the staff brought out the fish cake soup, but a drunken man stumbled by, knocking into the server and causing the hot soup to splash everywhere. The scalding liquid landed all over Jiwan's hand. She instinctively hugged her injured hand, wincing in pain. The server rushed over, apologizing profusely and quickly going to fetch ice and ointment. Sumin asked if Jiwan was okay, reaching out to check her injury, but Jiwan pushed her hand away. Sumin was utterly shocked. Jiwan coldly stood up, saying she was going to the restroom for a bit. Inside, she anxiously rinsed the burn under cold water. Her mood was foul as she thought about the strange coincidences that kept happening. Why didn't I fall in the office this afternoon but still tripped on the elevator stairs? The burn on her hand was eerily similar to the one she got from a hair straightener 10 years ago. Could it be that in this lifetime I still couldn't escape marrying that jerk Minhwan? Is it true that what's meant to be will be? Jiwan thought, as she turned off the tap, determined not to let that happen. Returning to the dining table, Sumin was still using alcohol to act out. She was getting bolder, pretending to be cute in front of Minhwan. Jiwan knew all too well that Sumin was putting on a show. 1 drink and Sumin would be flushed, while she could handle 3 or 4 bottles without breaking a sweat. However, Jiwan didn't bother to expose her. Suddenly, Sumin asked Minhwan what he liked about Jiwan. Minhwan smiled, praising Jiwan for being kind, smart, and very capable, saying she was a great match for him. Sumin chimed in, nodding in agreement, claiming she had a good eye for people. Jiwan silently scoffed. The two of them were such a perfect match in their eyes. Sumin smiled cutely, opening her mouth to ask Jiwan for a piece of fish cake. Jiwan's expression turned icy as she stuffed a huge piece into Sumin's mouth, making her choke. Oh, how the tables have turned, Jiwan thought. She activated her acting skills, asking if Sumin was okay. "I told you to eat slowly, you seem pretty tipsy. Let me call a taxi for you to head home." Sumin hurriedly explained she wasn't drunk at all, but Jiwan wasn't having it. Without hesitation, she forcibly pulled Sumin up and pushed her into a taxi. As soon as the door slammed shut, the car sped off. Jiwan felt a rush of liberation. She had been so cowardly in the past. She could have easily kicked Sumin out like this, but had lived like a fool, letting her bully her. Minhwan sat in the cafe, feeling regretful, as he realized how happy he had been when Sumin was around. Jiwan had never been that charming to him. Jiwan returned to her seat, and Minhwan still asked about Sumin. He even complimented Sumin's cuteness in front of Jiwan. Jiwan didn't care. She told him to drink more, since tomorrow was the weekend anyway. While pouring the wine, she accidentally splashed it onto her own glasses. Giving Minhwan a sly smile, she deliberately took off her glasses right in front of him. He was dazzled, praising Jiwan for looking stunning without her glass. He even suggested she should consider surgery. Jiwan smiled, weighing her options. "Should I wait for a raise or dive into buying stocks?" She casually asked Minhwan if he could give her a little lesson on stocks. As soon as stocks were mentioned, Minhwan perked up with excitement. When it came to stocks, he could talk endlessly, like a never-ending blockbuster. After finishing their meal, Minhwan was driving Jiwan home. She thanked him for bringing her bag back to her. Little did she know he took the initiative to plant a sweet kiss on her forehead, wishing her a good night. Jiwan suppressed her disgust, urging him to hurry back. After stepping into the house, she slumped onto the sofa feeling utterly drained. The phone was playing a recording of Minhwan talking about stocks. Jiwan flashed a satisfied smile. This compensation will be received in full, not a single penny short. The next morning, Jiwan texted Minhwan, telling him she was still feeling tired and would be staying home to rest, promising to reschedule their date for another time. Then she lost interest, clapping the phone shut and stashing it in her pocket. She strolled into the bookstore, hoping to grab some guidebooks on stocks. She stood there for quite a while, contemplating, but the books were packed with so much industry jargon that she couldn't wrap her head around any of it. Still on the hunt for more basic reads, she spotted a book that looked pretty straightforward, but when she reached up to grab it, it was just out of her grasp. What kind of book is stacked so high, Jiwan thought. I'm already over 1.7 meters tall and still can't reach it. How is anyone else supposed to grab it? Suddenly, a hand reached out, helping her grab the book. Jiwan turned around to thank the person, but to her surprise, it was none other than the department head, Jinhuk. He held the book in his hand and curiously asked her if she was planning to quit her job. Jiwan was taken aback by the question. She stammered, at a loss for words. Jinhuk calmly asked again if she was considering quitting her job. Jiwan quickly composed herself and reached out to grab the book. She explained that she wasn't planning to quit, but had noticed Park Min-hwan getting into stock investments and was thinking about trying her hand at it too. Little did she know, Jinhook's expression turned sour. Why on earth did I run into the department head here, she thought, and why did I have to provoke him? She quickly made up an excuse, claiming that she had already picked out her books and wanted to leave early. But then Jinhuk suddenly asked if she was planning to meet Park Min-hwan. Jiwan forced a smile and replied that she wouldn't be meeting Min-hwan today. She also asked if he could keep their meeting a secret from the other staff. Jinhuk raised an eyebrow and asked why he should do that. Jiwan hesitated and explained that she had told Min-hwan she was sick. He asked if she was really unwell, to which she smiled and replied that she was perfectly fine. It was just the weekend and she wanted some time alone. Jinhuk seemed about to say something, but when Jiwan asked, he simply said it was nothing. He turned as if looking for a book on the shelf and told her to head home, saying they would see each other at the office tomorrow. Jiwan prepared to leave, but couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to have something more to say. Suddenly, he glanced up and complimented her earrings, saying they suited her well, unlike the previous pair. Jiwan was taken aback. Those earrings were likely the ones Sumin had given her as a friendship token. She remembered that the department head had also mentioned that the previous earrings didn't suit her. She politely bowed to thank him and asked to leave first. For some reason, she felt a strange discomfort in her heart, but didn't dwell on it. She didn't notice Jinhuk watching her thoughtfully from behind. The next day, after arriving at work, Jiwan looked at the clock, which showed just past 7, and noticed the office was completely empty. She sighed, realizing this was the first time she had come to work so early. Suddenly, she spotted Jinhuk, who had been there for who knows how long. Curiously, she walked over to him and saw that he was sitting with his eyes closed, looking like he was in a deep sleep. She pulled the curtain shut, commenting that if he was tired, he could have come in a bit later. She stared at him, realizing his skin looked even better up close. Without his glasses, he looked just as handsome. Jinhuk suddenly opened his eyes, surprised to see Jiwan standing so close. He asked if she was really at work this early. Jiwan jumped a little, then laughed and replied that she was making up for leaving early last Friday. She quickly returned to her desk and fired up her computer. As she did, she recalled what Park Min-hwan had said about the pharmaceutical company, GA. Right now, the stock was priced at 8,001, and if she remembered correctly, this stock was about to pass its review. In a month, the price would skyrocket 6-fold. Now was the perfect time to cash in on some investments. So focused was she that she didn't notice Jinhuk had sneakily crept up behind her. He said it was convenient to grab breakfast, so he got her coffee and a morning meal. Jinhuk hesitated instinctively, preparing to decline, but then she paused. If she wanted to change, she should stop this habitual rejection. She decided to flash a bright smile and thank him. Thanks for treating me to food. From now on, she would embrace life and welcome the care of others. Jinhuk furrowed his brow in silence as if taken aback by something. Then he turned and told her to keep working before walking away. Jiwan was left feeling bewildered. Did he just blow up? It's true they were getting closer, but she still couldn't quite grasp his character. She turned back to the computer, shaking off what had just happened. Forget about it. There was something far more important going on right now. It was 8:23 a.m., and she had just finished the breakfast that the boss had picked up for her. Then, diving into the stock market with a sprinkle of fun, she started investing in GA Pharmaceuticals. She snatched up 2,500 shares, investing 20 million won like a true stock market superstar. Just then, Assistant Jane arrived at the company, ready to steal the spotlight. Department head Kim also showed up and chatted with the manager in the meeting room. Next up was the dynamic duo, the handsome guy and the green tea, who just so happened to bump into each other right outside the company gate. Sumin casually asked why Jiwan had arrived so early, but she coldly replied that, at the office, she should call her assistant Kong. Sumin shyly apologized to Jiwan. Minan, standing on the sidelines, disagreed, saying that no matter what, they were still best buddies and there was no need to be so stiff like that. Jiwan didn't even look at him, remaining focused on her computer as she told him he should pay more attention while at the office. Manhwa seemed oblivious to Jiwan's unusual behavior. He chuckled and inquired why she was sipping on an Americano today instead of her usual cappuccino. Jiwan kept a straight face, sipping her coffee. "This is a gift from my boss," she said, then added, 10 years ago, I was all about sweet treats like cappuccinos, while the boss was the only one who enjoyed the bitter notes of an Americano. No matter how bitter it gets, I still prefer sipping on an Americano. What did someone like Park Man-won even have to say about that? Jiwan stood up, pretending to stroll past Park Man-won's desk. He was currently in the peak phase of stock acquisition, and she wasn't about to let him rake in all the profits alone. Jiwan glanced at his computer screen and saw him selling shares of GA Pharmaceuticals. She was taken aback. Why on earth was he selling at this moment? Could it be that the future had changed? What on earth was his reasoning for selling those shares? They were supposed to skyrocket 5-fold in a month. What was going on? The only fate she wanted to change was her own. 10 years ago he had invested in GA Pharmaceuticals, and the profits had multiplied. But why had she just seen him sell a total of 3,500 shares? Why was this happening right after she bought those shares? Jiwan bit her lip, completely puzzled by Park Min-hwan's calculations. Suddenly, Min-hwan asked what was wrong, startling Jiwan. She forced a smile and said it was nothing, reminding him that the stock price of GA Pharmaceuticals was on the rise. Park Man-hwan shrugged it off, saying he had already made a bit of profit and sold everything. Just last weekend he had caught wind of some favourable news. There were whispers that M-Dub Technology would partner with ET Electronics, and he was sure it would explode soon. As Park Man-hwan rambled on about the intel he had gathered, Jiwan was lost in thought. A company like M-Dub, even one as clueless about stocks as her, was well known after introducing new technology in mobile phones. The stock price had skyrocketed in no time, only for the CEO to flee abroad a month later, causing massive losses for investors. But why was he planning to invest in such a company now? After grabbing the documents, Park Man-hwan winked at her, saying he was sharing this news with her alone and that she shouldn't tell anyone. He left, leaving Jiwon deep in thought. If things that never happened in the past were to occur, it meant a different future would unfold. The futures of those involved would also shift. She rolled up her sleeve to check the time. If the events from the past were to unfold, could it be said that she had snatched away someone's luck? She had to find out, but how should she go about it? Min-hwan returned to his desk. Jiwan approached and asked if he wasn't going to have lunch. He replied that he was just about to go eat. She smiled and told him she was also planning to grab a bite, asking if he wanted to join her. Moments later, Jiwan, Park Man-hwan and Sumin stood in front of the elevator. Sumin cheerfully remarked that it seemed like this was the first time the three of them were having lunch together at the office. Park Man-hwan was surprised and asked why she was inviting them to lunch today. Didn't she usually avoid having others gossip about her love life at work? So they had never eaten together before. Just a moment ago she had been laughing and inviting him to join her, yet Jiwan remained pensive and silent. Noticing her silence, Sumin asked if Jiwan had just bought that shirt, saying she had never seen her wear it before. She smirked and complimented her, saying the shirt looked great and really suited her. Jiwan merely smirked back, thanking her. In that moment, she was thinking that in just a little while, the white shirt she had just been complimented on would be drenched in soup, turning it into a filthy mess in the company cafeteria. The three of them stood in line to choose their meals. Sumin cheerfully told the chefs that she loved kimchi soup and asked for a generous serving. The chef happily obliged, serving her a full bowl of kimchi soup, while she smiled and thanked him. Jiwan, standing next to her, coldly said she only needed a little soup. After getting their food, she and Sumin went ahead to find a table to sit at. Sumin, carrying a heaping plate of rice, pretended to look around for a table. Jiwan silently counted down the seconds, preparing for the moment when Sumin would spill the soup all over her. She noticed Sumin smiling mischievously. Then, Sumin suddenly turned around, pretending to smile at Jiwan, intending to dump the entire bowl of soup all over her. Jiwan had anticipated this, so she swiftly dodged to the side. As everyone could see, Park Min-ju, standing behind, caught the full brunt of the food that Sumin intended for Jiwan. He turned pale, speechless. Sumin babbled apologies, confused about why he was standing there. She was in a panic, unsure of what to do. Park Min-hwan forced a smile and said it was fine. Thankfully, the soup wasn't too hot. But deep down, he was lamenting the loss of his shirt, worth over 1,000,000 won, trying not to lose his cool because it was Sumin. On the flip side, Sumin was asked if she got burned. She said she was fine, claiming she didn't see Jiwan, and that's why she turned back and accidentally spilled the soup all over him. Jiwan stood to the side, watching the two people checking on each other with a frosty expression. She told Sumin to stop lingering around and hurry up to grab some tissues. Surprised, Sumin pointed at herself and asked if she really had to go get them. Jiwan casually remarked, "You've spilled it all over him, so if it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" She then set the tray down on the table and turned around to go grab something. Jiwan turned to ask if Park Min-hwan was okay, pretending to lament that this was his favorite shirt, making sure Sumin, who was walking ahead, could hear. "This is the very shirt I gifted him on our 1-year anniversary." Sumin stormed off with a twisted expression, fuming as she grabbed a tissue. When she brought the tissue back, Park Min-hwan was nowhere to be found. Jiwan simply mentioned that he had gone to the restroom. "You should just chill and sit tight while I go wash my hands." As Jiwan was washing her hands, you could hear someone calling from the next room. Jiwan paused for a moment, then turned back to ask if the person calling her was indeed talking to her. The person inside confirmed, saying they wanted to ask her for a favor. Jiwan instantly understood what the person was craving. She quickly reassured them, saying she would be right there with it in a moment. The people inside buzzed with gratitude for her. Later, Jiwan brought some goodies to the girl inside the room, making sure to bring an extra shirt to avoid any awkward moments. The girl could only express her heartfelt gratitude to Jiwan, feeling lucky to have her by her side. Without her, she wouldn't have known what to do. When she opened the door and saw Jiwan, the girl genuinely brightened, showering her with endless thanks. The girl, whose phone had died and who hadn't eaten yet, explained that the place felt like a ghost town and she was worried about getting stuck, which was giving her serious anxiety. It turned out the girl was Hyuni, who had started working with Young-soo a month ago. Hyuni was still smiling and thanking Jiwan profusely, mentioning that there were people who came before, but when she asked for help, they all just ghosted her. Jiwan asked if Hyuni wanted to grab a bite together, since she hadn't eaten yet. Hyuni's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instantly agreed. The two of them chatted away as they made their way back to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Sumin was having a lively chat with Park Man-hwan about how she's always ready to lend a helping hand. She mentioned that since childhood she's been super busy worrying about Jiwan. She also added that Jiwan wasn't really a social butterfly back in school, just to fill him in. Park Man-hwan praised her, saying she truly is a good person. Sumin, trying to reclaim her image in front of Park Man-won, suddenly recalled that 10 minutes ago she had gone to the restroom to grab some tissues for him. She yanked the paper angrily, feeling humiliated by Jiwan, who had just been staring at her, making her look like a complete fool. If it were before, Jiwan would have automatically brought tissues, so why had she suddenly been acting so differently lately? Just then, someone knocked on the door, calling out to see who was outside, hoping to get her assistance. Jiwan, already fuming from the earlier incident, felt her face scrunch up in annoyance. She ignored the question and dramatically swung the door open, stepping outside. Right now, it felt like they were bringing up the time she helped someone stuck in the bathroom to win Park Man-hwan's favor. Just when the fun was getting started, Jiwan made her comeback. Next to her was Hyun, carrying a plate of food. Jiwan smiled at Sumin and asked what they were chatting about. Sumin was flustered when she saw Hyun arrive. Hyun cheerfully greeted her and Park Man-hwan, and everyone was on board with having another person join the group. Jiwan cheerfully invited Hyun to take a seat across from her, and Hyun happily agreed, wishing everyone a delicious meal. Sumin felt uneasy. Why was Hyun so confident when they were the same age? Was it just because of her face? Park Man-hwan sat next to them and asked how Jiwan and Hyun had suddenly become so close without him even knowing. Hyun cheerfully mentioned that Jiwan had just helped her out with a few things. Then she noticed his shirt was stained and asked if he was okay, since it looked quite pricey. Park Man-hwan just smiled and said it was no big deal, just a shirt after all. Jiwan, gripping her chopsticks tightly, listened. The gift she had given him, and he treated it so lightly. Sumin quickly changed the topic, saying that Hyun must be really hungry, wondering how a girl could possibly eat that much. But Hyun didn't care. She just thought that if she wanted to achieve something big, whether she was a girl or a boy, she had to eat a lot, just like her grandfather said. Sumin pretended to laugh and said, "Your grandfather must have done something really grand, huh?" However, Hyun seemed oblivious to the jab, munching away while sharing stories about her grandfather selling bean sprouts, tofu, and even kimchi soup. Sumin looked down on her, realizing it was just selling side dishes. Jiwan on the side was surprised, wondering if Hyun was genuinely kind or just clueless. After everyone finished eating, Park Man-won said he had to leave early, and Jiwan mentioned she would go grab some coffee, asking the two if they wanted anything. Hyun immediately offered to go by herself. Jiwan declined, suggesting they could go together another time, saying she couldn't let a junior treat her since she was a senior. Sumin then linked arms with Jiwan, asking her to get a hot cappuccino, acting all grateful. Jiwan swiftly shook her off and turned to Hyun, asking what she wanted to drink. Hyun smiled and said she wanted an iced Americano, promising to treat Jiwan next time. Jiwan smiled back and told them to go ahead. She would catch up later, then turned and walked away coldly. Sumin awkwardly waved goodbye to Jiwan, then turned to Hyun, pointing at the jacket she was wearing and asking if it belonged to Jiwan. "When did you get so close to Jiwan? You two have never even talked at the company, but here you are together at the cafeteria. It's quite surprising." Hyun, pressing the elevator button, explained that she had just happened to get stuck in the restroom, and Jiwan helped her out. She even lent her a jacket, which was enough for Jiwan to be her savior. Sumin was taken aback, realizing that the person stuck in the restroom earlier was Hyun. She worried whether Hyun recognized her voice from before. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying Jiwan just liked to meddle in other people's business. "She only does that for strangers," she warned Hyun, not to trust Jiwan too much since she had known her for a long time. "I'm just looking out for you," she added. Hyun, coldly remarking, said, "Actually, it's you who's meddling in other people's affairs. If you like to meddle so much, why didn't you speak up earlier and say you didn't want to help someone stuck?" Hyun stepped into the elevator, completely ignoring Sumin's stiff expression. She pressed the close button and casually asked, "Aren't you coming in?" And, just like that, she went up. Sumin stood frozen in place, panic gripping her as she realized Hyun had recognized her voice and all the lies she had spun. If those rumors spread throughout the company, what would she do? Suddenly, the voice of manager Kim rang out from behind, asking Sumin what she was doing standing there. She quickly hatched a plan to use him to get Hyun out of the company before her secrets were exposed. Sumin tossed her hair, smiling at the manager and complimenting his beautiful tie. He chuckled and said he would only wear that tie to work, praising her for making the company feel more vibrant. He rambled on about how the female employees in the office were quite dull, while Sumin was not only beautiful but also feminine. Sumin giggled, saying she had been feeling a bit tired lately, but his words were like a boost of energy for her. Hearing this, he became flustered, worried about what was bothering Sumin, and assured her he would help her sort it out. Sumin pretended everything was fine, deliberately trying to elicit his sympathy. She sidled closer to manager Kim, whispering in his ear and asking if he would like to go out for drinks after work to chat with her. Meanwhile, Jiwan was ordering drinks at the cafe, and while waiting for her order, she suddenly remembered that the manager hadn't gone out for lunch, so she ordered some snacks for him as well. She thought about how the future had changed, with Park Man-won selling off all his most valuable shares, and how Jo Soo-min had spilled soup on his shirt instead of Jiwan's. It meant she could snatch away someone else's luck. Jiwan smiled softly, imagining that assumptions could become reality, and reality would inevitably become the norm. If one could foresee the future, would that create a better world than before? In this life, she was determined not to let anyone take away anything that belonged to her. After grabbing her coffee, Jiwan headed back to her office, surprised to find no one had left yet. She glanced over at manager Kim's desk, taking soft steps closer to him. There he was, peacefully napping in his chair. Jiwan wondered if he used to sleep this much too. As she spoke, she placed the cereal cup she'd bought for him on the table, softly urging him to drink it. He had looked perfectly fine in the morning, but now he seemed really exhausted. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. It turned out to be Park Man-hwan, furious and glaring as he pulled her along with him. Jiwan was taken aback and yanked her hand away from him, shouting at him to let go. Then, a large hand grabbed Park Man-hwan's hand and yanked it away. It was none other than manager Jinhuk, who had woken up at some point and was now glaring at Park Man-hwan. Park Man-hwan stammered when he saw Jinhuk. Jiwan was also stunned to see him come to her aid. With a serious expression, Jinhuk asked Park Man-hwan what he was trying to do. After recovering from his shock, Park Man-hwan retorted that he wasn't doing anything. He just wanted to have a private chat with Jiwan. Jinhuk wasn't backing down, though. He stated that even though it was lunchtime, this place still belonged to the company, and if there were private matters to discuss, they could wait until after work. The two exchanged heated words, sparks flying in the air, while Jiwon just gazed in disbelief. Jinhuk then turned, grabbed the cup of water she'd left on the table, thanked her for the drink and walked away. Jiwon stood there, deep in thought, wondering why the manager had helped her. Maybe he was just annoyed that someone had disturbed him while he was sleeping. Suddenly she turned around and found Park Man-hwan gritting his teeth, glaring at her. He mumbled that they would talk after work. Jiwon shivered, feeling scared at his expression. It reminded her of the time he had yelled at her when she suggested a divorce. He had said her existence made his life miserable and that marrying her was just out of pity. How dare someone like her suggest a divorce? He had said it with a fierce demeanor, and thinking about it now made her tremble all over. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on her shoulder from behind. Thankfully, it was Assistant Jang. She smiled and asked Jiwan if they could talk for a moment. Assistant Jang brewed her a cup of peppermint tea to help her unwind, and kindly asked if something was bothering Jiwan. Earlier, she had noticed that Jiwan's face looked pale. Jiwan simply replied that it might be due to overworking herself. Assistant Jang chuckled, saying it was because Jiwan worked too hard. She suggested Jiwan take a break now and then, just like she had prioritized her own health after having her baby. Jiwan suddenly remembered that Assistant Jang had returned to work not long after her maternity leave, but soon resigned. Worried, she asked if Jang was doing okay these days. Jang replied that she was fine, though a bit anxious because team leader Kim wouldn't leave her alone. He used the excuse that he had to endure hardships while she was on leave, so now he treated her like a workhorse. She added that she was lucky to have talented colleagues like Jiwan, which allowed her to learn a lot. Then, playfully, she told Jiwan not to suffer in silence. Whenever she felt tired, she should just let Jang know because they were colleagues. At that moment, she brewed Jiwan another warm cup of tea. Jiwan held the cup tightly, bowing her head shyly as she thanked Jang, wondering why she hadn't realized 10 years ago what a wonderful colleague had been by her side all along. After finishing their tea, they headed back to the office and ran into Hyun. She was still smiling and thanked Jiwan for buying her coffee. Assistant Jang also asked how Hyun was doing with her internship. Hyun cheerfully replied that everything was going great, with plenty of seniors offering help. Then she turned to ask about Assistant Jang's child, wondering if she had grown a lot by now. Assistant Jang happily showed them pictures of her daughter, and the three of them chatted animatedly, though Assistant Jang still felt sad about having to send her little one away while she was still so young. She knew she had to work hard to provide for her child. While the three of them were engrossed in looking at pictures of Jang's daughter, Sumin and team leader Kim returned to the office. Jiwan and the others noticed them immediately, and the atmosphere shifted. People quickly scattered to their tasks. Even as Sumin returned to her desk, she wondered what everyone had been huddling together about, laughing so much. Could they have been talking about her? She glanced at Jiwan, frowning, thinking to herself, no way, could she really be chatting and laughing with someone else like that? How could that even be possible? Before long, it was time to clock out. The manager stood up and said everyone had worked hard, so they should finish up their tasks and log off. People got up, tidied their things, and exchanged goodbyes, promising to see each other tomorrow. Jiwan anxiously left her desk, worried whether Park Min-hun was following her. Manager Hyuk quietly watched her retreating figure from behind. Jiwan entered the restroom and nervously checked her phone for the message Jo Sumin had just sent her. It mentioned she had something to take care of and left early. Scrolling down, Jiwan saw a message from Park Man-hwan saying he was waiting for her at the company entrance and to call him when she came out. She had been in there for 20 minutes. He must have left by now, right? Jiwan tried to calm herself, telling herself not to be scared anymore. After all, she wasn't the gullible girl she used to be. If she wanted to avoid another stroke of bad luck, she had to start by changing herself. As she stepped outside, she immediately ran into the manager. He wondered why she was just now finishing up. Jiwan was surprised he hadn't left yet either. He simply replied that he had some business in the management department, which was why he was still there. The conversation ended, and Jiwan pressed the elevator button. The doors opened, and the two of them stepped inside in silence. Jiwan was still very anxious. What if Park Min-hwan was still waiting for her? She absolutely did not want to run into him. Meanwhile, Jinhuk suddenly spoke up, saying if it was convenient, he could give her a ride home since they were leaving at the same time. Once they reached the car, Jinhuk asked where she lived. Jinwon couldn't bring herself to look at him, replying that her place was in a quieter area, but he could just drop her off nearby. As Jinwon fumbled around, she noticed a designer lipstick by the car door. So, the manager had a girlfriend already. Actually, that wasn't too surprising. As the car approached the checkpoint to exit, Jiwon spotted Park Man-hwan still waiting at the door for her. He was leaning against a car, staring intently at his phone. As the school van rolled by, he suddenly looked up, his curiosity piqued. Jiwon, tense in the car, raised her hand to shield her face, fearing he might catch a glimpse of her. The car glided smoothly past him. Jiwon was taken aback, then glanced at Jinhuk, who noticed how she kept covering her face with her hands. She softly replied with a thank you, her heart whispering a sigh of relief. That was close, she thought, feeling like she had almost been caught in a drama. Later, Jinhuk escorted her all the way home, stepping up to open the door for her. Goodbye and see you tomorrow, superstar, he said. She shyly greeted him back before heading up to her room. Jinhuk stayed behind for a moment, watching her head to her room before getting into the car. He sat there quietly for a while, and when he saw her room light up, his phone rang. The call was from a girl, asking why he hadn't clocked out yet. She wondered what was going on, since he had been so distracted lately. He casually replied, "I can't make it today, so you'll have to handle things on your own." Without giving her a chance to react, he hung up. The car sat quietly, parked outside Jiwan's place. Meanwhile, Jo Sumin was having a drink with the head of the team, Kim. Her expression was one of pure discontent, secretly blaming the cheap, cloying scent of his cologne that clung to her like an unwanted sidekick. While Jiwan was out on a date with that handsome guy in designer clothes, here she was, stuck sitting with this smelly old man. The head of the committee, blissfully unaware of her inner musings, finished his drink and began complimenting her, saying that sipping wine with a beauty like her was simply a match made in heaven. He suggested they grab drinks together more often. Jo Sumin playfully covered her mouth while laughing at him, masking her true feelings. At that moment, he asked her if she had something on her mind, encouraging her to share her thoughts. She simply said it was a small complaint of hers, then grabbed the bottle of wine from the table. Seeing the head of the committee smile, she thought to herself, if we down a few more drinks, maybe he'll spill some juicy details. While pouring a generous glass of wine for him, she casually mentioned Hyeni and assistant Jan, deliberately implying that they weren't fond of her. She pretended to be a damsel in distress, claiming that they had no right to treat her this way. She said she wanted to snap back at them, but if she decided to quit, he shouldn't take it to heart. The head of the committee, hearing this, immediately blew a gasket. He snapped that Sumin wasn't taking a break and that he would handle them himself. In the company, with the chairman, he couldn't do anything, but here, he was the number one. Sumin smiled and thanked him, but she didn't forget to add a little fuel to the fire, saying she really wanted to get along with everyone, but that they were being too harsh on her. The head of the department comforted her, suggesting she drown her sorrows in some drinks tonight, and assured her he'd handle everything else. He then turned to cheerfully clink glasses with her. Sumin took a sip of her drink and shot a glance at him. She secretly smiled to herself, thinking how foolish and easily manipulated he was. Now, all she had to do was sit back and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, at home, Jiwan had just finished her shower, towel in hand while scrolling through her phone. On her screen was a message from Sumin, pretending to care, asking why Jiwan had turned off her phone. She even mentioned how Jiwan had been making her sad lately, but that she still cherished her, wishing her a good night and saying they'd meet again tomorrow. Then came the missed calls from Park Manhwa, who was really starting to get on her nerves. Just as Jiwan was about to change her number, her phone rang again. Park Manhwa was calling. Reluctantly, Jiwan answered. The first thing he asked was where she was. She replied calmly that she was at home and asked if he needed something. Park Manhwa sounded shocked and incredulous, asking when she had gotten home. He insisted he would come over to talk, but Jiwan declined, saying they could talk over the phone. She was really tired. After a pause, he asked why she had bought coffee for Jinhuk today, something she never did. She explained that Jinhuk had bought her coffee in the morning, so she was just returning the favor. Park Manhwa still wouldn't let it go, questioning why Jinhua would buy her coffee in the first place. Jiwan tightened her grip on the towel and countered, asking if he would drink coffee alone if they were the only two in the office. He was left speechless and quickly changed the subject to why she had turned off her phone. She frowned and simply explained that it was because he had been angry with her and she felt hurt, so she turned it off. If there was nothing else, she said, she was going to sleep. Park Manhwa then told her to go ahead and sleep, wishing her good night and saying he loved her. Jiwan, hearing that, got furious and threw her phone onto the couch. Exhausted, she slumped into the chair, angry and deep in thought. Both of them claimed to love her, but was there ever a moment when it was genuine? 10 years ago, she had good friends by her side, but perhaps she was afraid that her own misfortune would be discovered by everyone, so she couldn't face those around her. There had been worried glances directed at her before. She suddenly remembered Assistant J. The image of the head of the department scolding her flashed in her mind, throwing documents at her. She recalled how she could only cry silently by herself. Jiwan jolted up in shock. She remembered that in the past she had ignored her own suffering. At that moment, Assistant Jang had just returned home. As she opened the door, her daughter ran up to her with a bright smile, calling out, "Mum!" Assistant Jang sank down to embrace her daughter, who must have been waiting for her for a long time. Her husband was sitting on the sofa, remote in hand, grumbling about why she was home so late. He was starving. Assistant Jang hugged her daughter and told her husband to stop watching TV and go to the kitchen to make something to eat instead of starving. She urged him to bathe their daughter while she whipped up something to eat right away. He turned off the TV, put his hands in his pockets, and said he had plans. He had to go out. "You just eat and bathe her," he said. Assistant Jang asked why he was out so much. Didn't he see how hard she was working overtime? He walked out the door, putting on his shoes, and said he had been taking care of their daughter all day and was exhausted from submitting job applications. Hearing this, she got angry. "You left her like this? Her hair is still in the braid I did for her this morning, and her diaper hasn't even been changed." Her husband snapped back, telling her to stop nagging. "It's because of you that I have to go out." Assistant Jang was frustrated. She still wanted him to stay home and bathe their daughter, but he just slammed the door behind him and left without looking back, leaving her alone with her daughter, speechless. Ever since she got pregnant, he had used the excuse of a year's salary to quit his job halfway through. Now, he didn't even want to come home anymore. Was he the only one who knew what exhaustion felt like? She was also very tired, dealing with the head of the department's constant nagging while trying to manage the mess of her daughter's food on the table. She still hadn't finished her work. Balancing her daughter on her back while trying to get things done, she was determined to do a great job on this project so that the head of the department wouldn't pick on her anymore. Suddenly, her daughter, who had been sleeping on her back, started to cry. Assistant Jang turned her head to look at the little one and comfort her. It was already 3 a.m. and she had gotten so caught up in her work that she lost track of time. Putting her work aside, she laid her daughter down on the mattress and told her fairy tales to soothe her back to sleep. Suddenly, she reminisces about how, as a child, she wished her life would be just like a fairy tale. Sleepiness hits her like a wave, making her drowsy. She stretches, yawns, and decides to just close her eyes for a moment. Without much thought, she lies down next to her daughter and shuts her eyes. But just as she drifts into slumber, her nose starts bleeding unexpectedly, and she's completely oblivious to it. The next morning at the office, team leader Kim starts yelling at assistant Jang. He criticizes her project, tossing the proposal right at her, saying her skills are worse than an intern's. With a fierce expression, he berates her, asking if being at home with her child has drained her creativity. Assistant Jang bows her head, hoping team leader Kim will point out what she's done wrong, but he just angrily jabs a finger at her, questioning if he really has to spell it out for her. After years in the company, she can't even produce a decent proposal. Assistant Jang squats down to pick up the papers he threw on the floor, apologizing and promising to fix it and submit it again. Team leader Kim isn't letting up. He's still furious, ordering her to start over and have it ready by tomorrow morning. Jiwan sits at her desk, frowning and feeling annoyed, watching team leader Kim take advantage of his position to yell at employees when the department head isn't around. She turns to Jo Sumen's desk, where Sumen is smiling happily, looking quite pleased with herself. Meanwhile, assistant Jang is still bowing and apologizing to team leader Kim, promising to redo the project and submit it on time. He's still not calmed down, waving her back to her desk. Finally, assistant Jang returns to her workspace. As she passes Jiwon's desk, she looks at her with concern, worried since Jiwon has been working overtime for days. She wonders if she's okay. Jiwon follows her outside, calling out to her with care. But when assistant Jang turns around, she sees Jiwon with a nosebleed, trying to hide her distress. She asks if Jiwon wants some coffee. Just as she's about to brew some, Jiwon quietly thinks to herself that she's been working too hard these past few days, but she smiles and offers to make the coffee, since assistant Jang had made it for her last time. Jiwan is genuinely worried, wondering if changing someone else's fate would have consequences. After all, she had died once and come back to life, so whatever happens, happens. Only she knew the rules of this world. If something that had never happened in the past occurs, it would change something in the future. Suddenly, Jae-um reminded assistant Jang about the project she was working on, and insisted that she absolutely should not redo it. Instead, Jae-won suggested that she follow her lead and create a new project. Jae-won explained that it wasn't about changing the content of the project, but just altering the font and layout enough to submit it again. She believed that Chief Kim hadn't thoroughly read the content of Assistant Jang's project. He was simply looking for an excuse to criticize her. Assistant Jang hesitated a bit. Submitting an identical version felt a little off, but Jiwon urged her to trust her just this once. With a bright smile, Jiwon added that if Chief Kim complained about the project being the same, she would redo it, and of course submit it under Assistant Jang's name. Assistant Jang thought to herself, "Is Jiwon really like this?" She reluctantly agreed, saying that if the chief found out, they could just say it was a mix-up. Then Jiwon slipped something into her hand. Assistant Jang asked if it was related to the project. Jiwon replied that it wasn't. It was a voice recorder. Whenever Chief Kim scolded her, she should record it. Assistant Jang looked at the recorder. Even though Chief Kim often scolded her, he had worked hard during her maternity leave, so she felt she should have some conscience. Jiwon countered, "Who said Chief Kim worked hard while you were on leave?" She sighed, recalling that during Assistant Jang's maternity leave, she had to handle half of the workload, with the other half divided among the other staff members. She remembered the scene where Chief Kim angrily threw documents and made employees redo their work. He probably only worked hard throwing reports around, she thought. Jiwon reminded Assistant Jang to keep acting normal and to remember to record everything. It might come in handy in the future. After that, the two returned to the office. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Chief Kim yelling at Hyun again. He was loudly pointing his finger at her, berating her, and she could only bow her head and accept the blame. According to Jiwon's memories, Hyun would soon be transferring to another department. And, of course, the reason was Chief Kim. He only waited for moments when the department head was absent to act like he owned the place. Jiwon stared at Chief Kim, frowning and thinking, "Just wait and see." The one who wrote the proposal was not Assistant Jang, but it would be him. The next day, still using the excuse that the project was worthless, Chief Kim threw the proposal at Assistant Jang, shouting at her to start over from scratch. The following day was no different. He continued to nitpick Assistant Jang's proposal, saying she had all this time to work on it, and this was all she could come up with. 3 days later, without even looking at it, he tossed the proposal back, demanding a redo. Days passed, and the demand for a redo continued. A week later, this time Chief Kim pretended the proposal looked better and said he would let it pass. He told Assistant Jang to print it out and bring a copy to the meeting, while the original should be submitted to the department head. He reminded her that the promotion evaluation was coming up and that he wouldn't be so lenient next time, so she better get it right. Assistant Jang sighed and thanked him. She returned to her desk, thinking that he hadn't even read the proposal closely. She had only changed the font and layout, and he didn't even notice. Looking back at Jiwon behind her, who was giving her an okay sign, she smiled, realizing Jiwon was right. Suddenly, a notification pinged. It was Jiwon saying she would submit the proposal to the department head, while Assistant Jang should just print and distribute it to the other staff. Assistant Jang was surprised. Jiwon was going to submit it to the department head, and she was holding the original. But who knows, maybe Jiwon had her own plan. Meanwhile, after grabbing the prepared documents, Jiwon brought them to the department head's desk and handed them over, saying this was the proposal for today's meeting, approved by Chief Kim. The department head took it and told her to prepare for the meeting, adding that Hyun had already gone to buy coffee, so there was no need to prepare anything else. Jiwon complied, but was curious about Hyun buying coffee. Soon, the table was filled with Americanos that Hyun had brought back. Everyone was grateful and praised Hyun for being so thoughtful. Just as everyone was in high spirits, Hyun smiled brightly and said, "It's nothing. The department head is treating you, not me spending my own money." Suddenly, Chief Kim's voice boomed, asking who had brought coffee to the company. Hearing this, Hyun immediately said it was her who had bought it and cheerfully handed him a cup. He not only refused to take it, but also yelled at her for bragging to him. He shouted loudly, criticizing the coffee she bought as overpriced and mediocre in taste. Who drinks coffee before a morning meeting anyway? There's plenty of coffee piled up in the break room. How dare a contract employee use the company card so recklessly like that? Little did he know, manager Jinhuk had been standing behind him the whole time, his brow furrowed. He informed the man that it was he who had given the company card to Hyun to buy the coffee. The man was taken aback, stammering that he had also intended to use the company card to buy coffee. Jinhuk coolly replied that it was his card, and since he didn't like instant coffee, he had asked Hyun to go get some. Jiwan and Sumin, standing nearby, were astonished. Ha-jung had used the manager's personal card to buy coffee. No one had ever done that before. Sumin, with a displeased expression, turned away to another spot. After that, the meeting commenced, with Jinhuk sitting at the head. He asked if the project was from Assistant Jang. Assistant Jang held the project proposal and began to present her work. Everyone focused on the copies in their hands, listening intently to her presentation. Suddenly, Jinhuk interrupted the presentation. He flipped through the proposal he was holding and pointed out that it didn't match what Assistant Jang was presenting. Seeing this, Chief Kim got furious and scolded Assistant Jang. He had told her to submit the original document to the manager, yet here they were with the wrong version. She hesitantly apologized for submitting the wrong proposal that Chief Kim had returned. Chief Kim turned pale and handed Jinhuk his copy of the proposal to review, not forgetting to scold Assistant Jang a few more times. Jinhuk took the document and began to examine the proposal. As if he had discovered something, he asked Assistant Jang if this was indeed the proposal that had been returned. She looked at the stack in her hands and confirmed it was. Jinhuk then turned to Chief Kim and asked why he had returned the first proposal. The man fumbled, trying to cover up by saying the proposal wasn't clear enough. Assistant Jang had hastily patched together some content from the internet and submitted it to him, which is why he had returned it. He then pretended to shake his head, claiming that since this time it was done well, he was approving it today. Jinhuk coldly asked how many times the proposal had been returned. He then tossed the proposal onto the table, telling him that both proposals only differed in structure, the content was identical. In the end, what had he read that made him return it and then approve it? Chief Kim looked as pale as a ghost and turned to scold Assistant Jang for daring to play him. Assistant Jang stammered, but Jiwan stood up and apologized. She explained that the first proposal had been written by Assistant Jang, while the one submitted was her own. Jinhuk questioned her, asking what she meant by that. Jiwan bowed her head and explained that she had seen Assistant Jang unwell earlier and had helped her out. She thought the proposal she received was just a reference document, so she based her submission on that. Since Assistant Jang didn't have time to redo it, she submitted that version to the department head. Jiwan bowed, taking responsibility in front of the department head, admitting that submitting the wrong proposal was her fault. Jiwan sincerely apologized. Department head Kim, seeing this, pointed at her and scolded her, questioning if she was even aware of what she was doing. Mistakes could happen, but how could she mix this up? If she knew it was a mistake, she should have asked for an extension to write a new one. Department head Jinhuk adjusted his glasses, frowned, and shot a glare at department head Kim, asking if he was trying to pin the blame on someone else. Suddenly, the fierce reprimand from earlier vanished, replaced by a stiffened posture as Kim stammered that he might have been tired and confused. Jinhuk tapped the proposal folder and echoed the question that Kim had just asked Jiwan. How could this be mixed up? He stood up and met the gaze of the bowing man, promising that this would never happen again. Jinhuk looked at him with a cold, wolf-like glare and told him he didn't need to apologize to him. Instead, he should prepare a written self-reflection for him by tomorrow. At that moment, department head Kim trembled in fear at Jinhuk's intensity, unable to utter a word. Jiwan, seeing this, brought the new proposal folder to Jinhuk. He accepted it and addressed everyone. For future proposals, they should skip the first confirmation and bring them directly to him for review. The meeting continued, and everyone in the room had their own expressions. Jiwan and Assistant Jang smiled cheerfully, while Department Head Kim looked both anxious and furious. Meanwhile, Jo Soo-men bit her lip in annoyance. The meeting wrapped up, and everyone filed out of the conference room to return to their desks. Jiwan let out a sigh. She had been really scared, but thankfully she had managed to resolve the situation smoothly. She hoped Assistant Jang wouldn't be asking for leave anymore. A message came in for her. It was from Assistant Jang, thanking her for the help. She said that from now on she would be less harassed. Another message popped up and Jiwan clicked to open it. It turned out to be from Jo Soo-men, reminding her not to forget their appointment this weekend. Jiwan thought to herself, did she have any plans with her this weekend? Either way, she wasn't going to go. She glanced at her calendar. Her mouth suddenly froze mid-drag. Gwan's face went pale all of a sudden. Wasn't this weekend the day of their class reunion from years ago? She really just wanted to erase all memories of that day. Back then, young Soo-men had promised to take her to a famous restaurant, but unexpectedly she led her to the reunion instead. As soon as her old classmates saw her, they looked down on her and whispered about her, assuming she must have begged Jo Soo-min to take her along. No one there welcomed her. Jiwan stood frozen, unable to say a word while they continued to gossip. Jo Soo-min smiled, linked arms with Jiwan and introduced her as her best friend. So, of course, she was there. Jiwan, feeling shy, excused herself to the restroom, but in there they were still talking about her. They even thought Soo-min was too kind-hearted and had suffered a lot because of her, yet still took care of her. In their eyes, Soo-min was such a sweet girl, always having to put up with Jiwan. Jiwan sat in the restroom, feeling despondent and stunned by their words. They even thought she was a bad friend. While they were chatting, one friend suddenly remembered seeing Jiwan go into the restroom and hurried outside. Inside, Jiwan burst into tears, memories flooding back. She recalled locking herself in the restroom for 30 minutes, and when she finally came out, there was no one left, not even Soo-min. Lost in her thoughts, Jiwan... Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. Turning around in shock, Jiwan recognized it was Assistant Un-ho, Hyein, Jiwan's assistant. Hyein called her name, jolting her back to the present. Hyein asked what was wrong and why she was so deep in thought in the restroom. Jiwan awkwardly replied that she was thinking about work. Hyein joked that she was like a busy bee and advised her to relax her mind for a bit. Then Hyein asked if Jiwan had any plans for Sunday, as she wanted to invite her to hang out at Gajosue. Jiwan remembered she had a date with Soo-in on Sunday, so she told Hyein she was already booked for that evening. Hyein felt a bit down upon hearing Jiwan's response, but then suggested rescheduling for the morning instead. Jiwan happily agreed, and both of them were excitedly looking forward to their Sunday morning date. Hyein was thrilled and told Jiwan to hang tight because they were about to plan an epic adventure. But suddenly, Jiwan realized the lipstick Hyein was wearing. It was the same lipstick she had spotted in manager Jinhuk's car. Jiwan's mind raced as she recalled a rumor circulating in the company. Hyein and manager Jinhuk were dating. Perhaps the rumors were actually true. In Jiwan's eyes, manager Jinhuk was a cold, distant figure, while Hyein was outgoing, vibrant and friendly. Jiwan wondered how two people with such contrasting personalities, like fire and water, could possibly be a couple. She speculated that perhaps Hyein's lively and energetic nature was what led her to agree to date someone like Jinhuk. Meanwhile, Hyein was buzzing with excitement about her Sunday date with Jiwan. The two of them exited the restroom together, and as they walked, Hyein couldn't stop introducing Jiwan to the stations. Jiwan confessed she had never been to the area before, and with a cheerful and confident vibe, Hyein told Jiwan that she was a regular at a few spas in the area and knew quite a bit about them. Jinhuk had just stepped out of his office and overheard their conversation. He asked where they were planning to go this Sunday morning. Jiwan was about to respond when Hyein swooped in, completely dodging Jinhuk's question, and whisked Jiwan away in a flash. Jiwan hesitated, glancing back at the manager, thinking to herself, can I really just walk away like this? If she did, the rumors about manager Jinhuk and Hyein dating would definitely be true. That's why Hyein had been acting like that just now. Early Sunday morning, Jiwan got a call from the Seoul eye care shop. They informed her that her ordered contact lenses had arrived and invited her to come pick them up. This time, Jiwan decided to reinvent herself and show up to the class reunion looking completely different. It was Jiwan's first time trying contact lenses, and she wasn't sure if it would hurt. She squeezed her eyes shut, and wow! Putting in contact lenses for the first time was definitely no walk in the park. All set, Jiwan hopped into a ride to Geo City Station. At the shopping mall, Jiwan noticed that Hyun had been waiting for her for quite a while. Hyun was utterly amazed by Jiwan's stunning new look. Jiwan felt a bit embarrassed by Hyun's exaggerated expression and told her that it was her first time wearing contact lenses. Hyun was very excited because she thought Jiwan looked beautiful wearing them. Hyun firmly believed that even Kim T looked better in contact lenses than in frames. Suddenly, Jiwan remembered something and changed the subject. She turned to Hyun and casually said that she had seen manager Jinhuk wearing contact lenses and he looked way more handsome. Hyun was taken aback, her face lighting up as she realized Jiwan was casually bringing up the manager right in front of her. Jiwan secretly thought that maybe Hyun wasn't a fan of others praising her boyfriend. Hyun didn't deny it. She skillfully dodged Jiwan's comment and switched the conversation to their plans for today's outing. Jiwan was surprised. There was actually a whole plan in place. The first stop Hyun took Jiwan to was a hair salon. Hyun introduced her boss, someone she really admired, to the cafe owner. Jiwan, eager to reinvent herself, asked the owner for advice on a hairstyle that would suit her. After a bit of admiration, the shop owner told Jiwan that she would rock a curly hairstyle under the magic touch of the cafe owner. Jiwan eagerly anticipated a totally transformed version of herself. First, the stylist trimmed Jiwan's hair a bit, and then continued to curl the ends. Finally, it was all about the glam. Jiwan became the boss lady and didn't forget to ask for the perfect hairstyling steps for her face shape. Finally, it was done. Hyun was the first to rush over, roaring with excitement at Jiwan's transformation, while the owner beamed with pride and satisfaction over her masterpiece. But the most surprised of all was Jiwan. She almost didn't recognize herself in the mirror. Suddenly, the phone rang out like a dramatic plot twist. Suin called to remind Jiwan about their date tonight, and especially reminded her to wear the earrings she had gifted her. Of course, Jiwan knew those earrings didn't suit her at all, but she still agreed with Suin. Jiwan smiled as she thought about her original plan. She would have Suin marry Park Min Hanan in her place, next on the agenda. She invited Hyun for a shopping spree. And of course, Hyun happily agreed right away, as this was part of the fun outing she had been eagerly anticipating for the past few days. On Sunday night at the class reunion, everyone was thrilled to finally catch up after such a long time apart, and the atmosphere was buzzing with laughter and lively conversations. Suin couldn't help but bring up Jiwan during the chats, fully aware that everyone thought Jiwan was the reason behind her many embarrassing moments. Meanwhile, Suin played the noble card, totally unfazed by all that drama, while her classmates thought she was just being a total airhead. Some people were curious about what Jiwan was up to these days, but they couldn't resist throwing shade at her down-to-earth fashion choices. Suin continued to defend Jiwan in front of their friends, and also shared with everyone that Jiwan would be joining the event. Suin pulled out her phone to call Jiwan, but the real reason she wanted Jiwan to come to the class reunion was something only the two of them understood. Jiwan picked up the phone, and Suin eagerly asked where Jiwan was, offering to come pick her up. Jiwan coolly replied that there was no need, and quickly stepped inside, ready for the show to begin. Everyone present was left in awe. They were taken aback as Jiwan cheerfully waved hello to everyone. She was no longer the everyday plain Jane. She was completely transformed into a showstopper. It had been ages, and Suin was the most surprised one of all. Jiwan was totally in sync with Suin, casually asking her about their date while pretending to be completely clueless about the class reunion. Suin rushed over to Jiwan, introducing her to the whole class as her best friend. And the one who brought her along, the whole class was buzzing with whispers. A guy even jumped up in surprise upon seeing Jiwan transform into a stunning beauty. But Jiwan didn't recognize him. She asked who he was, and he clearly answered, "Me, Kim T-song." Jiwan recalled that he was the one who teased her all the time back then. He noticed that Jiwon and Suin were wearing matching earrings, and couldn't help but emphasize how perfectly they suited Jiwon, while Suin looked like she had borrowed her mum's pair. Tong even asked Jiwon for her phone number and casually inquired if she had a boyfriend yet. Jiwon glanced at Suin, who was biting her lip in silence. The classmates were buzzing about Tong's actions, claiming he had no conscience. Jiwan got up and headed to the restroom, where the whole class was whispering and gossiping about Jiwon's transformation, even comparing Suin's look to something straight out of a fashion faux pas. Suin was fuming over the gossip, completely baffled by the situation unfolding around her. Everything was spiraling out of control, far from what she had anticipated. In the restroom, Jiwon slipped in because she found the class reunion utterly boring. She opened the door to the third bathroom, pondering as she gazed inside, vividly recalling the memories from this day 10 years ago. Suin, someone she once considered a close friend, had always been spreading rumors and bad-mouthing her. She couldn't understand why Suin's friends hated her so much. Remembering the story she had heard while sitting in the bathroom 10 years ago, she finally understood the real reason behind Suin's actions. This was precisely why she was revisiting that dreadful memory once again. Jiwon gritted her teeth. Even now, she couldn't believe it. Suddenly, a notification pinged on her phone. It was her manager, Jinhuk, texting to ask what she was up to. She replied that she was at a class reunion, unsure if there was an urgent matter since it was the weekend. She snapped her phone shut and heard footsteps approaching. Still the same gossip about her. She had heard these words a decade ago, and she remembered every single one, as if etched in her mind. Their conversation played back in Jiwon's head like a tape rewind, but this time was different. She couldn't let herself run away like a fool anymore. She pushed the door open, surprising them all. Jiwan asked if they wanted to hear what she had done to Suin back in high school. Suin's friends were taken aback by Jiwon's sudden appearance, but they still defended Suin, claiming she was just pretending to be clueless. They asked if Jiwan remembered Baek and Hanan. Jiwan was equally shocked to hear them mention that name. It turned out it was because of him that her friends criticized her for liking Baek and Hanan, which supposedly prevented Suin from confessing to him, but she knew that wasn't the truth. She had always thought that Baek and Hanan had a crush on Suin throughout their 3 years of high school. Back then, Jiwon received a love letter, but Suin told her that Baek and Hanan had confessed to her, even claiming she had no feelings for him. So Jiwon assumed that the letter was meant for Suin, only to realize now that it was actually for her. She didn't deny that she liked Baek and Hanan, but she had no idea that Suin liked him too. Yet those friends continued to defend Suin, even suggesting that Suin's failure to get into college was Jiwon's fault. They demanded that Jiwon leave Suin alone, especially since Suin was about to work at the same company as Jiwon. Hearing this, Jiwon could no longer hold back. She pulled out her business card and told them that Suin got hired as a contract employee because she had referred her. All of Jiwon's friends were skeptical about what she was saying. They snatched the business card from Jiwon's hand, and after reading the information on it, they realized Jiwon was right. She emphasized that, as a contract employee, Suin was super busy and had no time for beauty care. She even sarcastically remarked that the handbag her friend Jiwon was using was a knockoff. Hearing Jiwon say that, the whole group panicked. They demanded she apologize immediately, but they had no idea that Jiwon had changed. She knew the whole truth now. She had come back to get revenge on all of them. The ones who should be apologizing were them, not her. Throughout their high school years, they had blindly followed Suin in bullying her without checking if it was right or wrong. The group fell silent because the truth was undeniable. Jiwan asserted that if they saw the receipt for the handbag from the mall, she would apologize for calling it a knockoff. However, the more they heard, the angrier they got. Jiwon pointed out that while they were feeling wronged, she had felt the same way all those years. Jiwon told them that if they didn't believe her, they could go ask Suin. Then she turned and walked away with a fierce attitude, hoping she would never have to cross paths with them again. As she quickly exited the restroom, Jiwon couldn't shake off her disappointment in someone she once considered a close friend. It turned out Suin had always been slandering her. Remembering her high school days, Jiwan was sure that her isolation was also due to Suin, and today she finally understood the reason. The sound of Suin calling her snapped her out of her thoughts. Suin asked what she was doing standing there, and Jiwan gave a half-hearted answer. Suin was curious about what Jiwan and her friends had been talking about. Jiwan didn't beat around the bush. She recalled Park and Hwan, the most admired student council president in school, always surrounded by a dazzling aura. Jiwan was no exception. She had a crush on Park and Hwan. He was always gentle with her, making her feel warm and cherished, but he had responded to her confession with disdain. Not long after, he confessed to Suin. Well, that was all in the past now. Jiwan encouraged herself, thinking back. She realized she hadn't seen Park and Hwan at the class reunion, which she thought was for the best. Outside, Park and Hwan had just gotten out of the car and were calling a classmate to let them know he had arrived. Meanwhile, Jiwan was still reminiscing about the past with Park and Hwan, wondering if he was even more handsome than before. Park and Hwan was totally taken aback when his buddy announced that Jiwan was also coming and was looking absolutely stunning. He insisted that when Park and Hwan saw Jiwan, he'd be completely blown away because she was no longer that girl from back in the day who wore glasses. But in Jiwan's eyes, she had always been the beautiful girl. He never expected that they were just separated by a glass door. Jiwan, feeling down, was getting ready to leave. She tried to pep herself up and shake off the gloom, but the tears just kept flowing. The door swung open, and she dashed past Park and Hwan as he walked in. Wait a sec. Park and Hwan, while on the phone, suddenly had a light bulb moment. He realized that the girl who had just zipped past him was none other than Jiwan. Hey, Jiwan. Jiwan turned around and recognized Park and Hwan, her first love during her younger years. Park and Hwan happily gazed at Jiwan, instantly recognizing her. Finally, after searching for her for so long, he had found her. But as for Jiwan, upon seeing Park and Hwan, the part of her memory she least wanted to recall came rushing back. She turned and ran, wondering why on earth she had to bump into him at this very moment. But how could Park and Hwan let Jiwan walk away like that? He hurriedly chased after her, shouting loudly, "You're here to meet Jiwan. You just need to pause for a moment and chat with me inside the cafe." Sumin's friends were eagerly waiting for Jiwan to return and were furious when they heard Jiwan's words. They wanted to get the real scoop from Sumin. On Park and Hwan's side, he once again suggested having a quick chat with Jiwan, just for a moment. Jiwan stood still. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt right in front of her. The person stepping out of the car was manager Jinhuk. Hearing his voice left Jiwan in shock, wondering what the department head was doing here. Park and Hwan shouted, insisting he wanted to talk to Jiwan. Jiwan frowned and tightly shut her eyes, unsure of what to do next. Clearly, in the past, Park and Hwan was the one who walked away first. He had said there was nothing left to discuss, so now, what did he even want to talk about with her? With that thought, Jiwan turned away, leaving Park and Hwan standing there. She hopped into the boss's car for her grand exit. She was done with this place. But Park and Hwan still wouldn't give up, shouting loudly that Jiwan absolutely had to check the messages on that forum. Jiwan suddenly recalled the forum. Since graduation, she hadn't logged in there anymore. Jinhuk drove off into the sunset, and Jiwan glanced in the mirror, noticing Park and Hwan still standing there. She wondered why she had said that to him. As for Jinhuk, he remained silent, stealing glances at Jiwon as they drove. Meanwhile, in the restroom, the conversation between Sumin and her friends was still going strong. They were asking Sumin if it was true that she was a contract employee, and if Jiwon had introduced her to the job, as she had claimed. Hearing this, Sumin turned pale, wanting to dodge the question, but her friends weren't letting her off the hook. They were furious for being played. Sumin explained that she had confused it with another company and hadn't meant to say that. As she spoke, she silently blamed Jiwon, thinking that everything happening was because of her. At that moment, her friends began to realize that everything Jiwon had said was true, including the fact that she couldn't confess to Park and Hwan because Jiwon hadn't either. Sumin turned pale again, thinking Jiwan had lost her mind for bringing that up. Back then, they were all just kids, and she had forgotten about that incident. One friend angrily pushed Sumin, accusing her of deceiving them to gain their sympathy all this time. Sumin shoved the girl away, shouting that she wasn't lying. Nevertheless, Sumin tried to explain that she had hidden the company details because she was worried Jiwan would get scolded by everyone. However, Sumin's friends no longer believed her. They realized that it was Sumin's lies that had caused Jiwan to be scolded. In a last-ditch effort, Sumin turned the tables, accusing them of being the ones who had picked on Jiwan. She never wanted that. Why were they now turning against her? Feeling utterly disappointed in her friends, they had nothing left to say to Sumin. They left, hoping that Sumin would cut off contact with them in the future. As the restroom door closed, Sumin felt as if she had lost everything. She trembled and sank to the floor. She didn't want this. She didn't want things to turn out this way. In the past, it was Jiwan who had been looked down upon and mocked, and Sumin still couldn't accept what had happened today. Previously, Sumin had always let everyone misunderstand Jiwan, while portraying herself as the noble one in everyone's eyes. She was the obedient and gentle one. Only by doing so could she receive love and affection from others. But now Jiwan had completely shattered that facade. Sumin sat trembling in the bathroom, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. By the time she calmed down, she had no idea how long she had been sitting there. Slowly she got to her feet, her legs numb from sitting for so long. She had no clue how to face everyone outside. She thought that if she just cried softly and spouted some nonsensical excuses, everyone would let it slide. But when she stepped into the dining room, the sight before her sent her into a panic. The room that had been bustling just moments ago was now completely empty. Meanwhile, Jiwan was sitting in the car with manager Jinhuk when her phone rang. Jinhuk glanced at Jiwan, noticing that after everything that had happened today, she was so exhausted that she had dozed off. He didn't want to wake her, but the phone rang again. In the past, the bullying had been absolutely outrageous. They even took pleasure in throwing trash at her. During those times, Sumin was always the one to step in and protect her. Back then, Jiwon believed that Sumin truly considered her a good friend, which is why she didn't want her to be hated by everyone else. Jiwon had once thought that everyone despised her, but everything changed when Park and Ho showed up. He came and sat next to her. Park and Ho insisted that sitting next to her would help him see the board better, so starting tomorrow he would sit there. With that, he flashed her a warm smile. Jiwon's feelings for him began to blossom from that day on. From then on, whenever Jiwon was bullied by her classmates, Park and Ho was the one who stood up for her. Jiwon couldn't understand why Park and Ho treated her so kindly. It all started when he told her to smile more, because she looked so much prettier when she did. After that, her classmates stopped throwing trash at her through the window. Her heart began to race every time she arrived at school, fueled by the positive encouragement from her friend, Sumin, and the fluttering of her heart. Jiwon wrote a love letter to Park and Ho, and it was Sumin who helped her slip that letter into In-ho's personal locker. But Jiwon completely forgot how she looked and the situation at that moment. That's why there was that conversation between her and In-ho. At the time, In-ho had said he had nothing more to say to her and turned to walk away, watching her letter crumple in his hand. That moment shattered her completely, and she sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiwon increasingly affirmed that aside from Sumin, who cherished her, everyone else despised her. She was the girl who received no love and was neglected. At that moment, she had no idea that everything happening to her was intentionally caused by Sumin, the person she considered her only friend. Sumin had always been plotting behind her back. Memories of the past still made Jiwon cry unconsciously, and the painful past jolted her awake. It was then that Jiwon realized she had dozed off in Jinhook's car. Looking at the jacket draped over her, she remembered she had fallen asleep in the manager's vehicle. Jinhuk, noticing she was awake, casually asked her a question. Jiwon hurriedly apologized and asked the manager what time it was. Jinhuk glanced at his watch and saw it was already 10. Jiwan couldn't believe she had slept for a full 3 hours. Feeling embarrassed, she thanked the manager and quickly opened the door to get out of the car. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers, shutting the car door again. Jinhuk reached across her to grasp the door handle. At that moment, the distance between them was incredibly close. She had never been this near Jinhuk before, and her heart raced wildly. Jinhuk apologized to Jiwan for meddling, but he thought she wouldn't want to see Park and Wan right now. Hearing Jinhuk's words, Jiwan looked up and saw Park and Wan standing in front of her apartment building. She wondered why he was there. Unable to approach her, Park and Wan got back in his car and drove away. Watching his car leave, Jinhuk confirmed with Jiwan once more. Jiwan sighed in relief, realizing that the manager was quite perceptive, as he seemed to know she was avoiding Park and Wen. She thought to herself that she would have to move soon. She explained to Jinhuk that she and Minan had a falling out over company matters, which was why things were like this. Remembering that the manager's hand was still on hers, Jiwon quickly pulled her hand away. Both of them felt awkward and shy as they looked at each other. The distance felt too close, and Jiwon hurriedly apologized. The manager calmly asked Jiwon if she loved Park and Hanan. Jiwon candidly admitted to Jinhuk that the truth was indeed so, as he was her boyfriend. However, she also told him that she felt uncomfortable answering such personal questions. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiwon suddenly felt flustered, thinking she had sounded too cold. Jinhuk apologized for making her uncomfortable, his words tinged with a hint of sulkiness. Jiwan bid farewell to Jinhuk, wanting to leave since it was getting late, but still wanting to express her gratitude. "Manager, thank you for all the help you've given me so far," she said, reminding him to drive safely. Jinhuk remained silent, not saying a word. Jiwan feared he was upset, so she thought to compliment him. She told Jinhuk that he looked much more handsome without his glasses. Hearing this, the corners of Jinhuk's mouth curled into a smile. He put on his glasses, not forgetting to tell Jiwan that she didn't look good in that outfit today. With that, he drove away. Jiwan didn't think much of it. She figured the manager was just like that. As she walked up to her house, she couldn't help but wonder if that outfit really was that bad. Jinhuk continued to watch Jiwan through the rearview mirror. His heart raced as he recalled the moment Jiwan smiled brightly at him. But he was puzzled as to why she had cried in the car earlier. Was it really because of some loser? Jinhuk had once accidentally overheard a conversation between Uncle Min-hoon and Sumin. At that time, Uncle Min-hoon had praised Sumin for being prettier and cuter than Jiwan. Jinhuk was furious, unable to understand why Jiwan would love someone like that. Did she really love him just because he was her boyfriend? Jinhuk dismissed that as a lie and drove straight home. On arriving home, Jiwan picked up her phone and saw a ton of missed calls from Sumin. She felt sad and didn't even feel like calling back. She recalled Uncle Min-hoon's and Jinhuk's words from earlier and opened her blog to see why Uncle Min-hoon had been upset with her. What could a friendless person like her find interesting on a blog anyway? To her surprise, Jiwan found several messages, all from Uncle Min-hoon. He really wanted to get in touch with her and had even left his phone number for her to reach out. All these messages had been sent to her over time, and she had no idea. Even though he hadn't received a reply from her, he kept messaging. Jiwan didn't understand why he would do that. He even mentioned that he kept using that phone because of her. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. It was a strange number calling. Jiwan answered, and it was Jiwan, a friend of Sumin, calling. She was calling using the number on the business card Jiwan had given her. Jiwan asked what the call was about, wondering if they wanted to argue with her over the phone. But no, she called to apologize to Jiwan because of everything that had happened. They realized that because of them, Jiwan had to endure a lot of hardships. They had only listened to Sumin and thought poorly of her, and they hoped she would forgive them. Jiwan's eyes welled up with tears as she heard those words. She candidly replied that even if she accepted their apology, she didn't have the courage to meet them again. However, she still thanked them for reaching out first, and she promised to try to be stronger. The 3 classmates thanked her for forgiving them. By the way, while talking, they reminded Jiwan that Andor wanted to get in touch with her. Jiwan had no idea that Andor was sitting with them at that moment. The next morning at the office, as Jiwan walked through the door, she ran into Hyen. Hyen asked, "Who picked out the shirt for you? It suits you perfectly." She also complimented the department head for looking really cool without his glasses, saying they looked like a couple straight out of a movie. Hyuk felt embarrassed and asked Hyen to keep it down and focus on work. Just as Haini sat down at her desk, she saw Park Min Hwan and Sumin approaching. Both of them were surprised when they looked at Jiwan. Min Hwan couldn't believe his eyes and instinctively smiled at Jiwan's transformation. She looked just like a famous actress. Sumin, however, felt annoyed when she saw Min. Min Hwan rushed over to Jiwan, asking what had happened and why her style had changed so much. Sumin looked at Jiwan without answering, only asking him if he thought it didn't suit her. When Min Hwan said it suited her very well, Sumin angrily turned and walked away. Min Juan leaned closer to Jiwan, telling her that although she looked beautiful, she shouldn't dress like that at the office anymore. He was worried someone might be watching her. Min Juan was hinting at department head Jinhuk, who usually wore glasses and a tie, but today looked really cool. He thought Jinhuk was trying to charm Jiwan. Min Juan then turned to ask Jiwan out after work like usual. Jiwan declined, saying she already had plans after work. Later, Jiwan went to a nearby cafe. As she pushed the door open, she saw Uncle Minho had already arrived. He was waiting for her. Jiwan sat down across from Minho and hesitantly asked him why he had been sending her messages on the blog for years. Minho honestly replied that he had been in unrequited love with Jiwan throughout their 3 years in high school. Jiwan was taken aback, unable to believe what she was hearing. Minho knew that his misunderstanding had ruined everything, and he apologized for hurting Jiwan. Seeing Jiwan silent, Minho realized she had a boyfriend, and he wanted to meet her not to make things difficult, but simply to be friends again, occasionally checking in on each other's health, grabbing coffee, sharing meals, and chatting. If they were friends, that would be perfectly normal, right? Jiwan smiled and agreed with him. After rekindling their friendship, Jiwon learned the truth from that year. It turned out that Sumin had intercepted the love letter Jiwon wrote, and Park Min-hwan had deeply liked her. Jiwon couldn't bring herself to tell him that in fact she had also liked him a lot. If that venomous Sumin hadn't done what she did, maybe Jiwon would have been married to Park Min-hwan, the one she liked. She wondered if she would have been happy, or if he would have held her and cried for her. Suddenly, someone called her name. She felt tears welling up as she realized it was manager Jinhuk. Why did he always show up when she was feeling down? Curiously, she asked why he was there at this hour. The manager politely apologized for not informing her beforehand. He mentioned he had seen Park Min-hwan come by for a while before leaving. The manager reminded her to be careful. That's when Jiwon called out, "Manager, Joe Minan is my boyfriend and has nothing to do with you, so please don't wait outside my apartment because of this." The manager hesitated for a moment before replying, "Jiwon, the person you fear and want to avoid is also called your boyfriend. You see him every day. Don't you know why you endure and tolerate Sumin's jealousy?" Jiwon directly asked the manager what he really wanted to say. The manager turned away and said, "I hope you won't cry alone anymore. I can't bear to see that." Jiwon felt annoyed and asked, "Are you this concerned about another girl? Does Hyen know?" The manager froze and asked, "What?" Jiwon angrily stated, "I know the two of you are in a relationship." Didn't he feel guilty towards Hyeni? The department head looked a bit flustered, and Jiwon mentioned that even though it was just her hunch, it seemed like that was the case. She added, "So please don't pay any more attention to me, or else I'll spill all the tea to Hyeni." Little did Jiwon know, the boss was about to reveal that the relationship between the two was nothing like she imagined. "Hyen is my little sister," the department head said. Jiwon's face went pale as she asked again. The department head urged her to keep this under wraps at the company since it was a bit of a sensitive situation. He clarified that he didn't show any favoritism toward Hyein, even though she was his sister. He just hoped Jiwan wouldn't get the wrong idea. Jiwan finally realized they were actually siblings. The department head added that, although he had a crush, he was still flying solo. A moment later the phone rang with a cheerful beep. Hyeini's voice, tinged with exhaustion, asked, "Why are you calling me at this ungodly hour? I still have to finish my plan." Hyeini told her that Jiwan already knew they were siblings, which made Hyeini extremely unhappy. Jinhuk suggested she could pretend not to know. Hein retorted, "Is it really the right time for you to meet my benefactor?" She scolded her brother for putting pressure on girls and warned him that if he kept it up, he might end up in the long-term singles club. Jinhuk asked back, "What's the difference between them?" Hein inquired if he was going on a business trip next week and promised to help him in every way possible, but reminded him not to act recklessly. The reason she helped her brother was because she thought that men like Kang Ji were just total losers. Everyone in the company knew about that guy and Sumin's little romance, but since Sumin was Jiwon's best friend, she decided to let it slide. However, Hyeini added, this is definitely something we can't overlook. Jiwan had made her grand return home. She flopped down on the bed, utterly exhausted, replaying the scene from earlier in her head. The words of the department head echoed in her ears. Jiwan buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wondered why she had done that back then. It's like going on an adventure solo, isn't it? Park and Han's story really took her by surprise. It turned out there were so many people who cared about her, including Hyein and Assistant Jane. If she had been braver back then, would the plot have twisted differently? Suddenly, Jiwan reminded herself to stop daydreaming. Love was a luxury she couldn't afford. She would stop at nothing to get revenge on the couple who ruined her life and absolutely would not live like before. The next day, Park Min-hwan was surprised to receive the food package Jiwan had sent over. She smiled beautifully, thinking he hadn't had breakfast, so she bought him an egg sandwich, unsure if he'd like it. Min-hwan joyfully moved closer to her. Of course he liked it. He wasn't angry at all, and kindly asked if she had gotten home late yesterday. Jiwan smiled apologetically, saying she was so tired that she just went to sleep as soon as she got home. Min-hwan thought to himself that she had been distant for a while, but now she seemed back to normal. However, since she was so beautiful, he let it slide. He suggested that if she was going to be late in the future, she should just call him to pick her up. At that moment, Sumin chimed in, asking Jiwan if she had a date today, since she was all dressed up and made up for work. Yesterday she had dressed elegantly, thinking Jiwan was meeting her boyfriend, but when she saw him looking lost, she decided to approach Jiwan. "Hey Jiwan, who are you all dressed up to meet?" Jiwan replied that she was just meeting a few old classmates. The two of them flirtatiously made plans for dinner, making Sumin green with envy. She secretly cursed Jiwan for being a little dressed up and acting all high and mighty, thinking that no matter what, she would always be beneath her level. Jiwan had clearly noticed that attitude. Sumin couldn't charm him as she wanted, so now she wanted to snatch Park Min-hwan for herself. Her nature was to take whatever she wanted, and Jiwan knew this well. So, she decided to use that trait to her advantage. Sumin was now completely in her grasp, with no way to escape. Just then, Haine appeared and apologized for being late due to traffic on the bus. Cheerfully, she wished Jiwan a good morning. Jiwan smiled back at Hyeini. It was only now that she realized, upon closer inspection, that Jinhuk and Hyeini looked quite similar. Just then, Jinhuk glanced over, and Jiwan blushed, quickly turning away. His comment about not having a girlfriend but liking someone yesterday was full of implications. A little later, Jinhuk announced in the meeting that Assistant Jane's proposal had been selected for the new product project, set to launch in the summer. Everyone should prepare for overtime, and once the design department finished the prototype, they should start field surveys. Team leader Kim felt extremely annoyed. Assistant Jane thought to herself that although this was good news, working overtime meant no one would be able to take care of her child. Jinhuk also announced that he would be absent soon due to a business trip, and Assistant Jane would be in charge of his work. Assistant Jane nodded, thinking that if she did well this time she would get promoted soon, but she would probably be much busier. Her child was surely waiting for her to come home first and foremost. She would strive to provide her child with a fulfilling life. She could not let this project slip away. At that moment, she unexpectedly received a message from Jiwan, who had a favor to ask of her. Assistant Jane was taken aback when Jiwan expressed her desire to join the team, but why was Sumin involved too? She knew the two had a great relationship, but this project was crucial. She understood Jiwan's intentions to promote Sumin to a full-time position, but she feared that Sumin still had many shortcomings. Jiwan replied, "It's not that I'm convinced, but I believe Manager Kim will try to sabotage the project." Assistant Jane, confused, asked how that related to Sumin. Jiwan responded that it seemed Manager Kim had feelings for Sumin. Assistant Jane was utterly shocked. That old man, 40 years old, with a 20-year-old girl? Jiwan nodded. That's why his head is balding like that. Assistant Jane concluded. So, J1, you're saying that if Sumin joins the team, Manager Kim will recklessly sabotage the project? Jiwan nodded. If we want to succeed this time, we need Jo Sumin. A little while later, Assistant Jane stood before everyone, presenting herself as the team leader for this project. This project would be a collaboration between the marketing and development departments, and they would work hard to launch it by summer. Jiwan also introduced herself as the assistant who would take on the overall support role. Another person introduced himself as Leong-suk, the head of the second team in the development department. Their department had crafted prototypes within a limited time frame, totaling 3 types for field testing. Assistant Jane was pleased, thanked them, and praised the beautiful designs, suggesting they could go into testing right away. Jiwon thought to herself, "Thank goodness the prototypes are visually appealing." The issue was Jo Sumin, who was worried about Manager Kim. They had included her in the team, and Jiwon was concerned that Sumin might tarnish Assistant Jane's reputation soon. Sumin was directly assigned by Assistant Jane to conduct surveys at the supermarket, but she immediately requested a different task as she wasn't good at interacting with people. Assistant Jane refused, stating that this was an important job and, who knows, Sumin's bright smile might leave a good impression on others. With no other choice, Sumin reluctantly agreed. She was also afraid that Hyeni would snatch the opportunity to become a full-time employee from her. And besides, working with Assistant Jane meant collaborating with Park Min-hwan, so she had to go along with it. However, Sumin felt that inviting customers to try and evaluate the new product was humiliating for her. Sumin was furious. "How could Assistant Jane assign me this task? You thought I would just obediently do this?" She pulled out her phone to play games, ignoring the customers who came to try it out. She answered their questions half-heartedly, thinking that just because it was a free sample, she didn't need to put in much effort. People would still come to try it, and there would be plenty of social media buzz. A couple also stopped by the counter where Sumin was sitting. The wife asked her if the dishes contained any nuts. Sumin still didn't take her eyes off her phone and said, "No." The wife introduced the new product to her husband and handed him a bite. Just as he took a bite, the husband suddenly felt uncomfortable. The food box he was holding fell to the ground as his body broke out in red spots. The wife panicked and shouted, "Hyun's allergic to nuts!" Meanwhile, Sumin was still glued to her phone, unable to look up, annoyed that they were making noise and interrupting her record-breaking fish cake game. Seeing Sumin's attitude, the woman couldn't hold back anymore. She yelled, demanding to know why Sumin said the dishes didn't contain nuts, and how she planned to take responsibility for this. Sumin folded her phone and indifferently asked, "What do you want me to do now?" She claimed it wasn't her fault, saying the couple ate recklessly just because it was free food. This made the couple furious. They demanded to see the manager and added that if they were in pain, they should hurry to the hospital. Just then, Dr. Manhwan witnessed the scene. He rushed over and asked Sumin what had happened. The couple recounted the incident to Dr. Manhwan. Manhwan bowed his head in apology, saying he would take them to the hospital immediately. He turned to Sumin and told her he would take them to the hospital first and that she should follow behind. Sumin felt scared, secretly blaming assistant Jane for making her do this to humiliate her. At the hospital, Park Min-hwan asked Sumin if Jiwan had reminded her that the trial products contained allergens. Sumin cried, saying Jiwan might have mentioned it, but she hadn't heard, and apologized to him for that. Min-hwan felt a headache coming on. He was about to marry Jiwan and didn't want her to face disciplinary action, but he also didn't want Sumin to get fired. He suggested that Sumin shouldn't talk about this with anyone and told her to go apologize to the customers so they wouldn't file a complaint with the supermarket. Hearing Min-hwan agree to help her, Sumin hugged him tightly to thank him. Sumin said that even if she got fired, it wouldn't matter, but she was worried about Jiwon. Min-hwan comforted her, thinking that Jiwon had truly found a great friend. He urged her not to worry and to trust him. Min-hwan reached up to wipe her tears. In that moment, Sumin was determined to win this man over. Meanwhile, Jiwon was working, thinking about how Sumin and Min-hwan were managing their business. Just then, her phone rang. It was Uncle Min-hwan calling. He asked her why she hadn't told Sumin that the third sample contained peanuts. Luckily, he had arrived just in time to resolve the issue, or it could have turned into a big problem. Jiwon remembered that she had already discussed this with Sumin and realized everything. She didn't want to say anything more. Jiwon instructed him not to tell Sumin that she knew about it and asked him to comfort and reassure her on her behalf. Jiwon chuckled to herself, realizing that Sumin had truly lived up to her expectations. That evening at Assistant Jen's house, as soon as she walked in, she asked if her child had been well behaved at home and if they had troubled the grandparents. She asked her mother if the baby had been a handful, and her mother replied that the child had been very well behaved. Her father and husband asked if she was hungry and urged her to shower and come eat, saying they had prepared kimchi soup. She obediently went to take a shower. It had been a long time since she had bathed with such a light heart. It felt right to follow Jiwon's advice. She remembered a few days ago when she had shared her worries with Jiwon about not having anyone to look after her child. Jiwon had suggested that she asked her biological parents for help, but her parents thought she was living happily and didn't know that her husband had lost his job. She didn't want them to worry. Jiwon encouraged her to reconsider, saying that parents often think of their children and would do anything for them. She hoped that she could have an honest conversation with her parents. Who knows, they might become a solid support for her. She had thought a lot about it and couldn't give up on this project. If she got promoted, her family could live a happier life. Just as she finished her shower and stepped out, her husband rushed over to ask why she was calling her parents and talking about him losing his job. He told her she was crazy. Didn't she just need to go to work early and do overtime? She told him she had to work overtime with the staff at the company, and if he was uncomfortable, he could just leave the house. This house was under her name, and she was the one who paid for both the mortgage and living expenses. He raised his voice, questioning if she was trying to show off just because she had money. Furious, she told him to either go out and earn some cash or stay home and take care of the kid. If he didn't want to be kicked out of the house, he'd better get his act together. The next morning, as soon as she stepped into the office, Jiwon received a call from Assistant Jen. Listening to her, Jiwon said she was doing great, and from now on she could finally breathe easy. Assistant Jen thanked her, and Jiwon felt happy for her, since everything seemed to be settling down. While they were chatting, manager Jinhuk approached her, causing Jiwon to jump a little. He asked if she was done talking with Assistant Jen. She replied that she was finished, but if she remembered correctly, today was his business trip day, so why was he here? Jinhuk explained that his flight was in the afternoon. He mentioned he had a few things to discuss with her, so he stopped by the office for a bit before heading out. Jiwon was puzzled as to why he would come all this way to talk when he had a trip coming up. The two of them headed to a cafe on the first floor, and as she followed him inside, she muttered to herself that she should have just kept talking to Assistant Jane. Jinhuk asked Jiwon what she wanted to drink, and she shyly replied that she'd like an Americano. When the cashier mentioned a free sandwich, Jiwon recognized the voice as very familiar. She looked up, over Jinhuk's shoulder, and realized it was Park Manhan. Jinhuk pulled out his card to pay, and Manhan greeted Jiwon with a bright smile, surprised to see her there. Jiwan was taken aback. Jeonhyu was equally surprised, not expecting Jiwan to know him, and shot Manhan a not-so-friendly look. Manhan recognized him as the guy who picked Jiwan up at the class reunion and asked if he was Jiwan's boss. Jiwan felt confused when Jinhuk asked Manhan if he was the one who yelled at her to check the block. Manhan admitted it, saying he was running a cafe here and suggested they meet up more often in the future. Jiwan awkwardly agreed. When their drinks arrived, she wondered why, out of all the cafes, it had to be this one. Jinhuk asked if they were classmates. He pointed out that Manhan hadn't mentioned he was opening a cafe here. She told him she didn't know why either, but she was aware it was because of his unrequited feelings for her. She asked Jinhuk if there was something he wanted to tell her. Jinhuk sipped his coffee and mentioned that while he was on a business trip, Manager Kim would take over managing the work. He informed her that Assistant Jane's project wouldn't go through Manager Kim, but would report directly to the hubs. Jiwan asked if he knew about the poor relationship between the two of them. He told her that was a personal matter for both of them, and as a superior, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere, but if the man was fair in his dealings, things would be different. Jiwan inquired if, in a situation like the last time, Manager Kim could face disciplinary action. She smiled and thanked the manager for his concern. Such a hint was indeed not a waste of time. Over tea, she reminded him to be careful on his business trip. When work hours began, she headed to the office. Suddenly, Jaewon stopped in her tracks. She spotted Manager Kim chatting with Hyein. He was laughing and talking with her. Jaewon sat down and pondered why it had to be today. She was sure he was up to something. A moment later, Hyein rushed up to her, visibly upset. Hyein explained that something had upset her, and Jiwon stood up, offering to make her a coffee. As she passed by Manager Kim's office, she saw him on the phone with someone. After handing the coffee to Hyein, Jiwon asked what had happened. Hyein revealed that Manager Kim wanted her to give him the plan she had written earlier. Jiwon was taken aback when Hyein mentioned that he said he would let her join the project team and become a full-time employee if she put his name as the author. This morning, Hyein had been confused when the manager called her in. He said he usually held her in high regard and always wanted her to become a full-time employee. He asked if she remembered the plan she submitted when she first joined the company, and of course, she did. Back then, he had criticized her plan harshly. Thinking of this, Hyein decided to act as if she had never heard the earlier proposals. Manager Kim told her to reconsider, asking if behaving this way would really help her become a full-time employee. Hyein angrily turned back and asked if he was trying to threaten her. He calmly replied that she should think carefully if she didn't want to be fired. Hyein couldn't stand the thought of her brilliant idea being snatched away by someone else, even if it meant risking her job. Jiwon sees Hyein's project as a gold mine, and now the head of the department is scheming to steal it. Hyein asks Jiwon if she knows which religion ranks second among the most followed and believed in. The answer is Islam, boasting over 1.3 billion followers. Yet they don't indulge in fast food. Jiwon suggests that targeting the Muslim community could be a savvy strategy for gaining a foothold. Jiwon encourages Hyein to hand over the plan to the head of the department, confident that he won't be able to pull it off. Hyein questions why Jiwon is so sure about that. Jiwon explains that there will be risks involved, but she wants them to follow his orders for now. Later, she'll find a way to reclaim the idea for Hyein, but not just yet. Hyein agrees and hands over the plan to the head of the department, who immediately submits it to the CEO. The CEO is highly impressed with the proposal. It's been ages since he's seen such a creative project. He mentions that if the project gets the green light, they'll need to send someone to Arabia for market research. The head of the department instantly thinks of Hyein and plans to find a way to send her there, telling the CEO that their team is also working on another project about salads. The CEO is persuaded and decides to prioritize the head of the department's project first. He secretly rejoices, seeing this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to regain power. Only then will Sumin trust and lean on him. She'll date and marry him. Meanwhile, Jiwan heads upstairs to the rooftop, bringing the documents to meet the head of the department. Just as Jiwan predicted, Assistant Jen's project has been temporarily shelved and pushed back behind the head of the department's project. Jiwan tells Assistant Jen to wait by the seaside for the enemy's body to surface. She remarks that for that to happen, someone needs to toss that body into the sea, and she's ready to be the one to do it. The head of the department is standing outside, smoking, waiting for her. He asks her what's up, and she presents the stack of documents in front of him. Jiwan says this is the report she has reorganized, and it will be beneficial for the project he's working on. This is the first step in Jiwan's plan to send him to the depths of the sea. The head of the department receives the report and skims through it. He asks her if she did it all by herself. Jiwan tells him that this industry has great potential and many businesses are targeting it, so they need to act faster than the competition. She suggests starting with advertising on social media and clearly analyze this in her report. The head of the department, Kim, is pleased. He thought that department head Jinhuk wouldn't be able to refuse. He cheerfully asks Jiwan if she wants to join the project team. She replies that, as long as he remembers her when he gets promoted, she's in. In the following days, everything unfolded just as she had planned. When the project information was made public, the company's stock price soared. The director praised him for achieving great success, and once the project wrapped up successfully, he would definitely get promoted. The head of the department, Kim, was over the moon. Shortly after, news about the company's branch opening in Arabia was splashed across several newspapers. That morning, at Unke Company, the head of the department, Kim, was walking and singing, greeting every employee he encountered. The employees were whispering among themselves, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. His phone buzzed with a message from Sumin, who said she had overslept and hadn't had breakfast. Head of the department, Kim, offered to buy her some food, and Sumin thanked him, adding that she wanted some strawberry milk too. Head of the department, Kim, beamed, finding Sumin really adorable. Suddenly, he received a call from Secretary Han, who informed him that the director wanted to see him. He happily rushed to meet the director, feeling like everything was going his way. At the door, he knocked and waited eagerly, then joyfully stepped inside, completely unaware of the storm brewing. The director was furious and threw a stack of reports at his head. He demanded to know if Kim knew what was going on and how he planned to take responsibility for the mess. Looking at the newspaper reporting on the kidnapping of South Koreans by Islamic extremists, he realized the company's stock had plummeted. At that moment, head of the department, Kim, understood the gravity of the situation. He bowed his head in apology and suggested they halt the project for now. The director angrily asked if Kim knew how much money the company had already invested, demanding that he come up with a solution quickly. Nervously, Kim rubbed his bald head and confessed to the director that the plan was actually from an intern on his team. He babbled on about wanting to give the new intern a chance, so he claimed the plan as his own. He suggested publishing an apology saying it was the mistake of a 26-year-old intern, which might calm the public outcry. Hearing this, the director seemed to recall something and asked what the intern's name was that team leader Kim mentioned. He told the director that her name was Hyun. He even proposed publishing an article calling her the Holler Girl, thinking that if he threw Hyun under the bus, everything would be fine and the company would avoid this crisis. The director asked team leader Kim if he had told Hyun that he was the one who initiated the project. Of course, Kim had already said that. Immediately, the director demanded that he go tell Hyun that he had nothing to do with this. Everything was his own doing. The director shouted so loudly that everyone outside the office could hear. All of this was because of him, and now the branch in Arabia was also in danger. Team leader Kim walked out dejectedly, and everyone looked at him, whispering, "Because of him, everything is in chaos." At this moment, team leader Kim could only hang his head in silence. He didn't dare say anything. Pulling out a strawberry milk box from his bag, he tried to cheer himself up, reminding himself that he still had Sumin by his side and together they would get through this tough time. But when he brought the drink to Sumin, she said she didn't drink strawberry milk. Confused, he asked why she had told him this morning that she wanted to drink it. Sumin turned away without answering. Team leader Kim couldn't understand why she had changed her mind like that. Everyone in the office looked at him with sympathetic eyes. He gritted his teeth. It was all Jiwan's fault. She definitely knew Hyun had connections, which was why she befriended her. If he hadn't listened to her and leaked the documents to the press beforehand, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Using the excuse of needing to submit a report today, he vented his frustration on Jiwan. But of course, Jiwan was already prepared. She had placed the report on his desk and texted him about it. With nothing he could do to Jiwan, he yelled out loud. He said she had pranked him on the street, and seeing Jiwan's attitude only made him more furious. He dramatically claimed that Jiwan's rudeness was a result of her parents' upbringing. Hearing this, Jiwan's expression darkened and her hand clenched tightly. He could say whatever he wanted about her, but she just couldn't stand it when he disrespected her parents. The head of the committee wasn't done yet. For him, everything that had escalated to this point was all Gan's fault. He raised his hand, ready to strike Jiwan. Department head Hyuk witnessed everything unfold and swiftly intervened to stop him. Jinhuk grabbed the collar of the head of the finance department. To Kim's surprise, Jinhuk lifted him up high and demanded that he immediately apologize to Jiwan. The head of the department anxiously asked when he would be back from his business trip, but Jinhuk ignored him, demanding that he quickly apologize. Head of the committee Kim reluctantly apologized to Jiwan, pleading for him to stop what he was doing. Jinhuk listened to her and let go, causing the committee head to crash to the ground. Seeing this, Jiwan felt a twinge of sympathy. Jinhuk declared that he would send a disciplinary notice to the company's disciplinary board. This incident was definitely not going to end with just a salary cut. A few days later, the head of the committee received the company's disciplinary report. In addition to the failed assault and defamation of assistant Jiwan, he was also facing extra penalties for stealing Hyun's ideas. Head of the committee Kim was taken aback when he overheard Sumin chatting with Park Man-hwan. She told him that she and the boss had no relationship and that she planned to transfer to another department. Minan didn't believe her, saying it wasn't necessary. The head of the committee was stealthily trailing behind, eavesdropping on their conversation. Sumin asked Minan how the head of the department would face disciplinary action, and he said it was likely the High Council would take serious measures. The head of the committee's expression darkened when he heard what Minan said to Sumin. He bought her a drink and told her that from now on, she didn't need to butter him up anymore. He then asked if getting demoted and suspended for 6 months was like being kicked off the stage. Hearing this, the head of the committee rushed in and threw a punch, straight at Park Man-won's face. He berated Park Man-won as a dimwit, asking if he wanted to get choked by him. Sumin asked why he would do that. He shouted loudly that he and Sumin were about to get married, even though he already had a girlfriend and was still flirting with Sumin. Sumin felt extremely embarrassed when manager Kim announced this to everyone. She definitely didn't want Park Man-hwan to know about her relationship with him. Manager Kim wasn't giving up. He told Sumin to clarify whether their love was real, and she panicked, denying everything. Everyone in the company witnessing the scene started believing the rumors about her and manager Kim. Sumin told manager Kim he wasn't thinking straight, which flustered him. He asked if she was acting cold towards him because of Park Man-won. Seeing so many people whispering, Sumin hurriedly ran away, feeling embarrassed. Now everyone in the company would know all about her and manager Kim. She ran into the restroom and locked the door. She thought manager Kim could no longer take advantage of her, but now it would be very difficult for her to become a permanent employee. What would she do from now on? Suddenly a smile appeared on her face as an idea popped into her head. If there's no manager, there's still a department head. The next day, during the meeting, department head Jinhuk announced that manager Kim had been suspended and had his salary cut. He also asked if Minan was okay after being hit by him. Minan felt shy. Why was he bringing up that he got hit before the meeting? Jang continued, announcing that the Hala project would be temporarily halted, and mentioned that the plan had been written by Hyun. The company would continue with the project that assistant Jang had paused, which made her feel very excited upon hearing the news. Jinhuk also mentioned that since Manager Kim was suspended, the team needed to add more personnel. He introduced someone from the development department who would be sent to support them. That person was none other than the head of the marketing department, Monsieur Le Dunay. Jiwan was surprised to see him. In her mind, Sumin should have been the one transferred to another department. Jiwan couldn't understand how Sumin could still smile brightly, despite the rumors about her and Manager Kim spreading so widely. Finally, Jinhuk announced there would be a party on Friday. He assigned Hane to choose the venue and inform everyone later. Before leaving, Sumin intentionally said loudly that she had heard everything clearly. She even smiled brightly and deliberately ran her fingers through her hair for the manager to see. In her mind, she thought, "There's nothing easier in this world than seducing a man." After work, Hyeni pulled Jiwan into a cafe on the first floor and asked how she knew about these things. Jiwan said she assigned the Hala project to Manager Kim because she knew there would be issues. Jiwan denied it, taking a sip of her coffee. Of course, this was something she couldn't let anyone else know. In her memory, the incident of Koreans being captured around this time of year stood out. She remembered Man Hanan being very angry when the government spent a lot of money to rescue the kidnapped hostages, but of course, she couldn't talk about that with Hyeni. She made up an excuse about the tense situation with the Taliban, so she guessed that hearing this, Hyeni admired her even more. While they were chatting, Won brought free pastries to the two of them. He asked Jiwan if this was the first time he met her colleague. Jiwan introduced them so they could greet each other. Won placed the pastries on the table, and Heen realized this was her brother's rival. She told him she didn't like sweet pastries. Park Manhan smiled and told her to give it a try. He only added a little sugar so it wouldn't be too sweet. He went on about the pastry, confident that Hyeen wouldn't regret trying it. Hyeen focused on the pastry in her hand, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. She couldn't believe it had such a sweet flavor. Hyeen exclaimed, "Does this flavor really exist?" She didn't expect Hyeen to introduce her to such a delicious pastry. He really was a good guy. He told her that if she wanted to eat, she could drop by the cafe any time, because he would always save one for the person he had been secretly in love with for all these years. That person was Jiwan. Hyeen understood, but pretended not to hear. Meanwhile, Sumin was sitting alone in her office. Lately, she couldn't figure out Jiwon's moves. Just a moment ago, she had been out with Hyeen who knows where. Suddenly, she heard footsteps nearby. Turning around, she saw the manager heading to get some water. Sumin thought this was a perfect opportunity to make a move on the manager. She suddenly ran over to ask if he wanted coffee. She could make it for him. When he said he drank soda, she snatched the bottle from his hand and helped him open it. She asked, "You seem to prefer soda over coffee. I feel the same way." After pouring the glass of water, Sumin handed it to the manager. As Jang Hyuk reached out to take the cup, Sumin pretended to lose her grip and exclaimed, causing the entire cup of water to splash dramatically to the ground. Sumin gasped and quickly crouched down to ask Soo-hyuk if he was okay. Sumin winced as she pricked her finger on a shard of glass, pretending to cry out in pain. She called the department head, saying her hand was bleeding. Jinhuk asked if she was okay and then turned to walk away. Sumin continued to tell him she was in a lot of pain, but Jinhuk coldly brushed past her, leaving her sitting there injured. He mentioned there was a first aid kit on the shelf and reminded her to clean the floor once she finished her tasks. Sumin couldn't wrap her head around how someone could be so emotionally detached. As Junhyuk stepped out the door, he bumped into Park Man-hwan coming in. Park Man-hwan rushed over to Sumin, concerned and eager to check if she was okay. Sumin spotted him and burst into tears, saying she had hurt her hand. Park Man-hwan was worried about her, reminding her to be careful and asking if she had any other injuries. Sumin thought to herself that this was the typical reaction of a guy, totally different from Hyuk. She asked Park Man-hyuk if he could blow on the spot where her hand hurt to help her feel better. Park Man-hyuk immediately agreed. He gently took her hand and blew softly on the spot where she was hurting. Sumin said to him, "Good thing you're around." Meanwhile, Jong-hyuk was hiding by the door, watching as Park Man-hwan held Sumin's hand, complimenting her delicate and charming fingers. He even secretly compared her to Jiwan. Neither Sumin nor Park Man-hwan had any idea that someone was watching them from outside the door. Hyuk tightened his grip on the door, unable to hold back any longer. He thought to himself, "You can't let Jiwon keep dating a loser like Park Man-hwan. If Jiwon finds out the truth, she'll have to endure more heartbreak." Just then, he spotted Jiwan and Haeyeon returning. Haeyeon was still engrossed in talking about the cake she got to enjoy today, saying it was the best cake of her life. Jiwan spotted the manager and walked over to greet him. Jinhuk asked Haeyeon if she often visited the Balo Cafe, and Haeyeon felt a little flustered. She remembered her uncle warning her to steer clear of the cafe owner and encouraged the relationship between her and Haeyeon instead. However, thinking about that delicious baked pastry, she reluctantly apologized to her brother. In that moment, she decided to stay out of sight so the two of them could handle things on their own, which might be more effective. Hyeni made an excuse to head to the development department and slipped away. Jiwan also asked the department head for permission to leave early. Janhyuk immediately called her back. He pulled her gently and stood in front of her, asking where she thought she was going. Jiwan told him she was going to the break room to get a water bottle, and Janhyuk offered to help her. She awkwardly declined, not wanting to run into Park Man-hwan right now. She needed a reason to keep her distance from him. Jinhyuk quickly invited her to dinner with him that evening, explaining that he had something important to discuss with her. Jiwon agreed, saying she was free tonight, but asked if what he wanted to discuss was work. Hearing Jinhyuk mention it was about Assistant Kim, she agreed. He then informed her that the break room was having plumbing issues and suggested she go to the room across the hall instead. Watching Jiwon leave, Jinhyuk let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want her to witness anything that would hurt her. That evening, Jinhyuk took Jiwon to dinner at the E1 hotel. Jiwon asked him what the issue was regarding Assistant Kim and why he was taking her to a 5-star hotel for dinner. Jinhyuk explained that she had worked hard due to the incident, so he wanted to thank her. He then asked if she still intended to see Park Man-hwan, mentioning that she might find it uncomfortable, but it was a very important question for him. Jiwan replied that she had made it clear before that she didn't want to discuss her personal life, so she had no reason to answer his question. She added that she and Park Man-hwan were dating just fine and hoped he would stop. Jinhyuk agreed, and they continued their meal. He couldn't understand why it had to be Park Man-hwan. As they were leaving, he reminded Jiwon to be careful on the stairs. Just as he finished speaking, she slipped. Jiwon lost her balance and fell forward. Jinhyuk panicked and didn't manage to catch her in time. Jiwon fell to the floor and her shoe broke. Jinhyuk hurried over to ask if she was okay, and Jiwon sadly said she had just gotten her shoes repaired and now they were broken again. He helped her up and asked if she could walk. Jiwon wanted to walk on her own, but her foot was throbbing. She told him that she might have twisted her ankle, feeling a bit lost in the moment. Jinhyuk politely excused himself, then swiftly scooped her up in his arms. He said that continuing to walk would only make her pain worse, and advised her to hold on to him tightly. Jinhyuk gently set Jiwon down on a chair in the hotel lobby and told her to wait for him there. Jiwon's heart was racing from the sudden action of her boss. She glanced down at her foot, thinking that if she had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. The lobby door swung open, and Jinhuk rushed in, asking Jiwon if she had been waiting long. Seeing him out of breath, she asked if he had run to get a first aid kit for her. Jinhuk replied that he borrowed it from the hotel lobby and carefully treated Jiwon's injury. He told her to toss those shoes away, as even if they were repaired, they would just break again and could cause more injuries. Jiwon mentioned that she only had one pair of shoes, but he insisted that there would come a time when she needed a new pair instead of just fixing the old ones. He added that once shoes break, they can easily break again. Then Jinhyuk pulled out a shiny new pair of shoes, thinking they would fit her perfectly. He carefully slipped them onto her feet and told Jiwon that she absolutely deserved to wear better shoes. Jiwon's heart raced at Jinhyuk's gestures. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her bag. It was Min-hun calling. He was on his way to Ji-hwan's apartment, driving while calling, but Ji-hwan stubbornly refused to answer. She remembered that afternoon when she had thought she misheard him. She wondered why she had agreed to dinner with Jinhuk. Park Man-hwan was quite annoyed. If he had finished his work earlier, he wouldn't have let her go with Jinhuk. How dare he flirt with her? Min-hwan was glad Jiwan was looking more beautiful, but it also brought a lot of trouble. He was sure the coffee shop owner on the first floor of their company had feelings for Jiwan. Just taking the elevator made everyone look at her. There were even rumors in the company that she was the most beautiful in the marketing department, skilled and capable in her work. He thought that at this rate, someone else would steal Jiwan away from him. He called her many more times before Jiwan finally picked up. He asked why she hadn't answered his calls, and Jiwan explained that she had just finished dinner with her boss and had just gotten home. Park Man-hwan never expected there would come a day when he would worry about Jiwan, the girl he was dating, just to snag a bottle of wine. He recalled that when it all started, it was just a prank between him and a colleague. They had bet that if Min-hwan could win her over, his colleague would gift him a bottle of wine. Jiwan had once been a simple girl that Min-hwan won through that bet. He had confidently told his colleague that he only needed 3 days to pull it off. The very next day, he approached Jiwan to get to know her. He asked for her phone number and kicked off his plan, bombarding her with sweet messages, thinking that would be enough to win her heart. But things didn't go as he had hoped, and he started to lose his patience. By Saturday, he called her to see if she was busy. Min-hun invited her out for dinner, asking Jiwon where she lived so he could pick her up. And just like that, he and Jiwon started dating. At that time, Park Man-hwan only intended to get the wine and then find an excuse to break up with her. But everything took an unexpected turn. The more he got to know her, the more he realized how kind and gentle she was. In fact, she was so good-hearted that it bordered on foolishness. She always helped him with his tasks while he was out partying with his friends, never suspecting him of anything. That was what Park Man-hwan liked most about Jiwon. But lately, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was acting differently, and he wondered if she was cheating on him. Regardless, he didn't care about the reasons. He had become a much more capable man than before. Park Man-hwan opened his computer to check the stock market. Seeing the numbers surge, he thought it was time to put his plan into action. The next day, he would take Jiwan on a boat ride on the Han River. On that boat, Park Man-hwan planned to execute his scheme. He absolutely wouldn't let anyone else take her away, even if it cost him everything. She had to be his. Fireworks exploded, lighting up the sky. Under that sparkling sky, Jiwon held the bouquet Min-won had given her, looking stunning. Park Man-hwan took out the ring he had prepared and knelt down to propose to Jiwon. He told her that he loved her, and as long as she agreed, he would make her happy for the rest of their lives. Jiwon beamed with joy. Of course she agreed. Park Man-hwan pulled her into a tight embrace, declaring that from now on she was forever his. He added that she didn't need to worry about their honeymoon home. He'd made a lot of money this time and would take care of everything. Jiwon smiled. Everything was going according to her plan, including the day when the MW company unexpectedly declared bankruptcy. The next morning it was back to work as usual. While having breakfast with everyone in the office, Jiwon shared that her boyfriend had proposed to her and that tomorrow night she would be meeting his parents. Ayin asked if the shirt she was wearing and her new bag were also gifts from Assistant Park. Jiwon replied, "Yes, he wanted to make a little from stocks, so he bought them for me. He also said he would take care of the honeymoon home." "Really?" Ayin asked. "Park is quite impressive." "Hala, but don't you think getting married so soon is a bit hasty?" Sumin asked Jiwon if she was really going to marry Park Man-hwan. Jiwon laughed and told her, "Who else treats me with love and kindness while having a stable job and a business mind like him? Marrying Park Man-hwan will definitely make me very happy." She also asked everyone to keep this a secret for her, and Sumin happily congratulated Jiwon, looking at the ring on her finger. As she watched, Sumin thought to herself that she must have him at all costs. Seeing Sumin's expression, Jiwon knew she would be so jealous she might go crazy. Even after finishing breakfast, Sumin was still fuming. She wondered what Jiwan had that made her worthy of marrying Park Man-hanan. Sumin was frustrated. She had always waited on Jiwan, giving her whatever she wanted and always being by her side. She thought she had treated Jiwan well without any ulterior motives. Now she was determined to take everything from Jiwan. Dumping the leftover food from her tray into the trash, Sumin swore she could not let Jiwan live happier than she. Back in her office, Jiwan opened her account to check her pharmaceutical stocks. Currently, the stocks she held were up by 170 million. She thought this money would be enough for her to move out and quit her job after breaking up with Park Man-hanan. She then looked up the tech company MW's stocks, which were continuously dropping in value. Holding the financial newspaper in her hands, reading about the stock market situation, Park Man-hanan couldn't hold back his frustration. He threw the paper down on the table and angrily called the MW security staff for advice, but no one picked up. Clearly, he had told himself that this was a great opportunity, one that no one knew about, so he had invested all his money into buying these stocks. Now, his 40 million was just a pile of worthless paper. If Jiwan found out, she would definitely not agree to marry him anymore. He decided to hide this from Jiwan, planning to make profits from other stocks instead. For now, he would call his parents to borrow money. He regretted buying her that expensive designer bag. He wished he had just bought her a knockoff instead. Jiwan came looking for him and said that everyone was waiting for him to go celebrate Assistant James' project. Park Man-won said he had forgotten and casually tossed the newspaper he had just read into the trash, fearing she would see it. He told her to ride in his car, and Jiwan agreed, even suggesting that Sumin join them, which Park Man-won naturally accepted. Jiwan glanced back at the newspaper Park Man-won had thrown away, secretly smiling, knowing this would happen even before he did. Today, their office was going out for a barbecue, a place chosen by Hyun. Hyun told everyone to focus on eating, while she would take care of grilling the meat. Everyone praised her grilling skills, saying they were truly amazing. Sumin told Hyun that she thought she was more suited for a part-time job at the barbecue place than being an office worker. Hyun wasn't having it. She claimed to be multi-talented and asked Sumin what she was good at. Sumin shyly looked at Hyun, thinking, "How dare this younger girl tease me?" Watching the two of them, Jiwan felt very happy. Jinhuk sat across from her, looking at Jiwan with a sad expression. This morning he had received a message from Hyun saying that Jiwan had told them she was about to marry Park Man-hwan. Hyun had asked her brother if he was just going to stand by and watch this happen. He heard Park Man-hwan remind Jiwan that tomorrow was the introduction ceremony for both families, so she shouldn't drink too much. Jinhuk didn't know what to do now. He kept pouring and drinking continuously. Could he stop Jiwan's marriage? Sumin raised her glass and invited Park Man-hwan to drink. She hoped he would care for her more in the future. Watching Park Man-hwan down his drink, she told herself she would definitely claim him, no matter what. He would have to belong to her. The two of them kept switching glasses, and it seemed that Park Man-hwan was also getting tipsy. In the dining room, Jiwan and the two of them were present, while the manager stepped outside to take a call, and Hyun and assistant Jang had gone to the restroom and hadn't returned yet. Jiwan didn't like watching the two of them having fun together. She thought her chance had come, a chance to get revenge on them for all the pain they had caused her. She would return to them what she had to endure. Thinking this, Jiwan immediately stood up to stop them from drinking any more. She told Park Man-hwan it was time to go home, ignoring Sumin's insistence to keep drinking. Jiwan told Park Man-hwan she would help him into his car first. He handed Jiwan the keys and told her to wait in the car for him, saying he would call a driver and come out later. Watching the two girls leave, Park Man-hwan finished the last sip of his drink, thinking to himself that Sumin was still cuter. She was sweet and knew how to entertain while drinking. Jiwan took Sumin to the car. She kept complaining about how hard her life was at the company. Jiwan said she used to feel the same way. She mentioned that it was thanks to Park Man-hwan's help that she got through it. Hearing Jiwan say that Park Man-hwan was so perfect made Sumin want to marry him. Jiwan searched for her phone, and just then Park Man-hwan came out and asked why she hadn't gotten into the car yet. Sumin made an excuse, saying she'd forgot her phone in the restaurant and asked Park Manhwan to keep an eye on Sumin for her. Jiwan hurried back inside. Park Manhwan peeked into the car to check on Sumin, who was starting her own plan. She pretended to shiver and told Park Manhwan she felt very cold. Seeing this, he took off his jacket and draped it over her, then went to turn on the heater to warm her up. Sumin thanked him, her voice warm and inviting. She secretly thought that the bait had been taken. Park Manhwan told her to hang in there for a bit, as Jiwan would be back soon. But little did he know, this was a dinner table Jiwan had set up for the two of them, so how could she possibly return at this moment? Sumin raised her hand to cover Park Manhwan's mouth and told him not to mention Jiwan right now. It was just her and him here. Park Manhwan looked at Sumin's expression, his heart racing wildly. Indeed, he had found himself liking her much more than Jiwan for a while now. Yet he had always restrained himself from crossing the line. Looking at Sumin's sweet face, combined with her playful demeanor, made him truly lose his. Sumin pulled Park Manhwan closer to her. Sumin suggested that he could take her inside the house. With her proposal and charming antics, Park Manhwan could no longer hold back. He jumped into the car, wrapped his arms around Sumin and kissed her. Just like that, they had truly lived up to Jiwan's expectations. Both of them had different motives. Sumin wanted him out of jealousy towards Jiwan, not wanting Jiwan to be better than her, while Park Manhwan was simply a scoundrel, a jerk. One was Jiwan's fiancé, and the other was someone she had considered a close friend for a long time. At that moment, both had betrayed her. Sumin suggested that Park Manhwan hold her tightly, feeling satisfied as she had achieved her goal. She was about to have the man in front of her, the one who was about to marry her friend, Jiwan's boyfriend. They truly matched well, two utterly shameless individuals. Jiwan stood behind, witnessing everything that had just unfolded. They couldn't know that she hadn't forgotten her phone. That was just part of her plan. She watched the two of them embrace, and it seemed like this could finally put an end to everything. At last, Jiwan could take her revenge on them. Yet, even though everything had gone according to her plan, why were her tears still flowing? Clearly, they were the ones who had betrayed her first. She gripped her phone tightly, ignoring the incoming calls. Memories of the two of them flashed through Jiwan's mind, memories she wished to forget, even just for a moment. She remembered returning home from the hospital, looking for Park Manhwan. When she arrived at the door, she spotted two pairs of shoes, Park Manhwan's and a woman's. Although she had a gut feeling that something was off, she never expected that the person lying in bed with Park Manhwan was her friend, Sumin. She was truly heartbroken, but now they would have to endure the pain she once suffered. The nightmare was just beginning. Even so, seeing them betray her once again, Jiwan's tears flowed endlessly. At that moment, the driver Park Manhwan had called earlier arrived. She watched as the car slowly drove away. Jiwan stood there, frozen. Everything had gone according to her plan. She should have been happy, ready to toast to their new beginning. Wiping her tears, Jiwan told herself not to cry. They were the ones in the wrong. If she cried, wouldn't that mean she was losing to Sumin? With that thought, Jiwan headed to a late-night bar, planning to drink herself into oblivion to forget what was happening. When Jiwan finally opened her phone to check, she noticed several missed calls from her boss, Jinhuk. Just as she thought of him, her phone rang again. He really did care, didn't he? This time, Jiwan answered, and Jinhuk asked where she was and why she had left without telling anyone. She told him she wanted to get drunk and was sitting alone at a bar. When Jinhuk asked which bar she was at so he could come, she hung up. Jiwan continued to drink. Of course, she wouldn't tell him where she was. If she did, he would definitely come, and right now, she just wanted to be alone. She thought if she had made different choices in life, maybe those two would have changed. But even now, living again, Park Manhwan and Sumin were still the same. They still chose to betray her. And she, despite having died at their hands, still clung to hope like a fool. Suddenly, a hand snatched the bottle of alcohol from her grasp. Jinhuk had arrived. He told her to stop drinking, saying it was enough. Jiwan was surprised. He really was something. She asked how he had found her. When Jinhuk inquired where Park Man-hwan and Sumin were and why she was sitting there alone, she told him they had left and that those two were very close, so he should just pretend he didn't know anything. Jinhuk sensed something in her words, as if he had uncovered the relationship between Park Man-hwan and Sumin. He offered to stay with her while she drank and promised to take her home later. Jiwan, exhausted, told him not to worry. She was tired of love and dating. Ignoring her, Jinhuk sat down beside her and asked if she wasn't going to date him, how did she plan to take advantage of him? Jiwan didn't understand what Jinhuk was talking about. He suggested she should date him if she didn't want to look more haggard. Jiwan panicked, wondering if she really looked that bad. Despite her emotional turmoil, Jinhuk's presence had a soothing effect. Jiwan's mood lifted slightly. She didn't hate him at all. Setting her glass down on the table, she asked him to turn to face the door for a moment. Jinhuk agreed without hesitation. Jinwon leaned against his back, thinking that just leaning for a moment would be fine. In that moment, his back felt as sturdy as a tree trunk, offering a sense of comfort. They sat there for a long time without speaking, but that was all Jinwon needed right now. Being next to Jinhuk made her feel oddly comforted. The next morning, at the Happy Inn, the bright sunlight streamed through the window. Park Man-hwan woke up with a terrible headache. He opened his eyes, trying to remember what had happened as he sat up, feeling a sense of unease. Suddenly, Park Man-hwan realized he had completely lost his mind. He glanced over at Sumin, still asleep, then looked around the messy room. Panic set in. If this got out, the employees at the company and Jiwan would cut ties with him for good. Just then, Sumin woke up, still acting cute, as if nothing was wrong. Park Man-hwan, feeling awkward, told her they had both gotten drunk the night before, so it would be best to pretend nothing happened. Sumin, confused, asked how they could just ignore the fact that they had slept together. She pouted, clearly aware that he knew about her feelings for him. Did he really not have any feelings for her at all? Park Man-hwan was flustered. He tried to explain that it wasn't like that, but he had to meet his future in-laws today. Tears welled up in Sumin's eyes as she promised not to interfere in his relationship with Jiwan or tell anyone about what had happened. However, she added that he would still have to continue seeing her in secret. Park Man-hwan felt cornered. He knew he couldn't accept her offer, but the damage had already been done. Feeling guilty, he embraced Sumin tightly, thinking to himself that his romantic entanglements were spiraling out of control. Suddenly, the phone on the wall rang. It was Jiwan calling Park Man-hwan. She asked if he had woken up yet and why he had returned before her the night before. Park Man-hwan explained that Sumin hadn't been feeling well, and since the hired driver had arrived right on time, he couldn't wait for Jiwan to go back together. As Jiwan applied her makeup, she casually asked if he had booked a restaurant for the two families to meet. Park Man-hwan told her he had reserved a spot at the traditional Lu Hung restaurant at 5 p.m. on the first floor. Jiwan said she would meet him after finishing her makeup. Hearing the conversation with her boyfriend, the makeup artist complimented Jiwan and promised to make her look stunning for the occasion. Jiwan insisted on a bold, unforgettable look that would leave a lasting impression. Surprised, the artist asked if she wasn't meeting her boyfriend today and why she wanted such a dramatic style. Jiwan recalled her life with her late mother-in-law before she passed away. She remembered the harsh words. How her mother-in-law once said she didn't accept Jiwan for her beauty, but because she took good care of her son. One morning, she had even yelled at Jiwan for serving leftovers for breakfast, saying that on weekends a wife should wake up early and prepare nourishing meals for her husband. On top of that, she belittled Jiwan, cruelly commenting that those without parents were worthless, and suggesting that Jiwan's parents had died young because of this. This time, Jiwan was determined to approach the situation differently. She would meet Park Man-hwan's family with a new mindset, prepared to challenge their expectations and change their view of her. Meanwhile, after Park Man-hwan had left, Sumin paced angrily in her room. Why had he left her there to meet Jiwan? To Sumin, Jiwan could never compare to her, so why was Park Man-hwan abandoning her to marry Jiwan? Fueled by jealousy and a sense of rivalry, Sumin became even more determined. She vowed to win Park Man-hwan at all costs. Yet, why was everything still not going as she wished? Sumin remembered lying next to him when Park Man-hwan had mentioned over the phone to Jiwon that the two families would meet at 5 p.m. at the traditional Luen restaurant. She couldn't let things stay like this. She couldn't just let them get married. Sumin sat down to fix her makeup. All her efforts up to this point, would they really end up being overshadowed by Jiwon? Surely, before the grand wedding day, she would find a way to keep Park Man-hwan by her side. Once there's a first time, a second is definitely on the way. At exactly 5 p.m., Jiwon hopped into a cab and headed to the meeting spot. The families were already there, chatting joyfully together. Her cheating fiancé, Park Man-hwan, was sweet-talking his parents, completely at ease. A knock on the door echoed through the room, and Jiwon stepped in, politely greeting Park Man-hwan's parents. Upon seeing Jiwon, his parents were genuinely startled by her appearance. She introduced herself as Park Man-hwan's girlfriend, smiling, while everything in the room felt like a replay of her past life. Park Man-hwan's parents were taken aback, mentioning they had heard a lot about her from him. He had described her as a simple girl. Jiwon pretended not to understand his mother's underlying remark as she proudly flaunted the designer handbag Park Man-hwan had gifted her, subtly reminding them of her elevated status. Reflecting on the past, Jiwon realized that even though she hadn't done anything wrong, she used to feel terrified when meeting his parents. But now, things were different. She wondered if Park Man-hwan cared for her at all. He probably cared for his mother more. His mother, however, was quick to assert her authority. She asked if Jiwon knew how to handle household chores, hinting that if no one cooked breakfast, Park Man-hwan wouldn't eat. The tone was clear. Jiwon's worth as a wife would be measured by her domestic abilities, not her love for their son. Jiwon found it quite amusing. She had never even seen Park Man-hwan eat breakfast. With a confident smile, she assured his mother that she would take charge of preparing nutritious meals for Minan, and, if he had to work overtime, she would personally bring lunchboxes to his office. Minan's mother, cheery and wanting to be helpful, suggested that every weekend she could prepare side dishes for Jiwon, and they could just pick them up. Jiwan, however, politely declined the offer, saying that she would come to collect them during the week because she wanted Minan to rest on weekends. This caused his mother to worry aloud that Jiwon might overwork herself since she also had a job. But Jiwon's next statement shocked her. Jiwon nonchalantly revealed her plan to quit her job after the wedding and become a devoted housewife. His mother, taken aback, questioned how she could so decisively choose to quit her career. She asked if Jiwon planned to enjoy life at the expense of her son's earnings, pointing out that other daughters-in-law managed to balance work and family life just fine. Raising children, she argued, would also be very expensive. Jiwon remained calm and countered, asking if it wasn't sufficient for one person to earn money if they didn't have kids. At this moment, Minan began to sweat. He couldn't understand why Jiwon was acting so differently today. Hearing her response, Minan's father, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table and raised his voice, demanding if they wanted their house to be without a legitimate heir. He insisted that only a son could properly take care of the family's ancestral offerings, and questioned how Jiwon could dare stand before her elders and declare she wouldn't have children. But Jiwon didn't back down. Boldly, she replied that her father, despite having only her as a daughter, still used the offerings she prepared for worship. Her words infuriated Minan's father even more. He argued that once a daughter is married, she must perform the rituals for her husband's family, questioning how she could stomach such defiance. Minan's mother, visibly upset, joined in, lamenting that Jiwon's father's crime was giving birth to a daughter, as though Jiwon's very existence was a misfortune to the family. Hearing this, Jiwon wondered why being born a girl was considered a crime. Furious, she shouted back, calling Minan's mother an old hag. Park Wenpani nearly choked at her words. Everything that had happened was beyond his wildest imagination, and he couldn't understand what was going on with Jiwan today. His father's face darkened, confused as to why his son had brought home such a girlfriend. Minan's mother, shaking with anger, demanded to know why Jiwan dared to speak to her like that. Jiwan stood up, leaving the three of them in shock. With her back straight, she declared that she had decided not to marry their son, so calling her mother would be out of the question. Old hag seemed more fitting, she said bluntly. Park Man-wan was taken aback, asking what nonsense she was talking about. By now, Minan's parents were livid, claiming they had always suspected she would show her true nature like this. They said those without parents were all spoiled, ungrateful people. Jiwon's expression suddenly changed. She coldly asked why, if Minan's mother also had no parents, she would insult Jiwon's parents when they were in the same situation. Minan's mother was stunned into silence by Jiwon's sharp response. She told Minan that she would never agree to him marrying Jiwon, and that she would never allow her to become part of their family. Jiwon replied calmly, "You'll regret that decision." And with that, she walked away. Park Man-hwan called out to Jiwon, confused and desperate to understand why she had changed so much, but she ignored him. Jiwon stepped outside, realizing she could never become the daughter-in-law they wanted. After everything she had heard, it wasn't just a misunderstanding, it was pure insult. Twice now they had crossed the line, and she couldn't take it anymore. With her head held high, Jiwon hurriedly walked away from the place that had caused her so much pain. Suddenly, Jiwon spotted Sumin stepping out of a taxi, dressed as if she were meeting her boyfriend's family for the first time. Jiwon smiled at her. "Sumin, you've arrived just in time. You should marry that jerk for me," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Park Man-hwan's mother was still fuming, unable to believe her son had brought such a disrespectful girl into their home. She demanded that he end things with Jiwan immediately, insisting that she would never approve of the marriage. Just then, Sumin stepped through the door, feigning surprise. "Oh, what a coincidence to run into you here," she exclaimed brightly. Sumin greeted Park Man-hwan's mother with enthusiasm, introducing herself as his junior at the company, all while tossing in a few compliments about him. Park Man-hwan's mother, softening, confirmed proudly that he took after her. Park Man-hwan, still shaken by Jiwon's outburst, asked Sumin about her prior appointment. Sumin smoothly explained that her parents had urgent matters and couldn't make it, and then slyly mentioned her love for cooking, loud enough for his mother to hear. At the sound of this, Park Man-hwan's mother smiled, clearly pleased. She invited Sumin to dine with them, and naturally Sumin accepted. This was exactly what she had hoped for. She casually asked if it was appropriate, and Park Man-hwan's mother, now completely won over, had already forgotten about Jiwon's outburst. She even remarked how meeting such a straightforward girl like Sumin was a blessing for their family. As Sumin took her place at the dining table, she secretly rejoiced. Jiwon's debut had been a complete disaster, and now Sumin was happily dining with the Minan family. It seemed her plan had been the right choice all along. Jiwon, on the other hand, was on her way home, reflecting on the disastrous events of the afternoon. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from Park Man-hwan. He asked where she had gone, why she hadn't answered his calls, and expressed his desire to marry her smoothly, wondering if she intended to let things continue this way. As Jiwon walked and read his messages, she thought about how Park Min-hwan and Sumin were truly a perfect match, two people who had always taken everything for granted. Thinking about how Sumin had coveted everything she had for the past 10 years, Jiwon decided it was finally time to give her what she wanted. She smiled to herself, ready to let them have it all. The next morning, Jiwon arrived at the office as if nothing had happened. She didn't expect things to go smoothly, but with just a small nudge, everything was already falling into place. Park Man-hwan and Sumin were sneaking out during work hours to flirt. Jiwan knew her task now was to bring this twisted fate to its conclusion before she could embrace her new, brighter life. She had already finished writing her resignation letter, planning to wrap up her affairs and leave this place behind. As Jiwan was about to submit her letter, assistants Jae and Haine invited her to grab some coffee. Jiwan agreed to go with them, feeling a bit lighter after her decision. On their way out, Haine turned to invite department head Jinhuk to join them. Although he couldn't go, he handed Haine his card and told them to consider it his treat. Before they left, Jinhuk added, "There's still plenty of time, Jiwan. Order something nice to eat." Jiwan thanked him, feeling a strange reluctance to leave, thinking maybe she should wait until the company's new product was completed before moving on. Meanwhile, Park Man-won and Sumin were sneaking around in a nearby motel. As they prepared to leave, Park Man-won told her to pretend they were out meeting a client for the next hour. Sumin disagreed, reminding him that he had promised to spend the entire day with her. Park Man-won explained that he had too much to prepare for the upcoming wedding. Sumin, confused, asked if the wedding wasn't called off. Park Man-won reassured her, saying it was just a minor disagreement between his mother and Jiwan and that everything would smooth over soon. Frustrated, Sumin asked if he planned to break up with her. Park Moon brushed it off, saying their relationship was just a casual fling and nothing serious enough to require a breakup. He kissed her forehead, said goodbye and left, leaving her in shock. Sumin gritted her teeth, furious that even when things were falling apart, he still wanted to be with Jiwon instead of her. Determined not to let all her efforts go to waste, Sumin picked up her phone, plotting her next move. Meanwhile, Jiwon received a call from a high school friend, who informed her that Sumin had been asking around for Kim's number. Jiwon thanked her friend for the heads up, knowing something was brewing. Jiwon suddenly remembered how Sumin had previously bothered her and wondered why she would be asking for Kim Tae's number now. It surely couldn't be for anything good. She needed to prepare for what was to come. So, Jiwon submitted the report her manager had assigned her and considered whether she should ask him for help again. She couldn't understand why she thought she could trust the man in front of her. Jinhuk, noticing her hesitation, asked if she needed his help with anything. She, somewhat impulsively, asked if she could take advantage of him just one more time. Jinhuk folded the report, looked at her intently, and told her she could take advantage of him as many times as she wanted. In fact, he was quite happy about it. On her way home that evening, Jiwon suddenly heard someone call out to her. As soon as Kim finished speaking, she knew he would come looking for her. He said that as soon as he saw her, he rushed over immediately. Jiwon told him she hadn't contacted him at all. Meanwhile, Park Man-won was sitting in his car across the street, watching them closely. He wondered who this guy was. He had prepared flowers and gifts for her, but when he called, she didn't pick up. How could she dare to meet someone else behind his back? Just then, Sumin approached and knocked on his car door. She smiled and asked why he was there before getting in the car. Sumin told him that she was a high school classmate of Jiwon's and intentionally mentioned that since their class reunion, they had been inseparable. She warned Park Man-won not to think Jiwon was only into him, as she was deliberately trying to rile him up. Park Man-won grew heated and insisted that Jiwon only loved him. Sumin, ignoring his attitude, kept rambling on about how Jiwon's mother had cheated and abandoned her father. She suggested Jiwon would end up just like her mother. Park Man-won was shocked to hear this, not knowing about Jiwon's mother leaving for another man. Sumin claimed she hadn't mentioned it before because Jiwon was her best friend. But she couldn't stand how Jiwon was treating him. She comforted him and suggested they move to another place, saying that if they stayed there any longer, he would definitely see some unpleasant things. Jiwon watched Park Man-won's car drive away, knowing this was all Sumin's doing. She told Tong that she hadn't contacted him at all. Tong immediately showed Jiwon the messages. Jiwon opened her phone and saw someone had impersonated her to message him. Kim Tong was stunned and furious. He couldn't let anyone manipulate him like that. He asked Jiwon if she thought she was so valuable that someone would go this far. He grabbed her hand, intending to drag her away to confront the culprit. He demanded she be quiet and follow him, but Jiwon insisted he let go of her hand, saying it had nothing to do with her at all. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Kim Tong's from behind, and he was confused about who was doing this. Jinhuk declared he was Jiwon's boyfriend and asked what Kim Tong thought he was doing with her. Jinhuk then asked Jiwon if she was okay. At that moment, Kim Tong realized what was happening and demanded Jiwon let go of him. Furious, Jiwon swung his fist straight into Kim Tong's face. The guy fell to the ground in pain. Without a word, Jiwon took Jiwon away. Walking beside him, Jiwon felt incredibly safe. She thought that as long as this man was by her side, she could bravely stand up to anyone else. Why hadn't she noticed him before? Jiwon got into the car and Jinhuk drove off. She thanked him for everything that had happened today. Jinhuk smiled and told her she was just exercising her right to take advantage of him, as this was exactly what he had requested. He stopped the car and said they had arrived, leaving Jiwon surprised. Why was he bringing her to a hotel? He explained that she should rest there for the night and he would take her home in the morning. Jinhuk mentioned that the guy from earlier knew her home address, so it would be dangerous for her to go back. Jiwan shook her head in refusal, saying she could go up by herself, but Jinhuk disagreed. He asked, what kind of boyfriend would drop his girlfriend off at a hotel and leave her to fend for herself? Jiwon nervously replied, well, if he brought his girlfriend to a hotel and just left, that would be pretty strange too. She clamped her mouth shut, not understanding what on earth she was talking about. Jinhuk told her that he would also be sleeping there tonight. Jinhuk led Jiwon to the front desk to check in. Jinhuk asked, aren't you supposed to drop me off and leave? He repeated her earlier words with a grin. Panicking, Jiwon blurted out that she was just speaking nonsense. Jinhuk told the receptionist to get him 2 adjacent rooms. Jiwon jumped and asked why 2 rooms. Jinhuk suggested they could book just 1 room, but Jiwon felt embarrassed and admitted that 2 rooms were probably better. She didn't think he would actually stay. Jinhuk watched Jiwon step into her room, and once she was settled, he walked away. He turned to meet up with his crew, pulled out his phone and set up a meeting in the lobby. They informed him everything was taken care of, and from now on no one would dare come near her again. Jinhuk told them not to call him boss but director, as they weren't part of the mafia. Meanwhile, Park Min-han had already driven off. Jinhuk quickly guessed that Sumin was behind all of this. She had impersonated Jiwon and messaged that guy. Perhaps Jiwon had known about it all along, which is why she suggested Jinhuk pretend to be her boyfriend. He looked at his watch. It was already 9 p.m. He wondered what Jiwon was doing at that moment. Suddenly he jumped up. He remembered she hadn't eaten anything. How could he have forgotten? He immediately went to her room and knocked on the door, regretting that he hadn't taken her out for dinner before bringing her to the hotel. Jiwon had just finished showering and, hearing the knock, rushed to open the door. She asked if he needed something. He calmly inquired if she had eaten dinner and if she wanted something to eat. He then asked what she usually liked. Jiwon thought of pork soup sprinkled with sesame, with green onions and pickled radish. It sounded delicious. Just then, a butterfly landed on her head. Jiwon panicked and screamed, startling Jiwon. She pointed to her head, explaining that she was terrified of insects. He offered to catch it for her and warned her to be careful. In the panic, Jiwon stumbled. She grabbed Jinhuk's tie to steady herself but lost her balance, falling backward and accidentally hitting the light switch. The room plunged into darkness. Once again, the distance between Jinhuk and Jiwon was small. They stood close, hearts pounding, and gazed at each other in the silent room. The clock struck 2 a.m. Jiwon lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She kept thinking about that moment with Jinhuk, feeling embarrassed and pulling the blanket over her head. If only things were different. If only Park Min-han hadn't caused her so much trouble. Perhaps she could have opened her heart to Jinhuk by now. In his room, Jinhuk felt the same as Jiwon. The memory of them falling into each other's arms haunted him. He couldn't sleep. Her image flashing through his mind, making it impossible to forget. 2 people in separate rooms, yet their feelings were eerily similar. They longed for each other, their hearts racing. Who knows how long the night dragged on? Jiwan, now exhausted, yawned repeatedly as morning approached. Jinhuk called her, inviting her to breakfast. How was he not tired? He went to fetch some food and brought it back to Jiwan. Sitting down, he casually remarked, "A boyfriend should fetch food for his girlfriend, right?" Jiwan panicked, quickly clarifying that what he did yesterday was just a favor. Jinhuk grinned, reminding her that she'd asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, but never mentioned how long that act should last. Flustered, she stammered, and he smiled, wishing her a good meal. As he smiled, she blurted out, "You look just like a puppy when you smile." Jinhuk's face went pale. What was she talking about? Jiwan hastily explained that she meant a Labrador retriever, a big, cute dog. She rambled on about how Labradors are adorable, smart and obedient. Mid-sentence, she clamped her hands over her mouth, embarrassed by her own words. Jinhuk raised an eyebrow, teasing her. "So, you think I'm cute?" Changing the topic, he asked if she had chosen an apartment yet. Jiwan mentioned that she'd be moving into the one Hyene recommended, the same one Hyene had lived in previously. After breakfast, Hyene took Jiwan to see the apartment. Jiwan thought it was perfect and apologized for troubling Hyene over the weekend. The apartment had great security, CCTV monitoring, and faced south with low management fees, just as Hyene had described. It was within Jiwan's budget, and she could move in right away. Overjoyed, she asked if they could sign the contract immediately. On the way to the real estate office, Jiwan asked Hyene to keep her move a secret from everyone at the company. Curious, she also asked how Hyene had found such a great place. Hyene explained that she had studied at a university nearby, which led to another surprise. Jiwan had graduated from the same university as Hyene's brother. Jiwan was taken aback. She had never met him or even seen him on campus. Later that evening at Jiwan's old apartment, Park Man-hwan arrived, fuming. He rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered. It seemed Jiwan wasn't home. Furious, he realized she was ignoring his calls, and now, even after showing up at her place, she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice asking who it was. Park Man-hwan angrily shouted, demanding to know if Jiwan was inside the apartment and who the man was. He began banging on the door, yelling for the person inside to come out. The door swung open and a man stepped out, frowning. "Who the hell are you, and why are you making such a racket at my door in the middle of the night?" Park Man-hwan quickly bowed, realizing he must have the wrong apartment. Apologetically, he asked if the man knew where the girl who used to live there had moved to. With a sneer, the man replied, "Chasing after her like that won't make her run away any less." He scoffed, "I don't know anything," before slamming the door shut. Park Man-hwan stood there, shaken and furious that Jiwan had moved without telling him. Recalling that night, he regretted not chasing after her to confront her rude behavior. But then Sumin had shown up, and everything had gone wrong. Frustrated, he pulled out his phone to call Jiwan, but couldn't get through. He left her a message, asking when she moved and saying he'd forgive everything, even her disrespect toward his mother. Meanwhile, Jiwan listened to his voicemail and guessed he must have come looking for her. She thought to herself how lucky she was to have moved earlier than planned. Suddenly, she felt hungry. She hadn't eaten anything the night before, and even during breakfast with Jinhuk that morning, she barely touched her food. With the hectic move, she had forgotten all about dinner. Just then, a message from Jinhuk popped up. He asked if her move went smoothly and if she wanted him to bring over some pork soup. Before she could even reply, the doorbell rang. Jiwan opened the door and was surprised to see Jinhuk standing there, holding a container of pork soup. "I thought you might like this," he said with a warm smile. Jiwan thanked him and invited him inside. Suddenly she heard a soft meow at Jinhuk's feet. Looking down, she saw an adorable little furball. Thinking it was a stray cat, she crouched down to pet it, only to find it snuggling up to her. "That's my pet," Jinhuk explained. "His name is Pei." Jiwan's face lit up in delight as the cat purred happily in her lap. But then a thought crossed her mind. Wait, Does this mean you live here too? Jinhuk nodded, smiling. I'm your neighbor. Jiwan was taken aback. How could this be? She glanced at the open door of the apartment across from hers in disbelief. Suddenly, Jiwan had a realization. Jinhuk looked a bit flustered and quickly apologized for not giving her a heads up about living nearby. Jiwan had moved here to avoid bothering Park Man-han and his meddling, but the thought of Jinhuk living in the same apartment complex had never crossed her mind. She felt confused. How could the head of her department be her neighbor? Jinhuk explained that Hyen had previously lived in this apartment, and since he didn't feel comfortable with her living alone outside, he decided to move in. He held out the bag of food towards Jiwan, urging her to eat before it got cold. Jiwan thanked him and then asked if he had already eaten dinner. Jinhuk replied that he had, and he was just about to take Pei, his cat, back to his room. Jiwan, still petting the cat, gave it a gentle scratch on the head. She found Pei incredibly cute. Jinhuk offered, if you like, you can play with Pei for a while. Thrilled, Jiwan eagerly invited him to stay for a bit. Jinhuk followed her inside with his cat, realizing just how much joy having a pet could bring into her home. Meaning seemed to return to his life. Jiwan sat down at the dining table, looking at the steaming dishes in front of her. She asked, did they really deliver the whole pot and bowls too? Jinhuk felt a bit guilty as he explained, this is the trendy new style of food delivery. The dishes are from a very famous restaurant. Jiwan began eating, savoring the delicious food. Jinhuk anxiously asked, is it good? She smiled, saying, it's really tasty. It reminds me of my hometown. My dad and I used to enjoy flavors like this in Busan. Jinhuk sighed in relief, glad she liked it. He recalled how earlier he had called his little brother, carefully instructing him to bring over the pork soup. The effort seemed worth it, seeing Jiwan happily devour the meal. As he was getting ready to leave, Jinhuk said, whenever you want to see Pei, just come over to my place to hang out. Jiwan was overjoyed and promised, I'll visit often. Jinhuk was taken aback, surprised that she agreed so quickly. He hugged his cat, returning to his apartment, and fed Pei while praising the cat. You're so clever, he said, petting its head. You already know I like her, don't you? You must like Jiwan too, right? Of course Pei liked Jiwan, Jinhuk thought. After all, she was his lifesaver. The next morning, Jiwan and her assistant Jae went to a supermarket to survey customer reactions and check the display of new products. Assistant Jae seemed nervous, mentioning that the project had caused some trouble for her parents. Jiwan reassured her, saying, after this, you might get promoted and can repay them. As they entered the supermarket, they were both shocked to find that all the products from their company were missing, not just the new ones, everything. Finding this strange, they decided to ask the supermarket staff directly. However, when they introduced themselves as representatives of UNC, the staff became very cold. How do you dare show your faces here after what happened? The manager snapped. Shocked by this response, Jiwan and assistant Jae rushed back to the office. This was no small matter. How could Park Man-han and Sumin have let this happen? As soon as they got back, assistant Jae immediately called Sumin in to ask what was going on. She confronted her. Are you still sane? You caused trouble and just ran away without addressing it. Sumin stammered. What are you talking about? Assistant Jae reminded her of the incident where Sumin gave a food sample containing peanuts to a customer with a peanut allergy and didn't even apologize or report it. Sumin tried to explain, but Assistant Jae cut her off, saying, during the market survey for the new product, you caused a major issue and didn't even report it. Sumin panicked, trying to shift the blame onto Jiwan. She sobbed uncontrollably, claiming her actions were driven by concern for Jiwan. Sumin admitted she hadn't reported the allergic reaction because Jiwan didn't give her a heads up. I had no idea, Sumin cried, looking at Jiwan. I was afraid she'd get into trouble. Jinhuk turned to Jiwan and asked, is what Sumin saying true? Jiwan felt the weight of doubt and the disdainful glances from everyone in the room. Meanwhile, Sumin was being comforted and surrounded by sympathy. but Jiwan had grown used to this. It no longer hurt her as much. She simply replied, "I don't really remember." At that moment, Sumin continued playing the role of the supportive friend, telling Hyuk, if the company decides to impose any penalties, it should only be on me. Jinhuk asked Jiwan to really think about it. "Are you sure you don't remember clearly?" Jiwan bowed her head. "It's been a while, so I don't recall all the details," she admitted. "Maybe we should check the CCTV footage from that day." Upon hearing that, Sumin's face turned pale. Suddenly, Jiwan felt a sharp pang of guilt. If that was the case, wouldn't everyone know the blame squarely fell on her? Trying to stay composed, Jiwan handed out a USB to everyone, explaining that it contained the CCTV footage from the day in question. Since the project was so important, she had made sure to keep a copy of the footage on her. "Everyone, take a look," Jiwan said. "I've already given Sumin a detailed heads-up on the key points we needed to focus on. I stressed to her just how important this was." Sumin, now feeling the pressure, apologized to the group, claiming, "I'm sorry, it must be because my memory's just so bad that I forgot." Jinhuk frowned and asked, "But why didn't both Sumin and Park Mangwan report the incident to the company?" Feeling cornered, Sumin thought fast. She needed to escape this situation. "Well, Parkman, one advised me to keep it under wraps," she said, eyes darting around. "He told me that as long as we both stayed quiet, no one would ever find out." Park Manhwan was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" he asked, fury building inside him. He could hardly believe Sumin was throwing him under the bus like this. He clenched his fists, wanting to lash out, but instead he bowed his head and apologized to the team. "Since Sumin was a new recruit, I decided to handle the situation myself," he explained, struggling to keep his voice steady. Jinhuk, growing increasingly frustrated, ordered Sumin and Park Man-hwan to each write up their individual reports and submit them. Finally, in a desperate attempt to save herself, Sumin tried to shift all the blame onto Park Man-hwan. "You don't know how hard I work to clean up your mess," Park Man-hwan snapped at her. "And this is how you repay me, stabbing me in the back?" Sumin shrugged and coldly replied, "Well, you're just an assistant. All you had to do was write the report. If anything went wrong, I'd lose my chance to become a full-time employee." Park Man-hwan shot back, "After all this, forget about signing a contract. You'll be lucky to keep any position at all." Despite his anger, he assured her, "Don't worry, you won't face any reprimands or punishment. It's not necessary." With that, he walked away, leaving Sumin alone in her thoughts. She seethed inwardly, thinking, "If I'm going down, I'll take everyone with me." She pulled out her phone and called the customer who had suffered the allergic reaction. Feigning concern, she asked, "How's your health? Have you recovered? The company wants to send a gift to make up for the mistake." Sumin wasn't about to let the situation spiral out of control. After making the call, she casually focused on her beauty routine, convinced that she had handled everything perfectly. Suddenly, her phone rang. She quickly answered, asking, "Did you receive the gift the company sent?" On the other end, the customer was furious. "You sent me a peanut salad after I almost died from eating peanuts? Are you out of your mind?" Sumin replied nonchalantly, "I thought you'd like free food. Maybe you should try harder to adapt." The man, now absolutely livid, demanded, "Where are you? I want to talk to you in person." Sumin shrugged. "If you want to find me, just come to the company headquarters." The next morning, in the lobby of the company building, Jiwan ran into Assistant Jang and Hyein. Hyein asked, "Have you seen Sumin at work today?" Suddenly, they heard a man's voice shouting loudly, demanding to know who the marketing assistant Jang was because he wanted to see her. The security guard tried to stop him, telling him he couldn't act like that here, but the man was insistent. In a fit of rage, he threw all the food he had brought onto the floor. Esther Jang decided to step in. She approached the man and introduced herself. "I'm Assistant Jang," she said calmly. When she looked at the package, she saw that her name was on it. Surprised, she told Jiwan, "I never sent a package like this. Someone must have impersonated me." Jiwan immediately suspected Sumin was behind the prank. Assistant Jang told Jiwan and Heen to stay out of it, insisting she would handle the situation. However, the man, still furious, shouted, "You told me to come here, and now you're treating me like a thug." He raised his hand as if he was about to strike Assistant Jang. Jiwan, stunned, suddenly recalled a similar moment in her past when Park Man-hanan had tried to do the same to her. With a second chance at life, she couldn't just stand by and let this happen again. She rushed forward and stood in front of Assistant Jang, urging the man to calm down. "Who are you?" the man demanded. Jiwan bowed and apologized, explaining, "The person who sent that package was definitely not Assistant Jang, but someone else. I promise we'll find the person who spoke to you on the phone and they will personally apologize. We will also come up with a solution to compensate you." The man, though still angry, seemed to soften slightly. He glared at Jiwan and asked, "Are you just talking nonsense? Are you the one responsible for this?" Just then, Jinhuk arrived. He told Jiwan, "You don't need to handle this alone." Introducing himself to the man, Jinhuk said, "I'm the head of the marketing department. If you have an issue, you can talk to me." He suggested they move to a more comfortable place to discuss the situation and escorted the man away. Before leaving, Jinhuk told Jiwan, "Get in touch with Sumin. We need to address this." Jiwan hesitated. "She probably won't come to the office anymore," she said, "but I'll find a way to make her show up." Unbeknownst to them, the chairman had been watching the whole scene unfold. He turned to his secretary and asked, "Why did Jinhuk only step in at the last minute when Assistant Jang and Jiwan were already handling the situation?" The chairman's secretary replied, "We should move on. There are more important matters to address." Meanwhile, Sumin was at a beauty salon getting pampered and thinking everything was going according to her plan. Her phone buzzed on the table, notifying her of a text from her mother asking if she had been fired. The company had been making a fuss at home. Sumin recalled the person she called Mother, who had spent her life just yelling at her. The thought of that person sent shivers down her spine. She stood up, planning to go get her hair washed, determined to live a leisurely life and be a beautiful lady for everyone to see. Suddenly, her father called. It was Inno. She answered, asking what he wanted. Inno said he wanted to meet her to talk about Jiwan and Minan. Sumin agreed to meet him in the evening, and they arranged to meet at a bar. When Sumin arrived and pushed the door open, she was startled to find Jiwan waiting for her instead of Inho. Jiwan casually remarked that she finally got to meet her. "If it weren't for Inho's phone call, I wouldn't have shown up to meet anyone," she said. Sumin, clearly exhausted from work, complained that she was only familiar with Jiwan, yet Jiwan was always too busy with others, completely ignoring her. Jiwan didn't want to hear this again and told Sumin to stop saying such things. "Now is not the time to be so relaxed," she said sternly. Jiwan handed Sumin her termination notice, explaining that the reason was for taking leave without permission and being absent without notice. She also added that the paperwork would soon be in her hands. "Did you send a product containing peanuts to the customer?" Jiwan asked. Sumin shook her head repeatedly, denying it. "There's no reason for me to do that," she said. Jiwan coldly replied, "If it wasn't you, then you're lucky. That customer has contacted a lawyer. If the company's legal department gets involved, they will submit your call history to the investigators as evidence." Hearing this, Sumin began to feel genuinely anxious. She finally admitted, "I did send a package, but I removed the products containing peanuts and sent it under Assistant Yan's name. But due to a mistake, I accidentally sent the wrong items, and the customer has been terrifyingly persistent in calling. I was so scared that I acted that way." Jiwan held Sumin's hand tightly, apologizing. "If I had cared about you more, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. I want us to resolve this together." She suggested that the next day, Sumin should accompany her to the hospital to apologize to the customer. "If it was just a mistake, I'll help you," Jiwan added. The next morning, Sumin went with Jiwan to the hospital where the customer was being treated. Jiwan held Sumin's hand tightly and insisted, "You need to kneel and beg the customer for forgiveness." Sumin asked Jiwan what she was doing. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly apologized to the customer, even though she didn't want to. The customer didn't accept it, asking, "Is this really the attitude of someone who regrets their actions?" Sumin shouted. I don't even remember what I said on the phone. He raised his voice at me first. Why should I be the only one to apologize? Jiwan yelled at Sumin to stop talking. Just then, department heads Jinhuk and Park Man-wan walked in. Sumin looked at Park Man-wan, hoping for help, but he ignored her. Jinhuk asked the customer if he felt any better, but the man was still furious. Sumin sobbed, saying she truly knew she was in the wrong and hoping he would forgive her. She added that being pregnant had made her emotions uncontrollable, which was why she said such things. Everyone in the room turned their attention to her. Jiwan was equally shocked. She's pregnant? She murmured. Park Man-hwan, meanwhile, went up to the rooftop to meet Jiwan to clarify everything. He took out his phone and called Jiwan, asking if she could talk for a moment. I'm off today and just want to rest, Jiwan replied, her tone flat. She asked, are you going to discuss the baby in Sumin's belly, or the fact that you two are planning to get married? Jiwan made it clear. Whether the baby is yours or not doesn't concern me. I hope we can just be colleagues in the future. Please don't call me again. Park Man-hwan hesitated, wanting to ask her to keep this a secret from the company staff. If everyone in the company finds out, it will be very troublesome for you, he said. Jiwan replied, I don't care about any rumors. I just don't want things to be so ambiguous. With that, she hung up the phone. It became clear to her that he was still only thinking about his own reputation. She couldn't understand how she ever dated such a selfish person. What fiancé, she thought. He's just someone who used to be my fiancé. Meanwhile, Park Man-hwan was also in a tangled mess. He continued calling Jiwan, but she didn't pick up. Frustrated, he then called Sumin, shouting at her, demanding to know what she had said to Jiwan. On the other end of the line, his mother's voice rang out, scolding him for raising his voice at the woman carrying his child. She told him to hurry home and prepare for their wedding. She also instructed Sumin to stay with them while she was pregnant, so they couldn't leave her alone. Sumin was secretly thrilled. Of course, she couldn't let Park Man-hwan abandon her now. Earlier at the hospital, Jiwan had pulled Sumin into the stairwell and asked how she could use the excuse of being pregnant to justify everything she had done. She questioned who the father of the baby in Sumin's belly was. Sumin, putting on a pained expression, said she would reveal the truth, but hoped Jiwan wouldn't get angry. Tears streamed down her face as she confessed that the child was Park Man-hanan's. She asked Jiwan if she could forgive her, since they were best friends. Upon hearing this, Jiwan was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. She stormed out, leaving Sumin still apologizing profusely. Even after Jiwan left, Sumin continued to pretend to cry pitifully, thinking about Jiwan's shocked and speechless face. It made her burst into laughter. Wasn't Jiwan just acting all high and mighty, claiming she could handle everything on her own? In the end, she couldn't even utter a word to her anymore. Sumin clenched her fists, reveling in the sight of Jiwan sobbing alone, feeling elated that she had taken everything from her. At Park Man-hwan's house, Sumin asked his mother why she kept feeding her grilled meat, feeling that it was a bit wasteful. The mother cheerfully replied, saying that elders believe eating lots of meat helps you have a son. She also mentioned that it was the first time in her life she had tasted such delicious soybean paste soup and promised to teach Sumin how to cook it for Minan in the future. At that moment, Sumin felt like they were truly a family and she could finally have a happy life. She thanked her, saying she had enjoyed the meal very much. Park Man-hanan's mother continued to bring her carp soup, saying it was very good for having a son. Sumin looked at the smelly liquid covering her mouth and hesitated. She told the mother she couldn't drink it, but the mother insisted that it was precious and she had to finish it. Hearing this, Sumin closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and downed the entire bag of the concoction. The mother smiled and said that when she gave birth, she didn't get to drink such nourishing things, so she had to make sure Sumin finished it all. Just then, a delivery person called for Park Man-hanan's mother. The mother mentioned the wedding invitations, saying they were absolutely beautiful, and asked Sumin to help fold them. Sumin was surprised. Clearly she hadn't placed any orders, but the mother explained that as soon as she heard the news of Sumin's pregnancy, she immediately made arrangements. She asked if Sumin thought they were beautiful. Sumin gritted her teeth in anger. Why should the wedding invitations be according to her wishes? She didn't like this tacky invitation at all. Her anger only grew when the mother said she had already chosen several wedding dresses for her. I was worried you'd be tired, so I prepared everything in advance, she said. How lucky you are to have such a good mother-in-law. Sumin panicked, saying she wanted the two of them to choose the wedding dress together. The mother replied that her son had been working very hard, so why should he have to go with her? If you insist on doing things your way, then there's no need for a wedding at all, she added. Also, I want you to get rid of those awful red fake nails. They aren't good for the baby. Late that night, Park Man-hwan finally returned home from work. He walked into the room, tired, and looked at Sumin, who was lying on the bed reading a book. Sumin asked if he was still mad at her. Park Man-hwan couldn't understand. After all, she was quite capable. He wondered what she had said to make his father give her money to buy a house. Park Man-hwan then came up with a plan. He would use that money to fix the mess from the recent failed vote. Thinking this way, he said that since everything had happened unexpectedly, he didn't know how to handle it. Sumin asked him who he liked more, her or Jiwan. He immediately replied that of course he liked his wife the most. Sumin felt satisfied. She was about to become the owner of this house. Meanwhile, Gwan was returning home from work when she saw Jinhuk stepping out of the elevator as she opened the door. She asked him where he had just come from, and Jinhuk replied that he had just taken Bang to the hospital. Gwan panicked and asked if it was because of the food she brought him the other day. Jinhuk told her to calm down, explaining that he had only taken Bang for a routine health check. He added that Bang was already 7 years old and needed to be checked up every year. Jiwan suggested that she could hug Bang before he took him home. She thought to herself that despite Jinhuk looking so cold on the outside, he was surprisingly affectionate with his pet. Jinhuk gave Jiwan the password to his house, telling her that whenever he wasn't home, she could just enter the code and play with Bang. Jiwan, curious, asked if the code 227 was his birthday. Jinhuk shyly confirmed that it was. Later that evening, Jiwan had Bang lying next to her. She mentioned that she once had a cat, but it had decided to go on its own adventure. My little cat was so cute and tiny, she thought. Someone must have whisked it away. Jiwan then pulled out her phone to check a message from Sumin, who asked if she was free after work tomorrow to hand over the wedding invitation. Jiwan reminisced about the time she handed out her and Park Man-hwan's wedding invitations at the party. She remembered how everyone had congratulated her, making her so shy she couldn't utter a word. Looking back, it felt like a wedding with not a single soul offering genuine congratulations. Jiwan texted Sumin to invite her to dinner, promising to reserve an extra table at the restaurant under her name. Sumin immediately agreed, adding that she would be eating a lot because of the little one in her belly. Jiwan found it hilarious that Sumin kept mentioning the baby bump. What Sumin didn't know, though, was that Parkmon was infertile. The next day, Sumin arrived at the restaurant where Jiwan had made the reservation. She felt quite annoyed because her mother-in-law wouldn't let her wear a short dress or anything flashy, but she still felt confident that her beauty could pull off anything. She stepped into the restaurant, telling the server that her friend, Jiwan, had made the reservation. The server led her to the room, and Sumin thought to herself that when Jiwan saw her wedding invitation, she would definitely be shocked. However, when Sumin opened the door, she was surprised to find not just Jiwon, but a whole crowd of people waiting for her. Park Man-won was stunned to see her, as was Jinhuk. Ha-in looked equally astonished and asked how she knew they were having a party there. Sumin turned to Jiwon and asked what was going on. At that moment, Jiwon stood up and gently tapped Sumin on the shoulder. Jiwon addressed the group, announcing that although Sumin's departure hadn't been exactly a fairy tale ending, she had some exciting news to share with everyone. Sumin sat down next to Park Man-hwan, feeling a mix of confusion and anticipation. She felt really embarrassed, and Park Man-hwan signaled for her to grab the key to the bathroom and head home first. He didn't want her around spouting off nonsense, and Sumin fumed at his attitude. It was clear he was embarrassed about marrying her. Deciding not to dwell on it, Suman stood up and apologized to everyone for her sudden resignation. She announced that she and Park Min-juan were getting married. Everyone in the room was shocked and angry. They couldn't believe their ears and asked who Sumin was marrying. Sumin pulled out the wedding invitation from her bag to show everyone, reiterating that she was marrying Park Min-won. At that moment, everyone in the room was stunned, staring at the wedding invitation. Hyuna angrily questioned whether what Sumin just said was true. Jiwan, the calmest person in the room, congratulated Sumin. She said that the two of them really made a beautiful couple. Except for Hyun, everyone else chimed in to congratulate Sumin, who excitedly thanked them all. She declared that she and Park Min-hwan would live happily ever after. Park Min-hwan, who had been silent until now, couldn't let Sumin ramble on any longer. He stood up, bid farewell to everyone, and pulled her away. Before leaving, Sumin insisted that Jiwan must catch the bouquet at her wedding, and Jiwan cheerfully accepted the invitation, saying she would definitely attend. Sumin thought Jiwan would be heartbroken, but seeing her calm expression, she couldn't understand why she seemed so unfazed. On the way home, Park Min-won asked Sumin why she came and why she was so determined to embarrass him. Sumin explained that it was all Jiwan's fault. The one embarrassing him wasn't her, but Jiwan. Park Min-won angrily retorted that if she mentioned Jiwan's name in front of him again, there would be no wedding. Sumin then showed Park Min-won Jiwan's message, saying that if Jiwan hadn't told her, she wouldn't have known where the company party was. Park Min-hwan asked Sumin if Jiwan called her without mentioning it was a company party. He angrily stated that it was all Sumin's fault because Jiwan was someone who couldn't live without him, so it must be very painful for her to see Park Min-hwan like this. Sumin didn't understand and started to feel like something was off. She began to worry that if things continued like this and they got married, her life could spiral back into the hell it once was when she was younger. Sumin had always been forced to witness her mother yelling at her constantly, questioning why she was even born. She sadly admitted to herself that she knew she was wrong and promised not to speak of such things again. Sumin leaned back in her chair, exhausted, and asked Park Min-hwan to take her home to rest. She had tried every possible way to escape that house, and now she was determined never to return. She was absolutely going to live a happy life. At the company party, Jiwan still tried to sit and eat with everyone for a little while longer. She stood up and asked to leave early, bidding goodbye to everyone as she headed out. Hyun was still fuming, even though she didn't know the full story. This situation was truly beyond words, and she felt incredibly angry on Jiwan's behalf. Clearly, Park Min-won and her friend were supposed to be getting married, yet not long after their breakup, he was marrying her best friend. Jiwan reminded Hyun that this was a personal matter for her and that they shouldn't gossip about it too much. She then stood up to follow Jiwan, wanting to ensure she made it home safely. Jiwan couldn't let her go home alone. At that moment, Jiwan felt very guilty. She had always made Jinhuk take her home, and though she had once felt a bit shy about it, now he felt so familiar to her. Jinhuk told her that he would bring Bang over to her house to sleep, ensuring she wasn't alone. Later, Jiwon joked with Jinhuk, asking if he was bringing Bang over to comfort her because he was worried she'd be sad. Jinhuk replied that it wasn't exactly that, but because Bang really liked her. Jiwon then looked at the wedding invitation Sumin had given her and realized she needed a plan for that day. She couldn't let them get married peacefully after everything they had done to her. Thinking about this, Jiwon turned to Jinhuk and suggested that she wanted to take advantage of him one more time. Jinhuk didn't understand what she meant, but as long as she needed him, he would always be willing to follow her lead. Before they knew it, the day of Park Min-won and Sumin's wedding had arrived. His mother was still overly concerned about Sumin and the baby in her belly. Everything had to go according to her wishes. She said the most important thing was still her precious grandson, so anything unnecessary would be avoided if it affected the child. Sumin reluctantly agreed to her wishes. The makeup artist told Sumin that she had a mother-in-law who cared for her a lot, to which Sumin replied that her mother-in-law cared more about the grandchildren than her own parents did. She had to live happily and not feel jealous of anyone else, so her mother could no longer call her a worthless child. Looking at herself in the mirror, Sumin felt nothing pleased her. The conservative wedding dress and the heavy layer of makeup didn't seem to suit her at all. The wedding photographer walked in and asked why none of her friends had arrived yet. Sumin brushed it off. No matter what, she had to look her best. She was determined to live happily today. She was the star of the show and had truly won over. Outside the gate, Park Man-hwan was busy welcoming esteemed guests. The wedding organizer walked over and asked him why Sumin was alone in the waiting room and when her friends would arrive. Park Man-hwan replied that she didn't have any friends, so it was pointless to ask. At that moment, everyone was focused on the couple making their entrance. They wondered if the girl was a friend of the bride, since she looked stunning and had come with her boyfriend. Many people showed regret when they saw her arriving with her boyfriend. That was Jiwan, linking arms with Jinhuk, slowly walking up to Park Man-hwan. Park Man-hwan was surprised to see them. He had thought Jiwan wouldn't attend their wedding. Jiwan told him she came to congratulate the couple and that she had come with department head, Jinhuk. Jiwan looked just like the main character today. Park Man-hwan blushed, even though he didn't want to admit it. They really did make a beautiful couple. Jinhuk extended his hand and congratulated Park Man-hwan, mentioning that other colleagues might not be able to attend, so he was glad to see everyone celebrating the wedding. The host rushed over to ask why Park Man-hwan had such a beautiful colleague and hadn't introduced her sooner. He boldly approached Jiwan to get acquainted, asking if she could share her name. Jiwan cheerfully introduced herself as a colleague from the same company as Park Man-hwan. Park Man-hwan's friend grinned widely, saying even her name was beautiful. As he recalled the name she just mentioned, he remembered hearing it somewhere before. Instantly, he realized and asked Jiwan if her company had 2 assistants with that name. She replied that there was only her as the assistant. Jiwon and Jinhuk went inside. He was surprised and asked Park Man-hwan if he hadn't broken up with a girl like that and married the one inside that heavenly room. Park Man-hwan was so furious that his fists clenched tightly. Jiwon was supposed to be his girl, and now he regretted it to the point of madness. Jiwan said she wanted to go to the bride's room to see Sumin for a bit. She opened the door and stepped in. She didn't see anyone at first. When she looked at Sumin, she resembled her from before, a lonely bride just staring at the floor like a doll. Sumin saw Jiwan come in and cheerfully asked why she was late. Jiwan explained that she and Jinhuk had gotten stuck in traffic. Sumin told Jiwan that she absolutely had to catch her wedding bouquet today. She asked Jiwan if she thought she looked beautiful, and Jiwan told her she looked very beautiful. Jiwan admired Sumin, and thus her plan had successfully taken its first step. Sumin was now the one wearing the wedding dress chosen by Park Man-hwan's mother. Back then, on the day Jiwan had her wedding, Sumin was just a guest. Now, the roles had reversed. Suddenly, Jiwan heard Uncle and Huan calling her. Perhaps he was also invited to the wedding by Sumin. Hanan told her that Sumin was very worried and had instructed him to always keep an eye on Jiwan. Hanan mentioned that he had seen her with Du, though it seemed he was a step too late. Said he only came to deliver a wedding gift for Sumin. Jiwan thanked him for his concern, saying that since she and Park Man-hwan had broken up, she didn't mind at all. Gwan thought she was really strong, but perhaps he had run out of chances. He took out his phone to call a friend and told Gwan that earlier he had said he was almost there, but now he still hadn't arrived. Gyan asked Hanan if he had told them anything about Sumin's husband, and, of course, Hanan had shared everything. He mentioned that Sumin's husband was Gan's former fiancé. Gwan thought to herself that with their personalities, she was definitely about to witness some drama. Just as she mentioned the devil appeared. All the esteemed guests at the wedding were whispering at the sight of them. Even though they were friends, Gwan was utterly taken aback. The 3 of them looked like they were ready to hit up a music festival. One by one they stepped in, leaving everyone gaping in disbelief. Just by looking at their outfits, it was clear they had no intention of being polite at this wedding. Jiwon wondered why they were dressed so bizarrely for the occasion, of all places to attend a wedding. They complimented Jiwon, saying she looked stunning today. Jiwon replied that if she had known they were coming, she would have arranged to go together. They told Jiwon to pretend she didn't know them, to play the demure lady and just sit quietly. They were there just to see the face of Sumin's precious husband. The two people who could never disappear from Jiwan's life were now hand in hand, stepping into the fiery pit she had created in this lifetime. They would have to endure the suffering she had faced in her past life. Everyone present at the wedding applauded for them, but Jiwan secretly thought congratulations were in order for the two of them as they walked hand in hand into hell. She clapped sincerely, wishing them to feel as much pain as possible, because that was the hell they had once thrown her into too. At that moment, the three of them were causing a ruckus in the hall. Sumin wondered why they were there to stir up trouble, since she hadn't invited them. The photographer, seeing the chaotic scene, asked if they were the bride's friends. They all chimed in, claiming they were her friends. Jian and Manhwa looked at them, feeling utterly speechless at their antics. Seeing the guests' reactions, Park Manhwa was furious. How could Sumin invite such a crowd and ruin his family's reputation? The photographer called for anyone wanting to catch the bouquet to step forward. Eager to wrap things up and get out of there, only Jiwan stepped forward, making Sumin feel utterly embarrassed. At that moment, Sumin wished she could throw the bouquet right at her. 1, 2, 3. The bouquet was tossed by Sumin, and naturally it landed squarely in Jiwan's hands. Jiwan beamed and told Sumin that she genuinely wished the two of them happiness. Guan looked so stunning that Park Manhwa was left in awe. He gazed at her with a look full of regret. Sumin's face immediately darkened. Even at this moment, all she could see was Jiwan. The ceremony concluded, and Jiwan followed Sumin into the waiting room. She candidly told Sumin that she wasn't there to congratulate her on the wedding, but had something to say. Jiwan leaned in close to Sumin and said she congratulated her for picking up the trash that her friend had thrown away, adding that this action was no different from that of a beggar. The photographer then called the bride out for a photo shoot. He requested that the bride and groom hug and kiss, claiming that only then would the picture turn out beautifully. Sumin immediately placed her hand behind Park Manhwa's neck and told him to kiss her. She wanted everyone to see that she had snagged a wonderful husband and that they were very happy together. In front of everyone, they exchanged a kiss to testify to their love. This marriage was not something she picked up, but something she had fought tooth and nail to steal. She snatched it from the hands of a friend who once considered her unique, but now she was determined to outdo her. After the wedding photos were done, the bride and groom invited all the guests to dine at the restaurant. The group of D also stayed behind to enjoy a meal, and when they asked why D wasn't staying, she replied that, of course, if she stayed and had to look at Sumin's face, she wouldn't be able to swallow a bite. They looked on as Sumin walked by, deliberately complimenting her beautiful handbook outfit and asking if it was something her mother had left her. Park Manhwa's father asked Sumin if they were her friends, to which she immediately denied, claiming she didn't know them. D excitedly shouted that they were friends, and Park Manhwa's mother was furious. She told the staff to kick those three out or she wouldn't pay the remaining bill. The staff approached the group of D, explaining that the host had complained they were disrupting the party and hoped they could leave. The three jumped up, claiming they had put in the effort to come and congratulate, but now were being disrespected, which was typical of someone who dared to take her friend's fiancé. Sumin was mortified and shouted for the staff to hurry up and get rid of them, but they argued that since they had already given a wedding gift, how could they be kicked out? At that moment, a man appeared. He called the staff over, handed them his card and said he would cover the bill for the three of them so there wouldn't be any more issues. It turns out he's one of Jinhuk's underlings. The waiter took the card from him and said he would take care of it. After the waiter left, the man gently approached Jiwan and told her to enjoy her meal. He knew they were friends of Jiwan, and Jiwan felt shy. She found the man in front of her to be very strong. By the time the party ended, they all met outside. Jiwan thanked Jinhuk's underling Singu. Jiwan winked at him and said she hoped to share a drink with him next time they met. Jiwan suggested that he would treat everyone, and Singu offered to drive Jiwan's friends home, while the two of them should go on a fun date. Both of them blushed and felt shy. Jinhuk said he would take Jiwan home. Jiwan asked Jinhuk if he wanted to invite her to dinner. She mentioned that she had received a lot of wedding gifts today, but hadn't eaten anything at all. She had received 5 million won in wedding gifts, which would go towards Sumin's cancer surgery. Meanwhile, Park Man-won and Sumin were on their honeymoon. He tiredly asked her if she felt satisfied with how everything had turned out. Sumin replied that it wasn't her fault. Jiwan had shown up uninvited and she hadn't invited her. Park Man-won angrily said that all this chaos was because Sumin had sent an invitation to Jiwan. Sumin was very upset and told him to stop yelling at her. When their car stopped at a red light, Park Man-won looked out the window and couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful the car next to them was. Sumin heard this and leaned over to ask him how expensive it was. Park Man-won told her that even if he sold her, he couldn't afford that car. Just then, the window of the car next to them slowly rolled down, and it was none other than Jinhuk and Jiwan inside. Jiwan didn't want to see them, so she turned her face away. Jinhuk sped off, leaving Park Man-won in shock. He exploded in anger, cursing that shameless dog who lusted after someone else's girlfriend. Sumin observed that the man in front of her was doing everything he could to marry her, yet he was still fuming at the sight of another man with his ex-girlfriend. Did he really love her? Sumin recalled what that person had said to her during the wedding. Clearly that wasn't true. She was so angry she was shaking as she glanced at her husband sitting next to her. The man she had gone to great lengths to win over. Surely she would live happily with him. He absolutely could not be the trash that Jiwan had thrown away. Speaking of Jiwan, at this moment she had just stepped out of the restaurant, patting her belly. She exclaimed that spending 3,000 won to enjoy an all-you-can-eat buffet until she could barely breathe was truly top-notch revenge. She spotted In Hwan waiting for a taxi by the roadside and quickly approached to greet him. Jiwan scrutinized him and asked why he looked so downcast. In Hwan awkwardly replied that Jiwan had rejected him again, and from now on he would really have to end this relationship. He mentioned that he probably wouldn't even get a chance to see Jiwan from afar anymore. He asked Jiwan if he looked that terrible, and she told him that no matter what, he still looked very handsome in her eyes. In Hwan stared at her in shock, asking if she really thought he was handsome. Jiwan replied that he should know that himself. He burst out laughing and thanked her, saying that she had made him feel much better. She felt flustered, waving her hands and saying goodbye as her taxi arrived. In Hwan curiously asked if she was calling a taxi. Jiwan hurriedly jumped into the car and closed the door, looking back at In Hwan. She thought he was a good person. From their first meeting at his cafe, he had been both friendly and sincere. She remembered the first time he brought her pastries, flashing a warm smile. She felt frustrated that he couldn't be with Jiwan, but at least this was better for her brother now. She just had to trust her brother. Meanwhile, Jinhuk took Jiwan to a traditional restaurant for a late-night meal. Jiwan sat down at the table and thanked him very much for everything he had done for her. Jinhuk asked her what she was thanking him for, and Jiwan suggested that if he ever needed her help, he should just let her know and she would do her best. She told him that whenever he needed her, he could take advantage of her, just like she had done with him. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Jinhuk said that whenever she needed his help, even at 3 a.m, he would fly over, but if she asked for his help, she should think it over carefully before coming. Jinwon didn't understand and asked him why he said that. Jinhuk replied that it might just be his desire to satisfy his own cravings. After saying that, he downed his drink in one go, leaving Jinwon coughing and spluttering. She was surprised that such a composed man could joke around with her like that. Just as they were about to leave, the rain started pouring down. Jinhuk told her to wait there for a moment and he would be right back. Jiwan stood outside the cafe to wait for him, unable to understand why he would go out in such heavy rain at that moment. A moment later, Jiwan saw Jinhuk returning with an umbrella. His tall, striking figure radiated a cool demeanor that caught the attention of all the girls on the street. Anyone who looked at him would agree he was quite the catch. But why would a guy like him be interested in her? Jinhuk approached Jiwan and held the umbrella over her. He mentioned he had called a cab and they would head to the parking lot to go home. Jiwan quickly ran under the umbrella to stand next to him. She asked him why he liked her, and Jinhuk replied that it was for no particular reason. Jihoon inquired when he started liking her, but he said that was a conversation for another time. He added that if she gave him a chance, he would answer her question soon. The cab arrived, and they were driven back to the apartment. The two of them stepped out of the elevator on their floor. Jihoon told him she was a bit thirsty and wanted something refreshing to drink. Jinhuk mentioned he had some cans of beer in his apartment and asked if she wanted to stop by for a drink and to see Ping for a bit. Jiwan gently petted the cat Ping, who nuzzled against her hand. Jinhuk took off his outer jacket and told her to make herself comfortable. Jiwan opened his fridge and found it stocked with expensive imported beers. She asked if she could drink one. He told her she could have as many as she wanted and reached for a can similar to hers. Being so close to Jinhuk, Jiwan could smell the intoxicating scent emanating from him. He asked if she needed anything else, noticing her flustered expression. He said if she didn't need anything, he would close the fridge, warning her that leaving it open for too long could lead to catching a cold. Jiwon blushed in embarrassment, feeling like her limbs were utterly unnecessary at that moment, as they locked in a dramatic stare. Maybe Jiwon had also developed feelings for Jinhuk. As he gazed at her flushed face, his heart raced wildly. At this moment, Jinhuk could no longer hold back. He leaned one arm against the fridge and moved in closer to Jiwon. He told her he was dying to kiss her and asked if she could make that happen. Jiwon reached her arm around Jinhuk's neck. She could no longer resist his charm. The beer in her hand slipped away, and what was meant to happen, happened. The two embraced tightly and shared a passionate kiss. That year, at the Hope University enrollment consultation event, a tall, dashing young man casually strolled home. As he walked past the soccer field, a group of friends called him over. "That's Jinhuk," they said, inviting him to shoot some hoops. He told them he was tied up that day and suggested they reschedule for another time. As Jinhuk strolled through the schoolyard, he spotted a girl sitting beneath a tree. He wondered who she was, since this place usually had very few visitors. He was curious about what she was doing there. That girl was Jiwon, back in her college days. He leaned in and asked her what she was so intently staring at, making her jump in surprise. She turned back and signaled him to keep it hush hush. It turns out she was gazing at a tiny kitten, peacefully snoozing on the grass. Hearing a sound, the kitten slowly opened its eyes. Jiwon asked, "It looks like it's been abandoned too." She said it looked so fragile and suggested Jinhuk stay and keep an eye on it for a while to help her out. She went to the convenience store to grab some snacks for it and promised to be back in a jiffy. At that moment, Jiwan thought to himself, "This girl is such a handful." He pulled a sausage out of his pocket and handed it to her, asking if it would be okay to feed that to the cat. Jiwan took the food from his hands and thanked him. At that moment, he was really curious why she was chatting away but couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. The cat devoured the sausage she handed over with gusto. She introduced herself and asked if the cat still didn't have a name. Jiwan asked the little cat where its mum might have gone, probably just for a bit, surely not abandoning it because it was so adorable. She joked, "If I were as cute as it, my mum would have come back to find me by now." Jinhuk looked at her and said, "You're really beautiful too." Jiwan handed him a 100,001 bill and said, "This is for the cat's food. It's all I have." Before leaving, she added, "If there were more, maybe her mum wouldn't come back at all." Jinhuk recalled the story she shared with the kitten earlier, mentioning that it was also abandoned by its mother, which meant she felt the same way. He turned back to look at the little kitten sitting there and said, "If it likes you that much, then it should follow you. It looks like a tiny little mouldy mushroom." He told her to wait there for its mum because he had some business to take care of. "I think we should give this money back to you," he said. "But I don't know if she'll show up here again tomorrow." Back to reality, the sun had risen. Jinhuk pulled the blanket up to cover Jiwan. He said to the little kitten, "Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I got the chance to meet Jiwan." He gently petted its head. The sound of the kitten woke Jiwan up and she slowly opened her eyes. Jinhuk asked, "Did you sleep well?" Jiwan recalled what happened yesterday, but couldn't understand why she was here. She shyly jumped and glanced down at her outfit, relieved to see it intact. It looked like nothing went wrong after all. She shyly asked him, "Did I doze off?" Jinhuk smiled mischievously and said, "Do you really not remember anything from yesterday?" While the two were sharing a passionate kiss, someone rang the doorbell. His junior asked if he could chat with Jiwan about a few things, so he invited them to share a few drinks together. He asked her if she liked a muscular guy like him and also wanted to know if Jiwan had a crush on anyone. Jiwan cuddled the cat in her arms and gestured for Jinhuk to come over to her. Then, with both hands, she cupped his face. She waved her hands playfully and asked, "Where are you planning to sneak off to? We still need to wrap up the unfinished business from earlier." Seeing this, the younger crew members politely asked to take their leave. They wished Jiwan and Jinhuk a fiery time together. Looking back, Jiwan wished she had a place to hide. She couldn't understand why she acted that way. Jinhuk smiled and asked Jiwon if she was feeling any headaches or dizziness, or if her stomach was bothering her in any way. Jiwon said she was doing great. Jinhuk suggested, "We should get to work now or we'll be late." Jiwon asked Jinhuk why he didn't wake her up. He mischievously smiled and said, "Your sleeping face was too adorable to wake you up." Jiwon quickly got up to get ready for work. "Being late is no big deal as long as you approve of my reason for being late," she said. Jinhuk found her utterly charming and told her he didn't need to remember that. Meanwhile, Minhwan and Sumin were supposed to be enjoying their honeymoon, but Sumin expressed her desire to go out and play while Minhwan was glued to his computer. He told her to go alone and come back early. Frustrated, Sumin huffed, wondering why they had even travelled all the way to the beach for their honeymoon if they were just going to stay cooped up in the hotel all day. She complained that her body felt heavy and questioned how she could possibly go out alone. Minhwan pouted, suggesting she could just swim in the rooftop pool instead. Furious, Sumin shouted that if he kept this up, she would tell his father how he had used the money meant for buying a house to gamble in the stock market. Clutching her belly, she added that the baby was kicking her too hard because of him. Minhwan reminded her that they had agreed to wait until after the baby was born to go on their honeymoon, but she had insisted on going, so he reluctantly came along. Sumin plopped down on the bed, realizing she had dragged him along against his will. She pouted and muttered that if Jiwan were with him, he definitely wouldn't treat her like this. She added that Jiwan had probably shifted her focus onto Minhwan when she and Sumin were having issues, just to swoop in. Sumin knew that mentioning Jiwon would always make him furious. She remarked that Jiwon was just like her mother, always complaining to her. Sumin claimed that Minhwan was just a temporary replacement and that from the start, he should have met with manager Jinhuk instead. Minhwan got angry, demanding that she shut up, insisting Jiwon would never say such things. Sumin gritted her teeth in frustration and told Minhwan to forget about Jiwon from now on, or she would spill all his secrets. She also revealed that Jiwon had asked her to get close to him. Sumin confessed that from their very first meeting she had liked him, which left Minhwan very surprised. But back then, he had only had eyes for Jiwon. Even now, while he was with Sumin, his heart still belonged to Jiwon. Sumin cried, revealing that Jiwon had told her to get pregnant with Minhwan's child, so she would have a valid reason to break up with him. Minhwan was furious. He couldn't believe Jiwon would do something like that. He angrily rushed towards Sumin, gripping her tightly, demanding to know who had deliberately gotten her pregnant. Sumin replied that she was just following Jiwon's orders. Jiwon had told her to do this so she would have an excuse to marry Minhwan, and then she could freely meet Jinhuk. Jiwon assured her it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and she was just doing what she was told. Sumin insisted that he let her go, saying he had hurt her. She then revealed something that shocked him. She had suffered a miscarriage. Through tears, Sumin explained that the day Jiwon wanted her to kneel before clients in the hospital room was likely when the strong impact caused her to hemorrhage. She recalled how, during a checkup, the doctor informed her of the miscarriage. Manhwa shouted in frustration, unable to bear the situation any longer. "Why are you only telling me this now?" he asked, overwhelmed. They had already registered their marriage and planned a wedding, and now she was saying she had miscarried. Sumin shot up and exclaimed, "How could I have said anything when both your parents were eagerly anticipating a grandchild?" She pleaded with him to pretend he didn't know anything. Manhwa angrily retorted that she had been pretending to be pregnant, all while complaining about stomach pains and demanding to eat everything in sight. He found her truly cruel and disgusting, even more so than Jiwan. Sumin reminded him they were already husband and wife. Was he really considering divorce? Manhwa was at a loss, saying divorce might be easy, but his parents would never accept it. Sumin suggested that all they needed was for her to get pregnant again. Hugging him tightly, she insisted she held no resentment towards Jiwan, as it was because of her that she got to be with him. "All I need is you, and that's enough," she whispered. Manhwa recalled Jiwan's appearance at their wedding, filling him with rage. Why did she have to toy with him like this? Feeling dejected, he decided to head to the beach for a beer. As he reflected on everything Sumin had said, he blamed Jiwan for it all. She had treated him like a fool, leading him to marry a shameless woman. Manhwa suspected it all started when Jiwan had proactively bought coffee for Jinhuk, something she usually wouldn't do. At that moment, she had fiercely yanked her hand away from his grasp when he tried to catch her attention. Jiwan had swooped in, playing the hero, even though she rarely contacted him anymore. Her appearance had completely changed, and it seemed like this had all begun long ago. Manhwa was certain Jiwan and Jinhuk had been seeing each other for quite some time now. Feeling bitter, Manhwa realized he couldn't let those two live happily together. He grabbed his visa and searched for the business card his friend had given him, a card from a company that would do anything for the right price. He planned to use Jiwan to ruin her life, just as she had used Sumin to destroy him. Meanwhile, at the UNK company, Hyen told Jiwan that she had heard the company posted a special promotion list and invited her to check it out together. Jiwan was surprised, wondering if it had come out so quickly. Hyen leaned in, sniffing the air, and said the scent was very familiar. She mentioned it smelled so good it could knock someone out. Assistant Jen then appeared, asking Hyen if she smelled something. Hyeni exclaimed that the smell was so enticing it must be perfume. Jiwan laughed and replied it was just the scent of fabric softener. Suddenly, the director, looking embarrassed, popped up, admitting that it had turned out to be just fabric softener. He had been searching high and low for a fragrance similar to it. Assistant Jen asked why he didn't just ask her, to which he admitted he was shy and had happened to be at the mall looking for it. Jiwan was surprised to hear him say he wanted to buy it because it smelled so good. Seeing his expression, she began to wonder if he might have feelings for her. Just then, Hyene called them over quickly, announcing that both of them had been specially approved for promotions. Assistant Jen was promoted to department head, while the director was elevated to assistant. Assistant Jen was still in disbelief, unable to accept that this was real. Jiwan clapped to congratulate them, saying they had put in so much effort into the project and it was well deserved. They were all thrilled, celebrating the achievements of the two. Later, Hyen texted Jaewon saying that to celebrate Assistant Jen's promotion, the new department head would treat everyone to dinner. Jaewon glanced at the empty chair across from her and noted that the department head wasn't at work today. She asked Hyen if it was okay to celebrate without him. Hyen replied that he was unwell and taking a day off, but as long as she informed him the meal expenses would be covered. Jiwon thought for a moment, recalling how his complexion hadn't been great lately. She wondered if he was okay. That afternoon, everyone headed to a barbecue ribs restaurant. Team leader Jen introduced the place as her parents' restaurant and encouraged everyone to eat up. Assistant Jen's parents brought the food, saying the meal was to celebrate their daughter's promotion. Everyone was in high spirits, congratulating the two of them. Team leader Jen introduced her husband, mentioning that he was running the restaurant with her parents. Jiwan received a phone call and checked her phone. It was Manhwa calling her. Without a second thought, she hung up. He immediately texted her, threatening that she had to break up with Jinhuk or he would bury both of them alive. Although Jiwan was clueless about his schemes, she wondered if he was really planning to mess with team leader Jen now. She stepped outside with her phone, hoping to avoid disturbing everyone. Suddenly, team leader Jen's husband appeared, asking Jiwan if she was a colleague of his wife. He inquired if the food was to everyone's liking, and she replied that the food here was delicious, promising they would definitely come back to eat here more often. She noticed a female staff member just coming out from a nearby area and asked if that was the smoking section. After the party wrapped up, Jiwan returned to her apartment. As she walked, she massaged her sore shoulder. It had been a long time since she attended a gathering, and she felt quite exhausted. Glancing over at Jinhyuk's room, she felt worried about whether he was okay. She took out her phone to call him, but there was no connection. She buzzed his doorbell, but no one answered. All she could hear was Pang's cries. What if something had happened to him? It sounded as though Pang was crying even louder, which made Jiwan uneasy. She had never heard him wailing so desperately before. Recalling the door code Jinhyuk had given her the day before, she pressed the button to unlock the door. The door swung open, and she immediately saw Pang standing there. She slowly walked into the house, calling out for Jinhyuk to see if he was home. Anxiously, she searched every nook and cranny of the house. Something had to have happened to him. She opened the bedroom door and found Jinhyuk lying on the bed, looking utterly exhausted. Gently, she approached him and placed her hand on his forehead to check his temperature, discovering that he had a high fever. Jiwan took a warm towel and placed it on him to help bring down his fever. At that moment, Jinhyuk, groggy and disoriented, woke up and saw her sitting there caring for him. He called out loudly, so much so that even those outside could hear. Worried something might happen to him, Jiwan opened the door and walked in. She handed him the medicine and helped him take it, mentioning that the party had ended and someone had gone home to get it. Jiwan focused on him, asking why he was looking at her like that. He took the pill from her hand without saying a word, swallowing it in one go. Then he looked at her and said, "You look really beautiful today." Jinhyuk blushed, feeling shy. Even now he could still joke around. She tucked the blanket around him and told him to take the medicine and rest, but he said he couldn't breathe. She felt a little shy, realizing her makeup had faded quite a bit. How could he still think she was so beautiful? Jinhyuk kicked the blanket off and said, "You're indeed beautiful, but what I meant was that the blanket is making it hard for me to breathe." Jiwan finally understood, startled. She asked if he was okay, her concern evident. Seeing her worry for him, he reached out and gently touched her neck. He told Jiwan, "As long as you're by my side, I'll be fine." Although Jiwan felt she should push him away, for some reason she let him do it. The last time they had been together they were both drunk, but today she was completely sober. Jinhyuk suddenly paused, and Jiwan asked him why he hadn't kissed her yet. As soon as she finished speaking, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. The next morning, Jiwan got ready for work but was uncertain about how to proceed. Should she continue going together with him? She didn't even understand what their relationship was anymore. Pacing back and forth in her room, she felt shy about facing him again. Deciding she needed to be clear-headed, she questioned what kind of relationship she and Jinhuk could have. As Jiwan opened the door, she was startled to find Jinhuk right outside. She pretended nothing was wrong and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he was well, thanks to her help. The two stood waiting for the elevator, and Jiwan wondered how he could be so calm after what had happened yesterday. Unexpectedly, Jinhuk spoke up, apologizing for his carelessness the day before. Jiwan told him there was no need to apologize, and suggested they forget everything that happened. She mentioned that both she and the manager were at fault, so they should just pretend nothing had happened. Jinhyuk rushed in front of her and asked how she could act like that. He said that whether she could forget or not, he definitely couldn't. He opened the car door for her and said he would drive her to work, explaining that his oversight was because he hadn't seen her home the night before. He then pulled out a bouquet of flowers he had prepared for Jiwan. She was taken aback, thinking, could he have actually prepared flowers for me? Jinhuk confidently stated that they definitely kissed the day before, so he proposed they take their relationship to a special level. Jiwan was astonished by his words but accepted the bouquet. He took her hand, feeling ready to take a step forward in their relationship. At the company, everything was in full swing. Minan asked why they weren't continuing with the agreement he had made, but the other person replied that not everyone could be meddled with so casually. Minan, fuming, insisted that he had agreed to pay a handsome sum, and, even if the person was a nobody, once they accepted the money, they had to see it through. The detective revealed that the person Minan had asked him to investigate was the grandchild of the largest unk corporation in South Korea, leaving Minan shocked. He had worked at the company but had never heard this information. The chairman was Jinhyuk's grandfather. The detective added that he had discovered Jinhyuk was dating a girl named Jiwan, and that was all he could do. He told Minan to keep it to himself, warning him that disclosing this information could bring serious trouble. Minan exploded, telling the detective that he had clearly claimed he could do anything, but it turned out he was just a fraud. He demanded a refund. The detective flicked his cigarette to the ground, saying he respected Minan but felt Minan was underestimating him. The detective stood up and marched toward Minan, grabbing his shirt and saying he had already uncovered the fact that they were dating and even lived across from Jiwan's apartment. He had done his part, so why was Minan demanding a refund? Minan, now frightened, clarified that wasn't what he meant. The detective gritted his teeth, almost growling at Minan to get out. That evening, Sumin was reminiscing about the wedding gift money Jiwan had given her. She rummaged through every nook and cranny of her room but couldn't find it anywhere. She distinctly remembered putting the money in the drawer, yet after searching the entire room, it was nowhere to be found. Could Minan have taken the money? Just then, Minan came home from work. As he opened the door and stepped inside, Sumin jumped up and asked if he had used the money Jiwan gave her. He shot back, questioning how she dared to raise her voice at her husband, who had just come home after working hard. Minan slammed his bag on the floor, glancing at the cold rice and soup on the table, feeling utterly defeated. Sumin wasn't letting it go, though. She pressed him again, asking if he had spent that money. Minth? Minan admitted he had. She demanded to know why he spent the money. It was the money Jiwan had given her. Minth, without a shred of shame, told her that if she wanted more, she could go ask Jiwan again, but this time ask for 500 million won. Sumin retorted, "How could Jiwan possibly have that much money?" He replied that she might not, but her boyfriend definitely would. Sumin asked if Minan was talking about Jinhyuk, and he scoffed, saying, "Of course I'm referring to that jerk, who just happens to be the chairman's grandson from Unk Corporation." Sumin froze, unable to believe the shocking revelation. Minan sat down to eat and casually mentioned that Jinhyuk had rented an apartment right next to his for Jiwan, probably playing house or something. Sumin asked how he knew that, and he claimed he had his own sources. Sumin was furious, slamming her hand on the table. The fact that Jiwan was dating a third-generation tycoon was unbelievable. So, all those things Jiwan said to her were intentional. Sumin believed Jiwan must have known that the department head was the chairman's nephew, and she was scared that Sumin and the head would get together, so she deliberately spoke ill of him. Sumin was seething. If she had acted sooner, Jinhyuk would have been her boyfriend by now, and she would be living the good life instead of being stuck in this mess. She yelled so loudly that it startled Minan. She asked him if it was true that the two of them were really going to get married. Later, she questioned Minan, asking why he was taking her bowl of rice. He casually told her that everything in the house, including every grain of rice, was his money, so what was wrong with him eating it? He even said this couldn't possibly be called her meal. Minan chewed and mumbled, telling Sumin she didn't even have the right to eat. Sumin recalled her mother's words, which were eerily similar to what her husband was saying. Why was her life, which she had struggled so hard to escape, still so miserable? Even after she tried to take away Jiwan's most precious things, she couldn't seem to escape the same fate. As a child, Sumin always had to endure hunger. When she grew up, she had to play the role of a pretty girl who couldn't eat much at school and at home. Her mother never cooked her a proper meal, just a bit of black bean paste, some dried anchovies and a bowl of cold, colourless rice. Sumin clearly remembered Jiwan's life was the complete opposite of hers. Once, Jiwan invited her over to play. As soon as they arrived home, she saw Jiwan's dad had finished cooking and was waiting for them to eat. He loved Jiwan dearly. Sumin remembered it was the first time she had eaten homemade soup, and it was so delicious that it brought tears to her eyes. At that moment she realized that even without her mother, Jiwan's life was so happy. Why? Jiwan should have been eating aged chili paste and colourless bowls of rice just like her. That would have been fair. Remembering her childhood, Sumin found it hard to sleep, looking at Minan sleeping soundly. She couldn't understand if he saw her as a wife at all. Alone, Sumin was certain that Jiwan would never live in peace. Her mother had an affair with a married man and then left home. As the daughter of such a wicked mother, Sumin didn't believe she was entitled to happiness. At that moment, Sumin noticed Minan's phone buzzing with a message. She wondered who could be messaging him so early in the morning. She opened the phone and found a message from a man named John D, warning Minan that he had already cautioned him not to let the press know that Jinhuk was the grandson of the conglomerate, or else neither of them would live in peace. Sumin scrolled through the message history and saw many other messages she didn't understand. She had no idea what Minan was up to. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier message and realized what she needed to do to get revenge on Jiwan. Sumin saw a photo of Jinhuk giving flowers to Jiwan, and she decided to use this picture to execute her scheme. Thinking it through, she opened her computer and created an anonymous blog. Sumin posted the photo she found on various forums, determined to make everyone aware of Jiwan's relationship with Jinhuk. She also revealed that Jinhuk was the grandson of the CEO of the DCA group. Sumin smugly thought this would be the price Jiwan had to pay for deceiving her. The next morning, all of Sumin's posts were picked up by the media, accompanied by malicious comments. Jiwan read those articles, and although the author was anonymous, she knew exactly who was behind it. That man, Minan, knew about this, which is why he had sent her a threatening message. She frowned, feeling that she no longer wanted to be involved with them. Yet, Sumin had gone too far. But there was one thing Jiwan never expected. Jinhyuk was indeed the grandson of the chairman of the conglomerate. If it weren't for this incident, she would never have thought about it. Jiwan, upon hearing the news, called to check on her. She asked Jiwan how she was holding up. Jiwan reassured her that she was fine, but Ji's voice on the other end sounded furious. Ji asked how Jiwan could be fine, and if she needed her to drag that crazy girl and throw her into the river for revenge. Jiwan insisted she was really okay. As for Jinhyuk, she thought he was capable, but she never imagined he was the chairman's grandson. Just then, someone rang the doorbell. Jiwan told Ji she'd call her back later and hurried to open the door. Outside, Jinhyuk was panting, clearly having rushed back after hearing the news. He asked if she was all right. Jiwan told him she had just read the articles, but she was fine. Jinhyuk apologized, explaining that his grandfather was indeed the chairman, but he had never received any special treatment. He started at the lowest position in the company and worked his way up. He gloomily added that even though his grandfather was the chairman, he had never been given any favors. Jiwan chuckled at his attitude, telling him he really was nothing special. Jinhyuk expressed his regret that she was caught in the crossfire because of him. Jiwan reassured him that whether he was the chairman's grandson or the president's son, to her, he was simply Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk was deeply moved by Jiwan's words. She continued, saying that now he was the one she was more worried about than herself, considering how the company might handle this situation. Jinhyuk replied that if the issue were to be exposed by the press, it would be easier to resolve, but since it came from an anonymous account, dealing with it would be more complicated. Jiwan told him that this was definitely the work of Minhan and Sumin. Minhan had sent her a threatening message, saying that if she didn't break up with him, he would bury both of them alive. Jiwan was shocked that the cowardly couple had managed to find Jinhyuk's weakness. She was already used to these backstabbing games, but if they touched Jinhyuk, she wouldn't let it slide. Jiwan thought about how she should deal with that couple now. Suddenly, Jiwan remembered the drama they had created and realized how she could use it to counterattack them. She shared her plan with Jinhuk, telling him to let that couple clean up the mess. When Minan saw the news, he was curious and confronted Sumin about why she dared to look at his phone and spread such nonsense. Sumin asked him why he was so angry with her. Just then, Jiwan called, and Sumin answered the call, ignoring Minhan's protests. Jiwan asked Sumin if the posts online were written by her and suggested that she delete them. She explained how much those posts had made her suffer. Sumin yelled at Jiwan, claiming that she was the one who had been miserable all this time because of Jiwan. Despite that, she still considered Jiwan a friend. On the other end of the line, Jiwan continued to urge Sumin to take down the posts. Sumin casually sat down on a chair, saying that if Jiwan didn't like it, what could she do? Jiwan asked if Sumin needed money, inquiring how much she wanted. Sumin demanded 500 million won, not a penny less, if she was to keep quiet. Sumin then reminded Jiwan of the generous wedding gift Jiwan had sent her, 5 million won, and insisted that she cough up the 500 million won or else there would be consequences. Jiwan agreed to pay her. Satisfied to have achieved her demands, Sumin told Jiwan there were plenty of men in the world, so Jiwan shouldn't be too heartbroken. Jiwan responded that the amount of money was too large to transfer through the bank and suggested that Sumin accept cash instead. She would send the location for Sumin to pick it up and even suggested Sumin bring her husband along. Sumin asked why Jiwan wanted to meet her husband. Jiwan explained that she wanted Minan to stand in front of her and delete all the photos he was keeping. Sumin immediately agreed, telling Jiwan to just send the address and they would come. After hanging up, Minan eagerly asked his wife if Jiwan had agreed to give them 500 million won. Sumin replied, "Of course, Jiwan would have to agree. This was all her doing." On Jiwan's side, she snapped her phone shut. She was no longer the easy target she once was. She would show them that they were the ones who would suffer from the very drama they had scripted. Jiwan texted the address to Sumin, scheduling to meet them at the Deklat Hotel. Minan and Sumin entered the hotel feeling very excited. Sumin thought Jiwan had been dumped by Jinhuk and would soon be fired from the company. Just imagining Jiwan's expression filled her with joy. Minan ruffled Sumin's hair and asked why she seemed so cheerful. He told her that he was the one who had found that photo, so he should take credit for the situation. The couple saw Jiwan and Jinhuk waiting for them. Minan stepped forward to ask if they had brought the money. Jiwan opened the door and said they would go inside, and he would hand over the money. Jiwan looked at Sumin, who would never expect what was waiting for her inside. Sumin sneered at Jiwan as they walked in. She thought that finally, Jiwan would have to cough up the cash. As soon as they stepped into the room, they were met with a chaotic scene. Reporters were everywhere, pointing cameras at them. The journalists asked why the two wanted to hold a press conference with the victim. Was it to issue a public apology? Minan and Sumin were both confused as to why there were so many journalists. Jiwan, who had been following behind them, closed the door and thanked everyone for coming. She then announced that they would kick off the press conference regarding the recent rumours surrounding the UNK group. At that moment, Minan and Sumin realised they had been duped. Sumin asked Jiwan why this was happening. She had called them there just to talk and hand over the money, right? Jiwan replied that she never said it was just for talking. She suggested Sumin quickly take a seat. Sumin questioned if Jiwan was trying to play a trick on her. Sumin threatened Jiwan, saying she would help Jiwan dig her own grave today. Once everyone was seated, Jinhuk asked for permission to start the press conference. He stated that everyone could ask any questions they had. A journalist inquired about the rumours regarding Jinhuk's relationship with his subordinate, who was engaged. Was that correct? Another question arose about him buying her an apartment next to his and whether they were living together. Was that true? Jiwan told everyone that she would like to answer that question herself. Jiwan introduces herself as the woman featured in the recent articles and confirms that she and Minan had indeed planned to marry. However, that marriage was called off. A journalist then asks why they called off the engagement. Was it because of Jinhuk or financial issues? Jiwan calmly explains that Minhun's family had demanded she cook 3 meals a day and bear a son. However, the real issue was that they wouldn't allow her to honor her late father, which led her to cancel the engagement. Minhun immediately stands up, challenging her statement. He asks how she plans to explain moving in next to Jinhuk after the engagement was called off. At that moment, the door swings open and Hin-young walks in. She tells everyone that she was the one who introduced Jiwan to the house. Hin-young brings out the rental contract that she and Jiwan signed with the real estate company. Jiwan turns to Jinhuk and quietly asks if he called Hee-yoon here. Hin-young presents the contract for the journalists to see, stating that Jiwan's name is on it. From the rent to the furnishings, everything was paid for by. Haen also shows a photo of Jinhuk giving Jiwan flowers in the parking lot, claiming this is evidence of him secretly taking pictures of her and invading her privacy while they were already broken up. Clearly, this is a criminal act. Minhun, feeling utterly humiliated, rushed over to snatch the photo from Hae-nook's hands and demanded that she stop talking nonsense. Minhan leaned in close to Hyae-nane and quietly asked if she wanted to renew her contract with the company. Hyae-nane shot back, telling him to focus on himself first. With all this drama, what company would want to keep him around? All the journalists present were witnesses to their bizarre behavior. At that moment, Sumin realized she needed to come up with a plan to turn the situation around. She pretended to be pitiful, pouting as she asked Jiwan why she had caused her to miscarry, knowing how much she had been looking forward to the baby. Jiwan immediately knew Sumin would bring this up. She replied that she didn't remember doing anything to cause Sumin to miscarry. Sumin, putting on a sad face, insisted that Jiwan should at least apologize, even if she hated her. Didn't she feel any remorse for the lost child? Jinhuk asked Sumin if she was really pregnant. At that moment, Sumin panicked. She didn't understand how Jiwan knew about this or what she was talking about. Jiwan turned to Minhan and asked if he had ever gone with his wife to the obstetrics department for a checkup, or if he had ever seen any images of the baby or the maternity booklet provided by the hospital. Sumin replied that Minhan worked very hard at the company, so she always went to the hospital for checkups by herself. She added that she hadn't shown Minhan any of those things, and after the baby's loss, she was so heartbroken that she burned everything related to it. Jiwan inquired which hospital she had visited, and Sumin answered that it was Gangnam Hospital. Jiwan pulled out her phone and asked if any reporters present had the hospital's number. A hand shot up, claiming that he knew it. Sumin asked Jiwan what she intended to do, pointing out that everyone was busy. Was she really calling everyone together just for this trivial matter? Jiwan confirmed that was exactly what she was doing, as she dialed Gangnam Hospital. Jiwan provided the hospital with Sumin's name and requested to schedule a follow-up appointment in the obstetrics department. At this point, Sumin's face went pale. She jumped up and told Jiwan to stop talking. The hospital responded to Jiwan that they had no medical history for a patient by that name. Jiwan asked them to check again carefully, clarifying that it was a follow-up appointment, not a first-time visit. But the hospital staff insisted they could not find any record of such a patient. Jiwan turned to Sumin and asked, "How are you going to explain this situation?" All the reporters were zeroing in on Sumin, firing questions about whether the articles were fake and what the motive behind the fabricated stories was. Sumin lost her cool. She covered her ears and told them to stop asking questions, rushing out of the room, wondering why she was being treated this way. "It's all Jiwan's fault," she muttered as she grabbed Minhan. "Stop just standing there, do something." Minhan, disgusted, demanded that she leave, telling her he didn't want to see her face anymore. "Because of you, my life has crumbled into this mess," he added. Minhan turned and walked away. Sumin hurriedly chased after him. Hyuk promptly addressed the reporters, assuring them that they likely understood the situation, that Yoon K Food Company had no connection to the incident. A reporter, eager to ask one more question, inquired if it was true that he and Jiwan had any kind of relationship. Jinhuk hadn't had the chance to respond yet. He was still pondering how to answer without affecting Jiwan. But Jiwan spoke up first, saying, "The two of us met, and our chemistry is really great as neighbors and colleagues at the same company." Hyuk's face flushed as he turned to look at her. The reporter continued, "That phrase implies the two of you are dating, right?" Jiwan casually replied, "If Jinhuk agrees, then that's how it will be." Jinhuk, feeling shy, stumbled over his words, unsure of how to respond. All the reporters seized the opportunity to snap photos for their archives. Jinhuk expressed his gratitude to Jiwan, acknowledging that their relationship had officially entered a new chapter. After the press conference wrapped up, they headed back to their apartment. Jiwan and Jinhuk were celebrating their big win when Jiwan called him the department head. Jinhuk replied, "From now on, don't call me the boss anymore. Let's switch it up to something more fun." Jiwan asked if she could call him Appa instead, but he smiled and said, "Maybe just calling names is still the best way." Jiwan agreed. He then asked if the food was to her liking. She replied that it was so delicious she could eat it every day. Jiwan proudly told him, "Besides, Hyun's an amazing cook, and I'm good at cleaning, but washing dishes, that's just basic stuff." He said with her by his side, she wouldn't have to lift a finger. He wouldn't let her delicate hands become rough from household chores. Jiwan felt deeply touched by his words. Did he just mention her soft, fair hands? Only Jiwan knew the truth. Those hands had once been calloused and marked with scars from a past life. She shyly asked him how they would get to the company the next day. Jinhuk told her he had decided to quit his job. He explained that whether sooner or later, he had been considering this move for a while. He joined the company at his grandfather's request, but in reality, he didn't want to inherit the conglomerate. Now he was running GS Company, and Jiwan was quite surprised. He explained that it was a security company he had founded, and Shigu was also a member of the company. His company provided security services for several large enterprises. Now he wanted to focus more on his own company. Jiwan admired him greatly. From being a department head in a large corporation to running his own business, he was excelling at everything. Jinhuk took Jiwan's hand and said it would take about 3 months to hand over his responsibilities to the new manager. He asked if she felt sad that they wouldn't see each other at the company anymore. Jiwan moved closer and said, "Of course, I'm very sad. What if some alluring girl catches your eye when I'm not around?" Jinhuk, unable to hold back any longer, pulled her close and kissed her on the lips. He assured her that he would never let that happen. In his heart, there had only ever been her. He also said he was now under her ownership. Jiwan looked at Jinhuk, realizing that there would be no more nights of her drunken husband hitting her, nor would she have to endure the torment of cancer anymore. She thought, perhaps her father and heaven had sent him to her. She had been reborn to meet him, hoping that only happiness would come her way from now on. At that moment, the phone on the table kept ringing. It was Director Jen calling her, but Jiwan didn't pay attention to the call. She called back, and Director Jen was sobbing uncontrollably. She was sitting alone in a dark room, crying her heart out. Something must have happened that was truly heartbreaking. A little while later, Jiwan followed the address and message sent by Director Jen, leading her to a hotel. Jiwan knocked on the door, asking if she was inside. Seeing the head of the department, Jen, open the door, Jiwan mentioned that when she called, she wasn't holding her phone, so she hadn't noticed. The head of the department cried uncontrollably upon seeing her. Jiwan brought her inside and asked what had happened. The head of the department recounted, "My husband wasn't a bad person. He always worked hard at my parents' restaurant, and I believed that. But I didn't know when it happened, but he stopped wearing his wedding ring. When I asked him about it, he said he took it off while washing dishes and forgot to put it back in his apron at the restaurant." She also told Jiwan, "One night, when I came home from work, I found a bathtub in the bedroom still damp, and my cosmetics ran out quickly, even though I had just bought them. I tried to reassure myself that I was being overly suspicious, but then I felt something was off. Even when sleeping, my husband had habits he never had before. So today, she decided to tell her husband she had to work overtime and hid in the emergency stairwell to wait. She saw some girl enter the house and even entered the password to unlock the door. She didn't have the courage to open the door, so she decided to run away. She was afraid that if she stepped inside, everything would collapse. Jiwan understood the head of the department's feelings. She had been through something similar and knew that once the door was opened, there would be no turning back. The head of the department said, "I've thought about divorce several times, but I was worried about my daughter becoming an unhappy child without a father." Jiwan asked, "Why do you think your daughter would be unhappy without a father? I grew up without a mother. She once shared that when she was little, her mother had an affair with another man and left her and her father, but she was not unhappy. Her father raised her with boundless love. If my life had a mother who constantly cheated, that would have truly been unhappiness for me." Jiwan told her the decision was up to her, but wanted to share one more thing. Even if she was alone, she could still provide her daughter with a complete family. After hearing Jiwan's words, the head of the department decided she would divorce her husband for the sake of her daughter. She confidently believed she could give her daughter a happy life without feeling the absence of her father. The head of the department thanked Jiwan, expressing surprise that there would come a day when she would show her colleagues this side of herself. Jiwan took her hand and said they were more than just colleagues. She considered the head of the department like an older sister. The next morning, the head of the department told Jiwan she had found the social media profile of the woman. She had posted numerous flaunting pictures online, and yet the head of the department never knew about it until now. She mentioned she had taken screenshots of everything, including photos taken at her own home. Jiwan looked at the pictures on the head's computer and felt a sense of déjà vu. "I must have seen this woman somewhere before," she said. The head explained, "This woman is a long-time employee at my parents' restaurant." Suddenly, Jiwan remembered seeing the two of them coming out from a corner of the flower garden when her company had dined at her parents' barbecue restaurant. At that time, she thought the spot was just the smoking area. Now, the department head was furious, unable to believe her husband had the audacity to flirt while she was at the restaurant, especially with so many of her colleagues present. In that moment, she realized what needed to be done next. She would tell her husband she was going on a business trip and catch them red-handed. No room for denial. She was determined to show him what revenge truly felt like. Just then, the department head's stomach started to feel uncomfortable, causing her to grimace. She suggested maybe she should change her morning coffee habits. Jiwan agreed, mentioning she probably needed to cut back as well. Later that evening, after work, Jinhuk came to pick Jiwan up to take her home. She mentioned that she would call him later. He asked if something was bothering her. As he noticed her complexion looked pale, he told her that if there was anything he could do to help, he would do his best. Jinhuk pulled her into his embrace, holding her close. He reassured her that even though he didn't know what was going on, he believed she would handle everything beautifully. Jiwan closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of being nestled in his chest. She felt she could safely entrust her life to him. The next day, the department head packed her bags and told her husband she was going on a business trip. She mentioned she might not return until Sunday night and would leave their daughter at her parents' house. Her husband helped her into the car, reminding her not to worry about him and to be careful. He waved goodbye as she drove off. After she left, he smirked, thinking her silhouette walking away was perhaps the most beautiful sight he'd seen since their marriage. Just then, his mistress appeared and wrapped her arms around him. She exclaimed that she had been waiting for him and thought she would freeze to death from the cold. The two happily linked arms and headed up to the department head's apartment. A little while later, the department head returned, determined to catch them in the act so they couldn't deny it anymore. She had even called the police to take pictures and serve as witnesses. Jiwan had told her that to charge for infidelity, they needed the police and clear evidence at the scene. The department head gently opened the apartment door. They tiptoed quietly inside. The department head marched straight to the bedroom and flung the door open, shouting for her husband. At that moment, her husband and his mistress were caught in bed, completely exposed. Both were shocked to see her there. Soon after, the police entered, taking photos for evidence. The officer informed her husband that he would be arrested for infidelity. The department head's husband turned pale and asked how she had found out. His mistress frantically grabbed a blanket to cover her face, urging him to think of a way out. The police instructed them to get dressed and come outside, while the department head told Jiwon to step outside with the officers for a moment. At that moment, Jiwon felt like something was about to happen. She scanned the room. Everything looked eerily similar to the moment she died in her previous life. Jiwon picked up a brick and asked for permission to smash the department head's vanity. She hurled the brick toward the table, shattering everything into pieces. She told the department head that if he ever tried to harm her, she would smash his head like that vanity mirror. After that, she angrily stormed out with the police. The more she thought about it, the stranger it felt. Just the other day, she had heard the department head mention her stomach upset from drinking coffee that morning. Suddenly, Jiwon wondered if it really was the coffee. She recalled from her past life that in her bedroom, her husband at the time had told Sumin that he noticed she kept complaining about stomach pain. He had signed her up for insurance before taking her to the hospital. Jiwon also remembered that in her past life, she had died from stomach cancer. At that moment, Jiwon suddenly realized, could the head of the department be like her in her past life? She rushed back, knocking on the door and asking the head of the department what was going on. But no one answered. The police found it strange too, so they broke the door down to get inside. Jiwon stood frozen in shock as she watched what unfolded before her eyes. The head of the department was lying unconscious on the floor. The police immediately called for an ambulance to take her to the hospital. After a preliminary check, the doctors confirmed that, thankfully, she only had a mild concussion. The head of the department told Jiwon that this time she was really lucky. She asked Jiwon how her husband would be dealt with, and Jiwon assured her that he would definitely be arrested soon. A lawyer had already come to work with the police on her behalf. At that moment, the doctor entered to examine the head of the department and informed her that the results of her in-depth tests were ready. Through the tests, they discovered cancer cells in her stomach. Both of them were utterly stunned by the news. The head of the department couldn't believe what the doctor was saying. She asked what it meant, and the doctor reassured her not to worry too much, as it was still in the early stages. The cells were very small, so they could use an endoscopy to remove them. The doctor also advised her to quickly decide on a surgery date, saying that discovering it at this time had a great chance for complete treatment. Thankfully, she had decided to get a health checkup early. The head of the department wiped her tears and thanked Jiwon, thinking she had just had indigestion. It was lucky that Jiwon had urged her to go to the hospital for a checkup. They held each other's hands tightly, and Jiwon encouraged her to hang in there. She told her that God would bless good people and reminded the head of the department to pay more attention to her health because she still had to live happily with her daughter. Thanks to Jiwon's encouragement, the head felt stronger and accepted the treatment. After the patient consultation was over, Jiwon said goodbye to her and headed out. Once outside, she closed the door to the room and sat down, wondering why everything had turned out this way. Jiwon thought back, realizing that if she hadn't smashed the vanity table, the head might not have made it through at all. She had always believed that Sumin would take on the fate of her past life, but, in the end, was that really the case? She felt very sad about how things had unfolded. Could it be because she intervened in the head's life? Perhaps everything started when she advised the head to record all the conversations with B. Kim and their future plans. Maybe that's why the head had to bear the burden of fate in her place. Remembering the scene of the head lying motionless on the ground made Jiwon feel truly guilty. Jiwon muttered to herself that she would definitely take responsibility for her. She was thinking that if she wanted to save the head and help her avoid the fate of being killed by her husband right in front of her lover, she would have to reverse everything from this point on, starting from the moment Minan was in bed with his lover in his own house. At that moment, Sumin would walk in and see the scene, just like Jiwon did in her past life. If Jiwon wanted to shift that fate onto Sumin, she would have to become Minan's lover. This meant that she and Sumin would swap places in this life. Jiwon picked up her phone and called Jia, wanting to ask for her help with something. Minan had quit his job and all his severance pay had been poured into stocks, but the stocks he bought had plummeted. Sumin opened the door and said she had made kimchi soup, urging him to come out and eat. Hearing her, he turned around and asked if that was the only dish. She replied that she didn't know what to do since their living expenses were insufficient. He grumbled that he didn't even have a few coins sitting at home without earning money, and demanded that she order takeout for him. Sumin, annoyed, retorted that he was the one who got fired from the company, so what was the point of acting tough with her? She angrily slammed the door and went outside, telling him to order food for himself. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. He received a message asking if he was doing well lately from an unknown number. He thought this kind of message was typical of girls, and since he was feeling a bit bored, he decided to hear her voice. With that in mind, he texted back asking who was on the other end. The girl asked if this was Mangan's phone. Minan told her she had dialed the wrong number, but he had been using this number for a long time, so there must have been some misunderstanding. The girl thanked him for calling back, as she almost ended up misunderstanding things herself, and then hung up. Minan felt a bit lighter. It had been ages since he heard the voice of a strange girl. After all, meeting a new girl was always exciting. He couldn't just let this golden opportunity slip away, so he immediately started texting to flirt with her. Since he was free and had nothing to do, he thought he might as well seek some new fun outside. The next morning, his mum called Sumin and asked her to come over and make beef bone soup with her. But Sumin replied that it wasn't even 11 yet. Why so early? She then asked why Sumin still wasn't pregnant, since the fortune teller said she definitely would be this month. Why was there still no sign? She even questioned if there was something wrong with her body that was preventing her from getting pregnant. Sumin replied that she had no idea about that. Was it her fault if she couldn't get pregnant? Her mother-in-law yelled at her, asking if that meant the problem lay with her son. She said that if Sumin couldn't have children, she should divorce him immediately. She asked if Sumin dared to raise her voice at her. She couldn't understand how a beggar like her ended up in her son's house, draining him dry. If Minan had ended up with Jiwan, things might have been better. At least Jiwan could earn some money. She reminded her to be ready before lunchtime and hung up. Sumin was furious. Why did she have to compare her to Jiwan? She didn't think she was any less than her in any way. Lately, Minan had been posting nothing but cheesy songs on his blog all day long. Sumin had noticed that he couldn't seem to put his phone down while searching for old photos. On top of that, he couldn't take his eyes off Jiwan during the wedding either. The way he looked at her with such regret was driving Sumin crazy. She wondered if those two were secretly in touch or something. There's no way she's going to let that happen. She's not some fool. Right now, Minan was out for dinner with a friend. His friend suggested that Minan should pay this time since he treated last time. Minan asked if his friend didn't think he was pretty pathetic, getting fired, losing money in stocks, and having a disastrous marriage. His friend laughed heartily and agreed that he really was a sad case. A guy like that actually has a girl reaching out to him? Minan pulled out his phone and said they'd only been in touch, not met up yet. She claimed she was super busy, making it hard to connect. He thought, well, he might as well let it slide. Sumin texted him asking when he'd be back, but he'd read it and didn't bother to reply. Just then the girl texted him too, and Minan suddenly got an idea. He'd invite her over. His friend thought it was a brilliant idea and told Minan to ask her to bring along a pretty friend too, but the girl declined, saying they should meet another time. Meanwhile, the one texting him is none other than Jiwan. She thinks to herself that old habits die hard. Yesterday she had a meeting with Jia, and Jiwan handed her phone back to Jiwan, saying she's been keeping in touch with the guy Jiwan asked her to, and he seems really easy to manipulate. She mentions that she's only helping because Jiwan asked, but wonders if anything will come of it. Jiwan assures her that it'll be fine and promises to explain later. Jiwan tells her to keep her word, but playing the role of a girl with deep feelings is actually quite fun. Ever since Jiwan asked Jiwan to flirt with men through texts, she's been doing just that. From the very first message, he was hooked. Jia thanks Jiwan for her help and holds the phone Jiwan gave her, reading the messages he sent to Jiwan, which makes her feel utterly disgusted by him. After a while, Jinhuk glanced at the phone she was holding and asked if it was the one she had asked him to register for her earlier. She replied that it had been very helpful. She then asked him if he thought she seemed a bit suspicious. He said that if she had decided to do something, there must be a reason behind it. Jiwan questioned whether he had trusted her too much. He replied that this was the blind love he had for her. Jiwan patted his head and said that in moments like this he looked just like a big fluffy puppy. He quickly took the opportunity to ask her if she had any rewards for him since he had helped her register the phone. He insisted that his contribution was significant, so she needed to reward him appropriately. Jiwan then hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. She thanked him for believing in her, saying that thanks to him she felt loved again and was living happily, unlike what she had experienced in her past life. He asked if they could start over again, but she replied that it was too late for that. He decided to take action first. Close to 3 a.m., Minwan stumbled home. Sumin opened the door, grumbling about how she had called him earlier and now he was just showing up. She told him to take a shower before going to bed since he reeked of alcohol. Sumin suspiciously wondered if he had been out with Jiwan until this hour. Minwan, completely drunk, ignored her. He went into his room and collapsed on the bed, not even bothering to change his clothes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Sumin grabbed it, curious about who could be messaging him at this hour. She figured that no matter what she did, Minan wouldn't notice anything now. She imagined the two of them out drinking together. He was probably still thinking about Jiwan. She opened the message and saw a text from an unknown number wishing Minan a good night. She wondered who this person was, but was sure they would regret it. Sumin took out her phone and noted down the number, then quietly opened the door to go outside. Just then, Minan turned over, startling her. She questioned how he could be so drunk yet still have such sharp hearing. Sumin directly messaged the unknown number, asking the person on the other end what their relationship with her husband was. "How dare you drink until midnight like that?" she texted. The other side texted back, asking who she was. Sumin replied that she didn't know he was already married. The girl explained that she had been single for 3 years. She promised to block his number and not contact him again. After that, she apologized to Sumin but asked why her husband was coming home at midnight. The last message they exchanged was only at 11 p.m., right? Sumin guessed maybe he really was meeting Jiwan. The image of those two being close haunted her, and she absolutely couldn't let that happen. Sumin sat down, reading the messages from the strange girl. She said if Sumin suspected her husband, she would tell her everything she knew, feeling guilty as a fellow woman and very worried about her. She continued to ask if Sumin couldn't sleep. Surely she was heartbroken. Sumin bit her lip, feeling very uncomfortable, but at that moment she had no one to confide in. She had to text someone she didn't know. She told her that she thought her husband was secretly seeing her friend and that she was about to go crazy. The girl advised Sumin to pretend she didn't know, waiting for the right moment to catch them both. Sumin thought her advice made sense. She felt this girl was really on her wavelength. She continued texting her, talking about her husband, who was driving her insane. Jiwan advised her to check with her husband, as her in-laws probably cared a lot about having grandchildren. She also suggested using her in-laws as an excuse, since they were eager for a grandchild, so the couple should go for a checkup together. This way, her in-laws would see that both of them were fine, easing their worries. Jiwan thought to herself, "Sumin, you'll soon find out the truth." She didn't know how Sumin would react at that moment. Would it be like her reaction back then? The next day, Sumin went to the maternity ward of the hospital to get the results, but Minan couldn't come. Sumin called to ask if he wasn't curious about the test results. Minan said he wasn't curious at all. He went for the checkup just to be sure because what else did she want? The one who couldn't get pregnant was her, so why bother him? He even said, "What's so hard about being pregnant anyway? If you want to get pregnant, you should take it to that guy. The result will probably be just a formality." Sumin really had nothing left to say to this person. Does he think she wants to be pregnant? Clearly, it's his child after all. Isn't it because his parents want a grandchild to carry on the family line that they're pressuring her? When she was called into the room to receive the results, Sumin asked the doctor many questions because she couldn't believe what she had just heard. The doctor confirmed that, looking at the test results, her husband's sperm count was far too low to conceive naturally. A man's sperm count should be at least over 20 million, but her husband's was not even 1 million. This means he has a condition known as azoospermia, which is common in men. Sumin was shocked to hear this news. Does it mean Minan can't have children? Sumin immediately thought of her in-laws, who were very eager to have grandchildren to continue the family line. In fact, last time her mother-in-law had even gone to great lengths to help her conceive a son. She still remembered Minan's reaction when she told him she had a miscarriage. He seemed like he was about to lose it. Her mother-in-law had even said that if she couldn't have children, she should just divorce him. He didn't even care anymore. To him, the one who couldn't get pregnant was her. So all the hardships she had to endure were because of that weak Minan. She wondered how he would react when he found out this news. The next day, Sumin went to visit her in-laws as planned. As soon as she walked in, her mother-in-law shouted loudly, asking why she was only showing up now. Sumin explained that she had been busy, to which the woman retorted sarcastically, "What could you possibly be busy with? Out on the streets to earn money or to get me a grandson?" Her mother-in-law then told her to wash her hands quickly and prepare the ingredients for cooking. Sumin thought to herself, all the things I had to endure were unexpectedly all because of Minan. She would definitely get revenge on their whole family. While passing through the living room, she overheard her mother-in-law talking with two of her friends. They praised her for raising her daughter-in-law well, and Sumin realized her mother-in-law was acting out because her friends were there to show off. Sumin walked in, deliberately placing the test results she had just picked up from the hospital on the table for her mother-in-law's friends to see before walking out. Her mother-in-law asked what it was, seeing her son's name on the paper. Sumin turned back and casually said, "It's the sperm test results for Minan. The doctor in the obstetrics department said both spouses needed to get checked, and today we have the results." Sumin washed the vegetables while continuing, "The hospital said you need at least 20 million sperm to conceive, but according to the test results, my husband doesn't even have 1 million. Her mother-in-law immediately jumped up and asked what she meant by that. Sumin explained that her husband had a condition called azoospermia, meaning he had no sperm, and the doctor said that even if they retested, the results would be the same. Her mother-in-law was so shocked that she could barely stand. One of her friends, confused, asked the other if having no sperm was similar to being impotent. At that moment, her mother-in-law still couldn't believe that her only son was impotent. Sumin smiled and told her, "It doesn't matter to me. What's important is that the couple is happy together." Seeing the situation, two of her mother-in-law's friends stood up and excused themselves to leave. With only the two of them left, her mother-in-law angrily shouted at Sumin, asking what kind of nonsense she was pulling. She asked if Sumin had gone crazy for checking her husband's sperm count and bringing out the test results while they had guests. Sumin muttered back that it was her mother-in-law who told her to get the materials checked, and she had no idea that her friends would meddle in other people's business like that. Her mother-in-law could no longer stand and staggered to sit down, still unable to believe that her tall, handsome son had such a condition. Then she blamed everything on Sumin, saying it was all because they chose the wrong daughter-in-law. Sumin was taken aback by what she said. Her mother-in-law pointed at her and said, "People say marrying the wrong wife leads to family turmoil. If you took better care of your husband, how could he have such a condition?" Furious, her mother-in-law took off her apron and threw it on the ground. She said, "Then just kick me out, and let's see if any fool would want a man with no money and no connections like your son." She told Sumin not to call her again or show her face, then stormed out of the house. As she left, Sumin threw everything she was holding onto the ground in frustration. Minan's mother stood there stunned, shaking with anger, but still unable to believe what had just happened. Suddenly, Sumin's mother-in-law felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Sumin, seeing her like that, hurriedly ran over and asked if she was okay. After all, she was still her mother-in-law, and seeing her in such a condition, Sumin couldn't bear it. She thought that maybe she should take her to the hospital. Sumin placed her hand on the old woman's nose, thinking she might have already passed away. However, when she noticed the faint breath, she smiled, relieved. "Seems like you're destined to live a long life," she muttered. She told the woman to just rest there until her father returned, as she had something to take care of and needed to leave first. Sumin also mentioned that her father had gone fishing that day, so he might not be back until tomorrow, and that all of this was because of the old woman. Once home, she texted the strange number, saying her mother-in-law had fainted. She wondered how the old woman could have known that this day would come. Meanwhile, Guan was out for a walk with Jinhuk, and he noticed that since getting married, Sumin had become much more malicious than before. He asked if anyone around him had gotten married, noting that in movies, it's often seen that daughters from wealthy families engage in political marriages or blind dates before tying the knot. He shared that he had been on quite a few blind dates, all arranged by his grandfather. Jiwan asked if he didn't like any of the girls, to which he replied that none of them were interested in him. Hearing this, Jiwan found it absurd. "You're so charming after all." She insisted he show her his phone. Jiwan pulled out a photo of the two of them and pointed at him, saying, "Look at those bold eyebrows, very manly, and that high, elegant nose." He replied that it looked quite scary. Jiwan agreed it might seem scary at first, but that was just because they hadn't seen him smile yet. She encouraged him to smile for her. He immediately complied, but she told him it wasn't the right kind of smile. Jiwan quickly demonstrated how to smile brightly, saying, "Like this." Seeing Jiwan like that made his cheeks flush bright red. He looked back at her and smiled. Jiwan took a picture of his smile and shouted, "Isn't it amazing? If you don't like it, I'll delete it and take another one." But he quickly hid the phone away. Jiwan then told him to extend his hand, and he immediately complied. She said, "My boyfriend is not only handsome and gentle, but also adorable. How could other girls not see that?" He looked at Jiwan happily, knowing that was all that mattered to him. He planned to save the picture of the two of them together as his phone's wallpaper, so that every time he missed her, he could take it out and admire it. Back at the hospital, Park Min-han received a phone call about his mother and immediately rushed there. He burst into the room, shouting to find out what had happened to her. Seeing her lying in the hospital bed unable to speak, he asked if she was okay. Just then, Sumin ran in, asking how it had come to this. Although his mother couldn't speak, she trembled at the sight of Sumin. His father-in-law explained that he had found her unconscious on the floor when he returned from fishing, so he took her to the hospital. He mentioned it was a brain hemorrhage, but wondered why it had happened while she was home alone. Sumin collapsed in despair, crying out that it was her fault because her husband had insisted she come home to prepare dinner for him. She told everyone she would stay to take care of her mother-in-law. Minhwan agreed, saying Sumin would take great care of her, reminding her to focus on getting better. His father-in-law also reminded them that if she got too cold, it wouldn't be good, so they needed to cover her with a blanket and keep the drafts out. He asked Minhwan what they would do about food. Minhwan replied that Sumin would take advantage of the time while his mother rested to prepare some side dishes before returning to the hospital. He even mentioned that she would prepare a meal for his father too, which made his dad very pleased. Hearing this, Sumin felt a surge of anger but couldn't do anything about it. She thought, why should I be the one doing all the work when both of them seem so free? Maybe it was time for a little showdown between the two of them to wake them up. She told her husband she would text him about what his mother needed and, for now, he should take his father home and take care of him. Minhwan told her to take good care of his mother, as she had always looked after her like a real daughter, which made Sumin feel like she was part of the family. Sumin couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words, as the truth was her own mother felt like a cruel hell to her. After that, Minhan took his father to the car, assuring him that Sumin would take good care of his mother, so he shouldn't worry. As soon as his father sat in the car, he noticed an envelope. He picked it up and asked what it was, but Minhwan said it was probably something his wife had forgotten. His father opened it to find the results of a sperm test and asked if Minhwan had gone for a checkup. Manhwa explained that Sumin wanted him to get tested with her, so he did. He hadn't looked at the results yet but assumed everything was normal. Suddenly, his dad said he needed to check again because he found it strange that there was only 1 million sperm. Minhwan, feeling annoyed, asked what the big deal was with 1 million sperm. His dad exploded in anger, asking if he really didn't know that with this number his son was likely infertile. He threw the test result paper in front of him, insisting that their family line would be doomed to extinction. Once home, Park Min-hwan grabbed his phone to call Sumin, questioning her sanity for tossing around such ridiculous test results. He asked if she did it on purpose. Sumin replied that she was busy taking care of his mother and couldn't talk, then hung up. Min-hwan jumped online to research the condition of having no sperm, confused about how he had ended up with such a bizarre illness. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. It was a series of bank notifications about overdue loans and payments due. All his stocks were plummeting, and selling them now wouldn't guarantee any profit. Frustrated, he pulled out all the alcohol in the house and started drinking. He truly didn't know what to do anymore. Everything in his life felt like a dead end. His mind was in a whirlwind, and he suddenly called out Jiwan's name, feeling utterly exhausted. He told himself that if she knew he was in this state, she wouldn't just leave him hanging and would help him. At that moment, Minhwan kept thinking about Jiwan and dialed her number. He felt a rush of relief when she picked up, telling her he was really worn out. Minhwan explained that his mother was seriously ill, work was a mess, and if she were by his side, things might have gone smoother. He mentioned that he would divorce Sumin and be with her, promising that if she agreed to start fresh with him, he would forgive all her past mistakes. Minhwan insisted he knew Jiwan's cold attitude wasn't genuine, and was sure she still loved him. To his surprise, the person on the other end was Jinhuk. Minhwan seemed to lose it, demanding to know why Jinhuk was answering her phone. Minhuk calmly explained that he was currently Jiwan's boyfriend. He stated that he was always there to protect Jiwan, so Minhwan should stop thinking about getting close to her. Jinhuk threatened to deal with a pest like him even easier than swatting a fly. He warned him one last time. Park Minhwan yelled into the phone, still demanding Jinhuk hand the phone to Jiwan. Jinhuk hung up, thinking that if Park Minhwan dared to touch even a single hair on her head, he would definitely kill him on the spot. Meanwhile, Jiwan was happily playing with Pei in the living room. Jinhuk didn't see the need for her to know about the phone call that had just happened. Minhwan was going crazy after talking to Jinhuk. He threw his phone into the corner of the room. It was all Sumin's fault. He was definitely going to divorce her as soon as his mother was discharged from the hospital. He suddenly froze when he saw the news. His foot had stepped on a newspaper with an ad that caught his attention. An advertisement about travel insurance, stating that the maximum compensation could reach up to 500 million. A terrifying plan quickly formed in his mind. If Sumin died, he could not only claim that money, but also rid himself of her. At that moment, Sumin was at the hospital, still taking care of her mother-in-law. Guan texted her, asking if she was tired from looking after her mother-in-law all by herself. Sumin replied that she had been struggling all week without any words of encouragement from her husband. She wished the old lady would just die quickly. Sumin checked on her mother-in-law, asking if she was feeling cool enough and if she was cold to let her know. Suddenly she heard a rustling sound behind her. It turned out her husband had come to visit his mother. He asked how she was doing and if she could say anything. Sumin replied that she was still doing her best to care for her. Minhwan sat down and said he noticed how hard she was working. The weather was beautiful, so why not go on a trip together? He would hire someone to take care of her mother for about a week. Sumin was thrilled to hear him say that, and asked if he really intended to take her on a trip. Minhwan said he noticed how hard she was working to care for her mother, so he wanted her to have some time to relax and enjoy a good trip, eating well and sending back some goodies. She happily agreed, and suggested she would find someone to hire to take care of her mother for a week. A patient nearby kindly asked if they were looking for a caregiver, offering to introduce someone she knew. Another person nearby asked if that caregiver had helped Mr. Kim get discharged early. Suddenly, Sumin felt a pang of guilt. She asked the old lady if that was really true. The lady said she took special care of patients, especially those who had suffered strokes. and after her care, their health improved significantly. Minhwan immediately asked her to help get in touch with the caregiver. The old lady pulled out her phone and called to check if anyone had booked the caregiver's schedule for next week. Before Sumin could intervene, the lady said the caregiver had already agreed. Minhwan was overjoyed and said he would inform his father. The old lady insisted that as a child, Minhwan must hire someone to help his parents. This would help his mother recover quickly, and by the time they returned from their trip, she might even be able to walk again. Hearing this, Sumin panicked and told her husband that she could take better care of his mother, so there was no need to hire anyone. But he remained determined to go on the trip with her and took out his phone to ask for the caregiver's number. Sumin was very worried. If that person came to take care of her mother, would she truly help her recover? What if the old lady shared what happened that day? Sumin feared the old lady would recount how she had left her mother-in-law lying there, neglecting her after the stroke. If her father-in-law and husband found out about what had happened, she would be in serious trouble. Sumin was torn. Should she cancel the trip? It had been so long since she had a chance like this, but if the old lady spoke up, everything would come out. She anxiously wondered what to do. Just then, a nurse pulled back the curtain and entered. The nurse announced it was time for the patient's medication and began preparing the syringe. Sumin suddenly got stuck. The nurse said that using the syringe would be a bit dangerous, so she would replace it with another. Sumin asked why, and the nurse explained that if the syringe had too many bubbles, like this one, air could enter the bloodstream, leading to life-threatening situations. Saying this, the nurse set the syringe down and took out another one to replace it. As the nurse finished her task and left, an idea flashed in Sumin's mind. It was just her and her mother-in-law in the room now. Sumin quickly took out the syringe she had secretly grabbed from the nurse earlier. She told her mother-in-law that she would let her sleep deeply. Just then, her mother-in-law woke up. She opened her eyes to see Sumin approaching, and a bad feeling washed over her as she noticed the syringe in her hand. Fear gripped her, and she cried out, but Sumin held her hand tightly, assuring her that she would help her drift off to sleep. She claimed that those who live must live. But her mother-in-law could no longer bear it. Sumin injected the syringe filled with air into the IV line attached to her hand. At that moment, her mother-in-law wanted to scream. But all she could do was watch her daughter-in-law prepare to end her life. Sumin coldly claimed she was just helping her join her ancestors a little earlier. She argued that whether it was early or late, her mother-in-law would die anyway, so why not go a bit sooner? After finishing, Sumin looked at her with a wicked smile. The next morning, a mailman arrived at Minhwan's house to deliver a package. He said there was a letter and left it at the door before walking away. A little while later, Minhwan finally opened the door and found the envelope in his hand. Unsure of what it contained or who sent it, he opened it, only to be filled with rage. Why was Sumin doing all this? Inside the letter were photos of all the messages Sumin had sent to the strange number Jiwan had. Minhwan was furious, not understanding what kind of game Sumin was playing. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message asking if he had received her package. She mentioned that at first she felt sorry for his wife, but then she realized he was the one who truly deserved pity. Minhwan was livid. He couldn't believe that Sumin was teaming up with Jiwan against him like this. Grinding his teeth in anger, he couldn't understand how Sumin wanted his mother to die so soon after everything she'd done for her. Sumin had repaid kindness with malice, and he found her truly disgusting. It should have been her who died. Minhwan crumpled the photos in his hand and decided to punish Sumin. Avenge his mother. Once again he recalled the plan to take out insurance before going on a trip. Surely he would take her on a trip to hell. Minhwan took the first step in his plan by tampering with the brakes of his car. In no time, the job was done. He decided to test if it was working. As he got into the car, he felt that his plan was absolutely flawless. Thinking about how close he was to completing his scheme, Minhwan felt a surge of pride. As he stepped out of the car, he muttered to himself, "Just tomorrow everything will be wrapped up and all the drama will come to an end." I'll take care of Sumin and tackle that damn pile of debt too. Tomorrow, I'll play the role of a grieving husband who lost his wife in a tragic accident, earning a sympathy payout of 500 million W in insurance. Minhwan tossed the lighter he was holding into the car and wished it a safe journey. All the preparations were done, and now he just needed to relax and wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sumin was happily texting her secret friend, bragging about how her husband had planned this trip because she had been working so hard for her mother lately. Jiwan just couldn't wrap her head around it. What on earth was going on? Clearly Minan had gone through the documents she sent him, so why on earth did he still want to take Sumin on this trip? Jiwan was sure he was plotting something. In her past life, Jaewon had married Minan and endured the burden of being dependent on her in-laws. Now, in this life, it was Sumin's turn to take on that role. Park Minan was playing around with Jaewon in her past life, and in this life he was dating Sumin's friend. She even thought about how he would be the one to cash in on the insurance, so maybe this life would play out the same way. As Jiwon pondered this, she started piecing together his plan. While she was deep in thought, her phone buzzed. Jiwon pulled out her phone, expecting a message, but it was just a reminder. Panic set in, as she realized today was the day she died in her past life. A few hours earlier, Minan was sitting in front of his computer, chugging down drinks, happily thinking that soon he'd have 500 million won in his hands and could have whatever he wanted. He was still engrossed in playing online games when suddenly a phone call interrupted his fun and he lost his groove. Minan answered the call before he could even hear the other person. He shouted, asking who it was and why they were calling him so much. On the other end, his dad's loud voice came through, cursing Park Minan as a worthless piece of trash. His dad demanded he come to the hospital immediately and broke the news that Minan's mother had passed away. Minan immediately dashed out, grabbed his car and sped off to the hospital, panicking and fearing the worst. He tried to get there as fast as he could, praying along the way, hoping his mother could wait for him just a little longer. It was rush hour and the streets were packed with cars. Park Minan honked his horn loudly, trying to speed up, but he slammed on the brakes at that moment. Then, Minan remembered what he had done yesterday. He was sweating bullets, worried about his mother, and in his haste to get to the hospital, he had completely forgotten about sabotaging his own car's brakes. Now, the car was barreling down the road, and Minan could only try to steer to avoid colliding with other vehicles. Just a moment more, and he would have crashed into the truck in front of him. He jerked the steering wheel hard to the right to avoid it. The car crashed into the bridge railing, but luckily, the airbag deployed, and he only suffered a minor head injury. He managed to escape with his life, still dazed and confused, wondering what had just happened. He thought to himself how lucky he was to be alive and needed to find a way to get to his mother quickly. However, due to the violent impact, the car started to catch fire. This was also because of the lighter he had thrown inside the car yesterday, which caused the front of the vehicle to explode. A loud bang echoed. Thankfully, he managed to open the car door and escape, but the flames had already spread to his body. His clothes were ablaze. He ran, screaming for help, and in a desperate move, Minan jumped into the river below. Slowly he sank, wondering if this was really how he was going to die. His plan was still unfulfilled. He needed that 500 million won to buy a new car and invest in stocks to make money. His phone slipped from his grasp and slowly sank to the bottom of the river. At that moment, Sumin lost both her husband and her mother-in-law. The funeral for Park Minan and his mother was held together, and it truly felt cruel to everyone. Sumin cried out in despair, her tears streaming down her face. Everyone who came to pay their respects felt sorry for her. They said she had taken great care of her mother-in-law while she was in the hospital. The one in the most pain was Minan's father. How could he bear losing both his wife and his only son on the same day? Minan's father told Sumin to go inside and rest for a while. He would stay to watch over the casket alone. Sumin immediately complied with his request. She rushed inside, slammed the door shut, and stood frozen in place. Sumin crouched down next to the room's door. She cleared her throat a few times in frustration. It really hurt her to the core. She gritted her teeth and cursed Park Minan. Yesterday, A police officer came to see her. He asked if she knew that the night before the accident, her husband had used tools to fix the car. The lawyer also told her they had found out that Park Minan didn't buy insurance for himself, but had taken out a huge policy in her name. Turns out he had plotted to kill her. She almost met her end at the hands of her own husband, but unexpectedly, karma hit back. After all, she was quite lucky. Minan ended up dying by his own scheme in the end. Sumin could finally escape this hellish life. Haini and Jiwan also came to pay their respects to the mother and child. They walked in and saw Chief Kim had also arrived. Everyone was heartbroken over the tragic loss of both mother and child. Haini wondered aloud to Jiwan why Sumin was nowhere to be found. Why did everything have to end so tragically like this? When Jiwan received the text about Park Minan's death yesterday, she truly didn't expect things to turn out this way. Although she had no fond memories of him, at this moment, Jiwan genuinely hoped he could rest in peace. As for his mother, who had always treated her harshly, she still wished for her to find peace in her passing. Jiwan and Hain performed a memorial service for the two. After all, Jiwan had once been the daughter-in-law of that woman, and she would do her best to ensure that the unjust death of the mother could allow her to close her eyes in peace. Sumin's father-in-law entered the break room looking for her. He said if she had calmed down, she should come out and help him greet the guests for a bit. Sumin replied that she would be out shortly. She pulled out her phone to touch up her makeup, wanting to look like she had just been crying. Sumin opened the door and stepped outside. As she walked, she sniffled, pretending to be heartbroken. Suddenly, Sumin jumped when she saw Jiwan and Hain. She asked Jiwan why she was there, and Hain retorted, questioning her attitude towards the visitors. Jiwan calmly replied that she was just stopping by to pay her respects before leaving. Sumin scoffed and asked who was really to blame for all of this. She reminded them that because of Jiwan's press conference, her husband had been fired. Jiwan had turned them into a couple of frauds, and now she dared to show her face at the funeral. Sumin told Jiwan that both her mother-in-law and Park Minan were harmed because of her, and even Sumin had almost lost her life after this incident. She vowed she wouldn't let Jiwan off the hook. All the guests at the funeral witnessed the scene, and they sympathized with Sumin, thinking she was probably just too shocked to act otherwise. Sumin cried pitifully, claiming that all of this was Jiwan's fault. She collapsed to the ground, saying that because of Jiwan, her husband was exhausted. Sumin would rather continue her affair with him than have him in danger, even if it meant suffering greatly herself. Jiwan told her to get up. She had nothing to do with the situation. Sumin continued to sob, asking how Jiwan could say she wasn't involved when her husband continued to see Jiwan after their marriage. At that moment, Haiman knelt down and cried, asking what would happen to poor Sumin now that Minan was gone. Haiman absolutely could not let Jiwan be misunderstood by others. It was ridiculous for Sumin to blame everything on. Sumin confusedly asked what Haini was doing. Sumin jumped up, saying that if Jiwan didn't take Haini away, she would call the police. How dare she act so rudely at someone else's funeral? Jiwan said she didn't expect Sumin to know those two words. She stepped closer to Sumin, making her back away in caution. Jiwan said, "The one who turned their back and abandoned their mother in a state of unconsciousness is the real uncultured one." Sumin shivered, asking Jiwan how she knew about that. Jiwan held up her phone in front of Sumin, saying it was Sumin who had told her about it. They had exchanged cheerful messages for a long time. How could she forget? Sumin was left speechless and astonished. She never expected the friend she had been messaging all night was Jiwan. That was why Jiwan knew everything that had happened recently. Sumin trembled in fear, realizing she had to find a way to get Jiwan out of there. Suddenly, Sumin spotted two police officers appearing at the door. She immediately instructed them to remove Jiwan from the premises. Approaching the officers, she accused Jiwan of being the one who had killed her husband and was now there to threaten her. The officer asked if she was Sumin, the wife of the deceased, and then pulled out handcuffs, cuffing Sumin's hands. He informed her that she was being arrested on suspicion of murdering her mother-in-law. Sumin was stunned by this news. She struggled and insisted she hadn't done anything. Pointing at Jiwan, she told the officers that Jiwan was the one who did it and they should arrest her instead. The police urged Sumin to calm down, explaining that there was a witness who had seen her kill her mother-in-law. At that moment, Sumin was truly terrified. Was there really a witness? She remembered that night. It had been late, and the room had only contained her and the old lady. Before she injected the old lady, she had observed everything very carefully. How could there be someone who had witnessed what she did? Sumin's mind drifted back to her childhood. Jiwan always seemed to have no desires, tall and lanky like a reed, wearing a pair of ugly glasses. Yet Jiwan had everything Sumin didn't have. When Sumin found out that Jiwan didn't have a mother like other kids, she was so happy, almost jumping for joy. But her happiness didn't last long. When she visited Jiwan's house, she saw how much Jiwan was spoiled by her dad, and Sumin felt it was unfair. Despite their intertwined fates, Jiwan lived happily with her dad, while Sumin lived with her mum but had an unhappy life. Sumin felt that was truly unfair. Back then, Sumin asked Guan why she never saw her mother. Guan honestly replied that she had only heard her mother had met some guy and left home. Sumin felt relieved. Finally, Jiwan was just like her, and she was happy about that. She asked Jiwan if she missed her mum. Jiwan cheerfully replied that she was fine because she had her grandma, dad, and also Sumin as a friend. Guan held up a family photo and asked if Sumin thought her mum was beautiful. Sumin carefully examined the photo and was shocked to recognize the woman. Jiwan's mother was the same woman she had seen sitting with her dad in the car earlier. Jiwan's mother was the shameless woman who had an affair with Sumin's dad. It was because of Jiwan's mother that her own mum had been drinking and yelling at her all the time. Her mum even blamed Sumin for coming home late and not studying, claiming that was why her dad had an affair. Sumin believed her mum's words were the truth. If her dad's infidelity was her fault, then the other woman's cheating must have been Jiwan's doing. Even the fact that Jiwan had to live a miserable life, constantly being abused by her mum, was her fault too. Sumin was furious. It was because of Jiwan that she had desperately married Minan. Everything was Jiwan's fault, and now she found herself in this situation once again. Sumin lost control and rushed towards Jiwan, shouting at the police, asking why they were arresting her when they should be taking Jiwan instead. Jiwan told Hyeni to leave quickly. She didn't want to hear any more of Sumin's insults. Even as Jiwan reached the door, Sumin was still yelling that it was all Jiwan's fault. The police warned that if she continued to be uncooperative, they would have to forcibly take her to the station. Sumin decided she couldn't let that happen. She pleaded with the police to let her stay with her mother-in-law and husband until the very last moment. She told them it was just a misunderstanding and that she would explain everything. The funeral was only a few hours away and she wanted to stay a little longer. She promised that after everything was over, she would cooperate and go with the police. The officer agreed, stating that after the ceremony she would have to come with them to the station and that they would keep a close eye on her, so she needed to inform them where she was going. Sumin immediately thanked them for allowing her this opportunity. Jiwan said her final goodbye to Sumin, hoping that Jiwan would receive the appropriate punishment for her wrongdoings. The funeral for Minan and his mother was just a little longer until it would begin, but Sumin didn't know what to do. The two police officers were watching her like hawks. She walked over and told them she needed to use the restroom. She asked if they could let her go for a moment, promising she would be right back. The officer stood up and agreed, saying they would wait for her right outside the door. Inside the restroom, Sumin was certain that these police officers had been called by Jiwan. She was furious. When Jiwan pushed her into a dead end, she realized she hadn't committed any huge crime. Sumin was determined to escape at all costs. She scanned every nook and cranny in the restroom, trying to figure out how to get out of there. She spotted the janitor's uniform and tools left behind in the room. There was no way she was going to sit quietly and rot away in prison. Sumin quickly put on the janitor's outfit and wheeled the cleaning cart out, hoping to make her escape. Otherwise, she would definitely end up behind bars. Meanwhile, the police officer guarding the door was engrossed in his phone and didn't even notice the janitor pushing the cart right past him. Sumin breathed a sigh of relief as she slipped by him undetected. At that moment, Chief Kim was preparing to leave. He was still worried about Sumin, having noticed her pale face, which made him anxious. He had bought her a drink from the convenience store, but hadn't had the chance to give it to her. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure sitting in the corner of the parking garage. As he approached, he realized it was indeed Sumin. He helped her into his car and asked why she was sitting there looking like that. He took off his jacket and draped it over her, telling her to share what had happened. Sumin asked him to keep their meeting a secret, and he agreed. Chief Kim pulled out some snacks and milk from his bag, telling her to eat something. He had bought them for her earlier, but hadn't had the chance to give them to her. Sumin said she wanted something hot to drink. Chief Kim immediately agreed, ruffling her hair and telling her to wait while he went to get it. He promised he would be back quickly. With that, he hurried off to buy the drinks. Sumin sat in the car, smacking her forehead. She found the old lecherous man disgusting and wished he would just drop dead. Suddenly, she realized her opportunity had arrived. Sumin quickly started the car and drove away. She had to get out of there immediately. Thinking to herself that she definitely wouldn't scratch Chief Kim's car, she had to leave right away. If no one saw her, she would be dead for sure. Just then, she spotted Jinhuk in front of her. He was also waiting for someone. Then she saw Jiwan slowly approaching. Seeing the scene of the two together, Sumin was furious. It was all Jiwan's fault that she was about to go to jail. Now Jiwan was happy with a third-generation tycoon. Jinhuk asked Jiwan if she was okay. She thought everything was over, both Park Man-wan and Sumin. From now on, no one would make her suffer anymore. The cruel cycle of fate had finally come to an end. She decided to tell Jinhuk everything about her return from 10 years in the future and her intention for revenge, while trying to change her destiny. Now, she had only one wish: to live happily with him. Jiwan said to him that she had something important to tell him and he needed to listen carefully. Just then, headlights from a car shone directly at them. Both turned around to see a car speeding towards them. Sumin was on a motorcycle, accelerating. She had already put her hands in the handcuffs, so what was there to hesitate about? Today, she was determined to kill Jiwan no matter what. After that, even if she died, it would be fine. Jinhuk reacted faster at that moment. He quickly pushed Jiwan forward, but he couldn't run away in time. The car crashed into him and came to a stop. Sumin slumped over the steering wheel. Finally, she had accomplished her goal, but Jimin was lying unconscious nearby. Sumin struggled to sit up. Thankfully, Jimin had pushed her away just in time, but he was not as lucky. He lay unconscious on the spot. Jiwan immediately called out to him. If anything happened to him, how could she bear it? A few days later, in the largest hospital in Seoul, Jinhuk's grandfather sat on a bench outside, sighing with worry several times. Jinhuk had been unconscious for weeks. Every day, Jiwan and H stayed by his bedside to care for him. Jinhuk had sustained head injuries because of her. Haewon cried every day, not knowing when her brother would wake up. Gwan didn't know how to comfort Haini because of what happened to him. It was all her fault. Gwan thought to herself that because she returned from a past life, the head of the department had gotten cancer, and now Jinhuk had almost died in her place. Perhaps it was because of her that Jinhuk's fate had changed. Jiwan held Jinhuk's hand, her heart filled with apologies for him. She hoped he could forgive her. She decided that before he woke up she would sort everything out and distance herself from him. She pleaded with him to wake up safe and sound. Today was also the day of Sumin's trial. Sumin's father-in-law sat in the audience, deeply pained, struggling to understand how his family ended up with a daughter-in-law like her. Jiwan also attended the trial. Sumin was led into the courtroom by the police, with reporters eagerly awaiting the trial's outcome. The judge asked Sumin about her motive for murder, questioning if she knew the victim was the grandson of the chairman of the Unk group. Did she admit to the murder? Jiwan genuinely hoped Sumin would face appropriate punishment for the chaos she had caused. The judge requested everyone to maintain silence, The trial was about to commence. He stated that during the care of her mother-in-law, was it true that Sumin had killed her using a syringe to inject air? A witness entered, and Sumin was shocked to see it was the patient who had been lying next to her mother-in-law in the hospital. The judge instructed her to share what she knew. The woman replied that she was the one who had lain beside the bed of the accused's mother-in-law. She said that if Sumin had truly cared for her, there should have been some improvement, but instead the victim's paralysis worsened. On the night she was sedated, she claimed she had seen everything. She had witnessed the accused holding a syringe and injecting it into her mother-in-law's veins. Sumin, however, remained stubborn, insisting the woman was lying. She claimed the woman was jealous of her youth and beauty, leading to these false accusations. She clearly stated that she had devoted herself to caring for her mother-in-law without complaint. The judge asked if she had any evidence to back up her claims of defamation. At this moment, the judge ordered Sumin to maintain order in the court. The prosecutor stood up once more, requesting to submit evidence for the case to the judge. It was the autopsy report, revealing that the cause of Sumin's mother-in-law's death was due to an air embolism. A significant amount of air had entered the bloodstream, causing a blockage that led to her death. The hospital had reported that a syringe had mysteriously gone missing. Next, the prosecutor requested the submission of another piece of evidence regarding the attempted murder charge against the defendant, the memory card from Chief Kim's car. It recorded the moment Sumin deliberately crashed into Jiwan and Jinhuk. This evidence clearly showed that she had intentionally run into the two individuals. Sumin immediately shouted at her lawyer beside her, clearly demanding that he bring the evidence here to prove her innocence. At this point, the prosecutor concluded that the defendant had brutally murdered her mother-in-law. While trying to escape, she even had the intention to kill someone she knew beforehand. For all these crimes, the defendant showed no remorse whatsoever. Sumin yelled that she had done nothing wrong. Why was everyone pointing fingers at her? She even exclaimed that the Jinhuk family was wealthy, so what if they got hurt a little? At that moment, she remembered Jiwan sitting in the courtroom. She immediately pointed at Jiwan and told everyone that it was all her fault. Why were they arresting her? They should arrest Jiwan instead. The judge once again requested Sumin to maintain order, stating that the court would penalize the defendant under Article 209. Sumin couldn't believe what she was hearing. She couldn't believe she was sentenced to life in prison. Guan felt sorry for her, but she knew this was what Sumin deserved after everything she had done. The trial concluded, and Sumin had to face the consequences of her actions. Guan waited until everyone had left before making her exit. As she reached the door, she suddenly froze in front of a familiar figure. She asked if he was Manan's father. He told her that if she had married his son, none of these terrible things would have happened. He expressed his hatred for Jiwan. Jiwan clenched her handbag tightly upon hearing his words. She asked him where he was, and what he was doing when his late wife was tormenting and treating her like a rat. To him, the duty of a daughter-in-law was to cook for her husband and bear a grandson to continue the family line. He must have always turned a blind eye and just watched, right? She told him that ignoring was also a form of violence, and that he was the sole culprit standing by, watching everything unfold. What right did he have to express hatred and resentment towards her? After saying that, Guan walked away, leaving him sitting there all alone. She comforted herself, saying it's all good. She was already used to living in the spotlight of disdain. At this moment, all she could wish for was for Jinhuk to wake up. She missed him so much. She returned home without heading to the hospital. She would have to tackle everything on her to-do list before he woke up. She brought some food for the little kitty and asked if it had been a good little one at home. She patted its head and said Jinhuk would be back home soon. She'd grab some essentials and take them back to her place. Jiwan immediately started gathering a few necessary items. As she gazed at the storage room in front of her, she found it truly magical. This was the style of the wealthy. She opened the door to the room and decided to grab a few more items from the space. Hey, have you noticed that desk calendar? It's already October, but we're still stuck in April. What's going on there? She was quite surprised to see the note someone had jotted down on the calendar. It marked April 10th. the day she made her grand return 10 years ago. She wasn't sure what it meant. Maybe it was just a coincidence. After all, she quickly adjusted the October schedule on the calendar. But then, she spotted something on the October calendar. He had marked the 2nd with a note that read, "If only I had known, I wouldn't have run away." It was the day when she and Men Hong had tied the knot in a past life. She was surprised when she saw the address he had jotted down at the bottom. It was a spot in the city of Busan. Jiwan felt like something was off. It's 2009 now, right? She thought to herself. But there's no number to dial. She suddenly noticed an envelope behind her. Jiwan couldn't believe her eyes when she read what he had written. So, it turns out Jinhuk also travelled back in time. Jinhuk wrote, "Since my days as a college student, I often spotted a girl behind the school. She's a big fan of wildflowers and stray cats. She often ties her hair up high, but behind those oversized glasses that nearly hide her face, there are sparkling eyes. Many days later, her image has always played in my mind, like a favourite scene from a movie. At that moment, I had no clue that I was already crushing on that girl, whose name I didn't even know yet. You were like a clueless character, wasting time and letting it slip away, and before you know it, graduation day is here, but I haven't seen you at our usual hangout spot anymore. At that moment, when I graduated, I spotted my brother's face looking all gloomy. My little sister playfully pouted at him, saying that she had come to celebrate his graduation, yet he couldn't muster a bright smile for a memorable photo with her, could he? I still haven't had the chance to tell Jiwan about how I brought Bang home when I found it passed out. Ever since that cat vanished, she hasn't shown up there either. But since then, her image has always been present in my life. The memories of Jiwan constantly remind me of a season of blossoms that I always long for. One day, while I was checking out the new hires' profiles at the company, I called the HR department and said that my team is in need of some extra talent. I asked if they could send another person to my department. I wanted to bring on another new hire. And that's when Jiwan came in. Finally, fate has brought us back together, even though she doesn't remember who I am. Just getting to see her every day makes me feel like I've hit the jackpot. The first time I met her in the office, even though I had stayed up all night rehearsing how to talk to her, I still ended up looking like a total goof, only able to spout out stiff phrases. I feel really guilty towards Jiwan, but having the chance to meet her like this really makes me super happy. That day, during a grand celebration with all the staff in the room, Jiwan was having a blast with everyone. I saw Minan sitting close to Jiwan, striking up a conversation with her. That day made me regret it for a long time. I stayed silent, just watching her from afar. I should have had the courage to sit beside her instead. Compared to a boring guy like me, Minan definitely has the upper hand. As the days went by, I noticed that Minan was getting closer to her, and she seemed genuinely happy in his company. At that moment, I believed that Minan could bring laughter and happiness to Jiwan for a lifetime. One day, she bumped into me and asked, "What happens after the contract employee's time is up? Can you snag a recommendation letter from the company?" I just needed to watch her from afar. Just seeing her smile was enough to make me feel like I'd hit the jackpot. But one day, as I strolled past the company's tea lounge, he suddenly stopped when he heard Minan's voice, along with the girl he had heard Minan saying sweet nothings to. At that moment, he realized Minan was a total jerk. How dare he flirt with Gan's best friend? Jinhuk was furious. Clearly, he had thought Minan was good to Jiwan, which is why he had stepped back. But how could he betray her like that? Jinhuk pushed the door open, making both of them jump. Sumin saw him and cheerfully asked if he wanted a cup of coffee. If he did, she would make him one. He ignored both of them and told Sumin to get back to work, while asking Minan to stay and chat for a bit. Jinhuk confronted Park Minan, saying he knew he was passing off his work to others while he was here gossiping. He pointed out that all the documents Minan had sent him were done solely by Jiwan. He demanded that Park Minan not push his work onto others next time. Jinhuk hadn't planned to interfere in Jiwan's affairs, but he couldn't just stand by and watch her get deceived by Minan. He decided he would tell Jiwan the truth. He noticed the earrings she was wearing looked a lot like the ones Sumin had on when she was chatting with Park Minan. He asked her about them, and Jiwan said they were a gift from Sumin. Although he thought she looked beautiful in them, the words Park Minan had said to Sumin kept creeping into his mind. He told her the earrings didn't suit her at all. Even though he didn't mean to criticize her, what he was really hinting at was not the earrings, but that guy named Minan. Then came the day he attended Jiwan and Minan's wedding. He found himself feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, all he could do was wish her well and hope Minan would change and make her happy. After several delays, he finally decided to quit his job. Years later, when he heard Jiwan was sick, his heart ached. That day he decided to visit her at the hospital. He got the address from a nurse and found Jiwan's room. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He stepped inside and asked if there was a patient named Jiwan there. An elderly lady told him that Jiwan seemed to have gone for a walk. The lady said it was great that he came by and mentioned that Jiwan always looked sad because no one came to visit her. He noticed the IV drip still had blood on it, lying on the bed. She definitely wasn't out for a stroll. Jinhuk immediately panicked and went to find her. He feared something terrible had happened to her, that she might have been in a dark place. From the upper floor, he saw Jiwan heading somewhere. He also hailed a taxi to chase after her. He stopped the taxi in front of an apartment building and went inside. Jinhuk felt relieved when he saw her enter an apartment. He didn't know how many times he had followed her. He wondered if he should call out to her when she was right in front of him. At that moment, it wasn't easy for him to decide to turn away, and just as he felt that uneasy whispering moment, he heard a loud scream coming from the apartment Jiwan had just entered. Fearing something had happened to her, he immediately ran. As he ran, he hoped nothing bad would happen to her. He was terrified of what could befall her. He entered the apartment door, thinking that if something truly happened, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Jinhuk noticed a pair of women's shoes at the door, but they definitely weren't Jiwan's. He followed the bloodstains on the floor, filled with dread. He hoped nothing would happen to her. As Jinhuk stepped into that room, he saw Park Minan and Sumi. He shouted, asking what Jinhuk was doing there, and told him to leave. Jinhuk saw Jiwan lying in a pool of blood and immediately crouched down. He called out for her to wake up. What on earth had happened to his Jiwan? He held her in his arms and lifted her up to take her to the hospital. Even though he couldn't be by her side, as long as she was alive, he would at least find some comfort. He would do anything to bring her back. He still had so much to tell her, but Jiwan had truly left him forever. Later, Jinhuk organized a funeral for Jiwan. He also asked the police to look into her relatives, but they told him her father had passed away long ago and no relatives came to the funeral. Her mother was still alive, but they couldn't reach her. The police handed him a phone, saying it was her belongings, found after the investigation concluded. They mentioned he had worked hard to take charge of her funeral. Jinhuk turned on Jiwan's phone. He saw that her wallpaper was a picture of her with a cat. Even after all this time, she remained a girl with a love for cats and blooming flowers. He was in deep anguish, thinking that if time could turn back, if he could fix the mistakes of the past, she surely wouldn't have left like this. He clutched Jiwan's broken phone in his hand. He was in so much pain, wishing he could save her. Her life had truly been filled with suffering. The phone shattered in his grip, along with a picture of Jiwan smiling brightly in her final moments. He was the only one by her side. Jinhuk wished he could see Jiwan smile just one more time. Then, even if he were to die, he would have no regrets. Anyone who witnessed Jiwan's funeral felt an endless sorrow for her, a girl who passed away far too young. Yet, at the funeral, there were hardly any visitors. In the stillness, the sound of footsteps echoed. Suddenly, a voice echoed, asking if he was Chief Jinhuk. It turned out to be Assistant Jay. There were still people to send Jiwan off on her final journey. She asked if he still hadn't confessed his feelings to Jiwan, saying she knew all about his feelings for her. People often called it the sensitivity of an old maid. Assistant J remarked, adding that Jiwan was a very good person. Jinhuk pondered. It was so obvious that he liked her, so why couldn't he do anything back then? After a while, a few more people arrived to pay their respects. It was Ji and her crew who were discussing that the friend who was with her husband was Sumin. Jiwan had told the others that perhaps that's why he cut off contact with them. They genuinely felt guilty toward Jiwan, even though it was something from their youth. Some old friends came to pay their respects to Jiwan. All three wore expressions filled with remorse for her. They sincerely prayed for her and left shortly after. After they departed, Hyemin also arrived. When she saw her brother there, she was quite surprised. Hyein asked why he was there and told her brother how grateful she was to Jiwan. Back when she was a contract employee, Jiwan had guided her a lot without letting anyone else know. She truly saw Jiwan as a wonderful person. Before leaving, she told her brother that Jiwan's final journey would always be remembered by him. Hyein spoke to Jiwan's spirit, saying that if they could meet again in the next life, they must become best friends. She truly cherished Jiwan. Park Minan also heard the news of Jiwan's passing and came to pay his respects. When he entered, he encountered Hyein. However, their moods were filled with sorrow for the lost one, so they didn't pay much attention to each other. Minan performed a ceremony in front of Jiwan's portrait. He was heartbroken, wishing that she was watching over him and everyone from above. He told her that many people still remembered her, hoping she wouldn't be alone on her final journey. Jiwan left this world, leaving Jinhuk all alone. After the funeral was over, Jinhuk took a taxi to leave. The driver asked if he was going to enjoy the night scenery, mentioning that it was still quite cold these days. But Jinhuk replied that the cold didn't matter, because there was someone who was even more alone and cold than he was. The driver complimented him on being very handsome, saying it would be wonderful if he paired up with his daughter, who was very beautiful. He mentioned that his daughter was kind, tall, smart, and had just landed a job at a big company. The driver's words made Jinhuk think of Jiwan. He wondered how she felt during her pain, or happiness. The driver also asked him what he would do if he were born again. Hyuk told the driver that he would go to the girl he loved and love her with all his soul. If she asked him to die, he would willingly do so. The driver laughed and told him he was a wonderful young man. When they reached the beach, Jinhuk paid the driver and said he didn't need the change. He got out of the car and walked away. The driver took the money he was given and felt something was off. He wondered why Jinhuk would give him so much money for such a short ride. Jinhuk remembered when Hyein happily lay on the bed, drawing a heart on the person she liked. She kissed it and said it meant he was as important to her as her heart. At that moment, Jinhuk had also drawn a heart on the 10,000 won bill that Jiwan had given him. It also meant that she was just as important as his heart. Jiwan used to be a very significant person in Jinhuk's life, but he thought he shouldn't be by her side now. His life was filled with regret, and there was no meaning left to continue. Jinhuk slowly walked down to the sea, hoping that if there is a next life, he would want to see Jiwan happy. Perhaps the heavens had granted him another chance. When he woke up, it was April 10th, 2009, the very day he lost her. 10 years later, he clearly remembered throwing himself into the sea. So why was he here now? Was this the next life? He opened his eyes and realized he was sitting in his old office. At that moment, he heard Jiwan's voice echoing in his head. He panicked, stood up and called her name loudly. He thought this was just a dream because he saw her sitting right in front of him. When Jiwan heard him call her name, she was equally surprised. He himself didn't understand what was happening. He was terrified this dream would end. Even at the moment they met, he couldn't dare to look at Jiwan's face clearly. Although his words and actions were the same as in his previous life, his determination was now crystal clear. In this second life granted by the heavens, he would definitely prevent any misfortune from happening to Jiwan. If he could see her simple smile once more, he would dedicate his entire second life to her. He silently vowed that in this life he would protect Jiwan. So, Jinhuk wrote this letter with that resolve. As Jiwan finished reading the letter, her tears soaked it completely. She cried uncontrollably, unable to believe that he had returned to the past to save her, to bring her back to life. At that moment, a little cat came over and rubbed against her leg. Jiwan hugged it tightly, not even realizing it. It turned out Jinhuk had raised it to show her. He had helped her take care of it, making it so adorable and healthy. Jiwan held Jinhuk's letter close to her heart, realizing that he had always silently stood behind her to protect her. Now she wanted to do everything to protect him. She had so many unspoken words for him, and Jiwan immediately hopped into a cab to the hospital. She rushed up to see Jinhuk. At this moment, she truly wanted to be by his side. Jiwan opened the door to his hospital room. She had a ton of things she wanted to do with him. Just thinking about how he risked his life for her made her heart ache. Jiwan tightly held his hand and said, "If you want to see my smile, you should wake up." She hoped he woke up to see her right there beside him. As long as he woke up, she would agree to do anything. At this moment, Jinhuk was still lying unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. He dreamed he was back in the taxi before he died in his past life. The driver tells Jinhuk that he has met him again. The driver asks if he has died to be with the girl he loves, loving her with all his soul. Jinhuk tells the driver that he will change her fate. The driver smiles and reminds him that he once said he could die if the girl he loves wanted him to. The driver immediately stops the car, turns back, and says there is someone waiting for him. The driver even tells him he doesn't need to pay, thanking him because thanks to him, he can now close his eyes in peace. The driver smiles brightly and tells him that his daughter is counting on him. Jinhuk is still trying to understand what's happening when a bright light flashes in front of him. Everything changes. Suddenly, everything disappeared before his eyes, even the driver. Jinhuk screamed loudly and woke up, finding Jiwan crying beside him. She was so happy that he had woken up. Jinhuk, still unsure whether he was dreaming, was embraced by Jiwan, who cried loudly, asking him why it had taken so long to wake up and expressing how worried she had been for him. Jinhuk hugged her back and apologized for being late. She, on the other hand, apologized for making him wait for 10 years. Once again, she hugged him tightly because she had truly missed him. Jiwan then revealed that she knew everything, including the fact that he had died once. She asked him how long he planned to keep that from her. Did he intend to let her live without ever knowing he had once lost his life? Jinhuk reached out and placed his hand on Jiwan's cheek, asking if she also came back from the past. She confirmed, telling him that they had all returned on the same day in 2009. Hand in hand they walked together, and Jinhuk asked her how she had lived in her previous life, curious about how she managed until she married Park Man-hwan. His hand held hers tightly. He wouldn't let her slip away again. Jiwan recalled that day when she really wanted to eat black bean noodles, but her salary had to go towards paying off debts, leaving her with no money to spare. After a long thought, she decided to settle for instant black bean noodles. At that moment, Park Man-hwan and his mother saw her. He asked about the smell, and his mother questioned why she was eating noodles alone, even saying Jiwan should focus more on whether her husband was eating well than on eating alone. Min-hwan then asked his mother what she wanted to eat, and also questioned Jiwon about whether she was full from eating alone. At the time, Jiwon thought if she endured, everything would return to normal. The two sat comfortably eating, ignoring her cleaning up, but she still thought they weren't bad people. When Min-hwan finished eating, he handed her the bowl, telling her that he had saved some food for her, thinking of her. However, by the time Jiwan realized she was wrong, it was too late. That's why, when she returned to the past, she always wanted to change her fate and find a new life, but everything seemed tangled up. If she knew the future and could prevent misfortune, it might simply happen in another form. If she tried to change her fate, someone else's fate would change too. She feared that Chief Jan had gotten sick because of his proximity to her, and she was terrified that her death might transfer to him. Hearing this, Jinhuk hugged her tightly, saying that even if he had to carry misfortune in this life, he would protect her for a lifetime. If there was any fate at all, he wouldn't let it happen. Jinhuk, touched, thanked him. She was deeply moved by his feelings for her. Why hadn't she realized this in her previous life? She thought that if her fate had transferred to him, she wouldn't just stand by and let it happen. Meanwhile, Hyena, finishing work, was heading home. As she passed by Minwan's cafe, she noticed there were still plenty of customers. She peered inside and saw Minwan still hard at work. Wondering why he was working so late, she pushed the door open, wanting to catch a glimpse of him before heading home. Minwan, hearing the door open, looked up and informed her that the shop was about to close and they weren't taking any more customers. When he recognized Hyena, he asked her why she was working late, mentioning that there was still some pudding left. He invited her inside, offering some dessert. Hyena's stomach growled, and she couldn't resist the delicious treat. She quickly forgot about her image, devouring the dessert as if she hadn't eaten in days. Min Huan was taken aback by her enthusiasm. Hyena clenched her fists, slumped over the table, and exclaimed that his pastries were so amazing she felt ready to meet her ancestors. If she could, of course, finish the pudding first. She added that she had to come back to life for that. Min Huan was delighted to hear her compliments. She questioned why such delicious pastries weren't sold out, saying that if it were up to her, she'd give it 100 hearts. Min Huan replied that if she worked late and wanted to eat, she could come to the shop any time. He would always save her a portion. Hyen playfully asked if he was making it for her benefactor, advising him to give up, mentioning there were many articles online saying Jiwan was dating her boss. Min Huan told her he had actually given up a long time ago. After seeing the trusting looks between Jiwan and Jinhuk, he realized he couldn't compete. Hyena was surprised and asked why he was still saving a piece of cake. He explained that giving up didn't mean he no longer had feelings. He could only do this much for her. Hyena, holding the piece of cake, wondered if she could eat it, soaked in tears. Min Huan told her to eat it since Jiwan wouldn't be eating it anyway. Hyena thought he was indeed a handsome yet foolish boss. If he kept saying things like that, she'd want to come back for more tomorrow. At that moment, Chief Jan was on her way home. Taking the subway on her first day at her new job after getting promoted, she felt a bit tired. Little did she know that riding the subway could be so cozy. When she wondered why no one was pushing from behind, she spotted a familiar figure through the subway glass. Turning around, she saw her assistant, Dong. He explained that he took the subway because it was super convenient and kept the traffic drama-free. He handed her a pair of headphones, telling her to give them a spin as they were still in mint condition. He said the commute home was dull and the headphones would help brighten her mood. He assured her that the sound was really great and wanted her to give it a listen. The head of the Jan team asked her to try the headphones, which was exactly the kind of vibe she loved to hear. Dong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and soaked in the sound.